He counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Pirates last night were 5-1 winners over the Tampa Bay Rays. The second game of the series is this afternoon at 4:05 from PNC Park. It'll be Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 3, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Penguins are also in action tonight to open up the playoffs at 8 o'clock against the Philadelphia Flyers at PPG. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good Saturday morning to you across from PGA professional Craig Mankins, who is kitted out and ready to go. I know he's playing somewhere today. He's got the full attire on.
Yep.
And our pal Nelly on the other side, it's Chris Muller. Hope you had a good Friday, a good Saturday morning. I got to throw out the first pitch at the Pirates game, one of several. It was I actually got second billing right before Burnett. Or the last person before A.J. Burnett did it, and he skipped one, by the way. He threw it about 52 feet. I think he was trying to throw gas and intentionally skip one into McHenry to screw with him.
I wish I would have known. I would have loved to have seen this.
Mason Heischel, I got put out there after him, and he was nervous.
Really?
Yes, nervous. I mean, the kid's half my age, but he's a Division I quarterback. And he threw some good gas in there, though, a little high.
Okay.
And then, admittedly, I just wanted it over the plate. I wanted it down Broadway. I didn't care if it,
right.
I didn't want to skip it.
Okay.
Didn't want to bounce it. Had my little buddy Lennox, my son, my older son, out there next to me. He was dancing around and going crazy. He was loving life.
Oh, I bet he was.
Right down Broadway, high strike. I tapped the hat. I wanted the ABS challenge. I thought maybe they squeezed me. But
that's awesome.
Yeah, that was last night. So shout out to the Pirates first off. This is the first chance on the air. It's a golf show, but I'm going to say it. Shout out to the Pirates for the opportunity. And Billy Cook, he caught my pitch. Yep. Could not have been a nicer guy.
Nice.
Shot the breeze for 20 seconds while we were walking off. Could not have been a nicer guy. Let Lennox hold the ball during the picture we took.
Yeah,
so very awesome memory.
That's a great honor. That's really neat, Chris. That's
yeah, but Burnett just tried to absolutely gas one in there, and then he did. I don't even think it hit the dirt. I think he put it on the grass intentionally to make McHenry get out of his crouch.
Hey, that's he's put it in the dirt before. I can tell you that.
Usually people are swinging at it though when it's hitting the dirt. We got a busy show today, actually, and it's not often necessarily that you and I have a situation where a guy winning the Masters back-to-back actually feels like maybe the secondary story just because it happened a full week ago, basically. But that's where we're at today, Craig, because while Rory McIlroy is your successfully defending Masters champion now, and there's questions about maybe how many more of these he can win. He calls his home course. I played there a bunch in the run-up. I was flying the private jet up there to make sure he was getting some reps in. That must be nice.
That is nice.
There's an entire golf league that appears to be completely on the brink here. LIV Golf, the basic question is LIV Golf dead? And I got to be honest with you, man. Anytime people are asking, is your golf league dead, that's probably not a good sign for your golf league's future. But this has broken in probably the last 2 days or so. There was a random kind of golf account called Monday Qualifier, a guy that just tracks all this stuff. And I believe, going to get his name wrong, but the man behind that account posted something that suggested that LIV was not in good shape and that the funding was going to run out and everything else. And I have a couple of clips here we'll get to in a couple of minutes, but I want to talk about it first. At first, LIV Golf kind of implied that no, everything's good. And then they lost control of the narrative and everyone started running with it. And now it appears that the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which was propping this up to the tune of just lighting billions of dollars on fire, is pulling their money out of Tom Brady's flag football league and other things as sort of a reorganization. And it looks like that if LIV Golf is going to continue, they're going to have to find a whole round of new investors. I'm going to be honest with you, Craig, tee it up for you. But my first thought is that's going to be pretty difficult for a golf league nobody really watched.
No, I agree with you 100%. Here's the funny part. You're in
the know because golf pros, for people who don't know, golf pros always have a little bit of extra knowledge. They're always hearing things.
Well, you would. And I really, I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't have heard anything except for, my son was out there on the Korn Ferry Tour with Mark Getz. And the rumor was, and this was way into last year. This is over 12 months ago where they were talking about the reorganization because how many spots are available for Korn Ferry, how many spots are available for the PGA. And I know guys were upset, and I totally don't understand exactly what was going on. All I know is, it was going to be a bottleneck because you were going to end up with people that were going to be coming back, which you've seen Koepka come back. You've seen Patrick Reed go to the
DP World Tour and just play his way back.
Correct. But you see the filtration of people leaving that tour, and eventually where are they coming? We know they're coming to the PGA Tour, correct?
Right.
And this is where the squeeze gets on those guys on the Korn Ferry, because when you're going to get an infiltration of guys who just miss the PGA Tour that are now going to be squeezed in the Korn Ferry Tour, which...
And if they go to LIV, they can't go into the PGA Tour for a year.
Correct.
They're suspended.
It just makes it really, really... I mean, it's already a difficult ride as it is, trying to make it out there as a professional golfer in the year 2026. And when you get all these guys coming back, I mean, it's going back to how it was. And it's difficult. And, those rumors were already going around for a while. So it seems like, not to say... I told you so, but I'm sure there are some people out there that are saying, I told you so.
I'll play a little chunk of this. It's a long clip. It's TNT Sports, which I had to look at this. So there's this TNT Sports, then there's Sports on TNT, which is the one I think you would be familiar with in this country. I think this is a different TNT Sports, like overseas, international. Okay. So Scott O'Neill's the CEO of LIV. You will recall they had Greg Norman basically functioning as one. It wasn't going too well. Greg was not great at dealing with the public or the media. So here's a chunk of him talking to this TNT Sports. This is a pretty sympathetic audience here. This is like 2 minutes. They're down in Chapultepec in Mexico City playing a tournament amid rumors that their funding ran out, like the players weren't getting paid. This is just a little snippet. I'm not going to play it all. I have 2.5 minutes of this guy going on and on and on. But he is really beating the drum here for oh, no, everything's good, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
What is the negative obsession out there about LIV?
It's a really interesting question. I would say that I feel like I would ask any critics to tell me, isn't this good for golf? Or maybe all the best events should be played in the U.S., Or isn't it okay if you're a PGA Tour player and your prize purses are greater than they've ever been before? Is that good? If we're growing the game and we have families, 20% of our fans are families around the world. Isn't that positive? You know, if we're going to markets, like forgotten markets like Australia and South Africa and the UK and Korea and now here in Mexico City, aren't those markets where we're growing the next generation of great golfers and great fans? So I guess I put the question back out to those critics and say, what are you rooting against?
All right, I'm going to stop it right there. Couple very quick things here. He's right that the PGA Tour had to respond to this, and their players are having it better than ever now, bigger prize purses. He's actually right that he named a couple of the LIV markets where it's done well. South Africa, they've done well, and Australia was a huge hit, and there are some unbelievable courses in Australia where I'd love to see the PGA Tour do like a DP World Tour co-sanction event, like Royal Melbourne and a couple other ones that are over there, like they're like sandbelt courses, like Pinehurst, for people who don't know. And if you see it on TV, you're like, oh, that's unusual, that's different. So those are two success stories. Anthony Kim, I think, won in Australia, I want to say, in Adelaide. And that was probably their biggest story, this guy coming back from pretty much 10 years in the wilderness, right? But that just sounded to me, when I heard it, I was like, that just sounds like somebody trying to prop it up. He's not really saying that LIV Golf is doing all that great. He's just saying, look at all the things it's forced other leagues to do, right? Now, here's something. This is a clip that this TNT Sports put out there, and then they deleted it, but somebody grabbed it because the internet is forever. This is Scott O'Neill actually talking about the meat and potatoes here, the funding, and do they have the money? Because that's all anyone really wants to know. This is what he said.
You mentioned funding there. Sergio came out yesterday and said, alluded to the fact that they've been told that funding was in place until 2030. Can you speak to that? Give us any indication on that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just not the way the world works. We have commitments to have this be an going concern. The reality is you're funded through the season, and then you work like crazy as a business to create a business and a business plan to keep us going.
Yeah, that's not 2030. That's our funding's getting, read between the lines, our funding's getting pulled at the end of this season. We don't have it past 2026, and I need to find new investors. So the bottom line is this was always a project, I think, to enhance like the Saudi image abroad. They spent they pumped billions of dollars into it. It did have some positive effects, I would guess, on the PGA Tour, but they didn't disrupt golf. Like, they did not change the narrative here. And I think the thing I want to ask you spinning forward is this, because it's going to be dead barring a miracle where they get people who want to invest after this year because the Saudi money pulls out of the proceedings. What do you do if you're the PGA Tour and now suddenly Jon Rahm has no place to play? Unless it's the DP World Tour, because they do have an agreement with LIV. What do you do with Bryson? Does he even want to play on the PGA Tour? He was asking for $500 million on his next contract with LIV. I don't think he's going to find that anywhere. I don't think they're going to go under the couch cushions, Craig, and find that. So what do you do with those two guys in particular, especially Rahm, I would say? Just a massive name who has been, I think, kind of not in the wilderness competitively, but it's just been a noticeable void that he hasn't been on PGA Tour broadcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have some real monster names out there. Those two, I mean, Dustin Johnson's just kind of faded off into the sunset. You know what I mean? He tried
to say that he wanted to still be really competitive, and then, he hasn't been.
No, he looks like the guy that goes to the NBA game that's already been retired, and
he just looks like he looks like he took the bag.
Correct.
He took the bag and he's happy. He's the one guy who seems like he's completely fine with it.
So here's the funny thing, I think, with the PGA Tour. I mean, these guys are going to get sponsors exemptions for some places. I mean, I would think
there was the suspension, like the PGA Tour smacked down and said, "Hey, you got to be out of LIV for 1 year." Brooks Koepka had to serve like the suspension. He had to not serve the suspension, I should say. He cut a deal with them, one-time amnesty, and that's something they extended to DeChambeau, to Rahm, and to Cam Smith, who's the other. You want to talk about a forgotten man? Yeah, that guy was a dog and ran down Rory for an Open Championship, and now he's off the planet.
Correct.
He doesn't strike me as a guy who actually has a huge urge. He's kind of more in the DJ bucket of he's cool with doing what he's doing, so fine. But they gave these guys a one-off shot at it.
Right.
Rahm turned them down. Bryson turned them down. We know that there's some animus to some degree with the players. Koepka seemed to enhance his reputation. They were willing to welcome him back. He paid whatever that fine was in the form of a charitable donation. Okay. He can't have certain amounts of equity into what they're doing with their new programs now. Like, he can't make as much money, basically, as some of these other guys. And Rahm turned down that opportunity. So, like, what do you do? Because you know if you bring him back into the fold, there are going to be some ticked off people.
Yeah, in which the PGA is going to really have to, this is really going to be some brainstorming on their part. They're really going to have to think, okay, how can we do this the right way? How can we do it? I mean, you can obviously market it. You could market it any way you want to. You could market it like a WWE wrestling thing where, you got the villains coming back. You could, or they can be fair to everybody. That's really going to be the choice of how does the PGA approach this?
If you were running the PGA, what would your decision with Rahm be specifically? Because he's, I think, the one everyone cares about. And DeChambeau might just go and start his own YouTube golf tour.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if you can give one individual special dispensation.
Well, I got bad news for Taylor Gooch. Nobody's wondering where Taylor Gooch has been at their signature event broadcast. But like Rahm's the one who moves the needle. He thought, I think, that he would force a merger here when he jumped to LIV.
Right.
I was trying to brainstorm this and think in my head, Brian Rolap's an NFL guy who's running the PGA Tour now, so he's a little bit cutthroat, I think.
Right. Well, I don't think, and when you back up to the PGA Tour, I think there were some greedy people at the top there. I mean,
I thought Jay Monahan, their commissioner, I thought he did a horrible job with all of this.
I agree 100%. In which it was kind of an eye opener to them that, wow, I can't believe that we would lose all these guys. And I mean, obviously money talks, but what happens is kind of interesting.
I guess I would bring Rahm back, but he's got to face huge penalties. And I'm not sure if I were the PGA Tour, like I would want. Here's the reason I bring this up. We know he's going to play in the Open, the U.S. Open, and the PGA because those aren't sanctioned by the PGA.
Right.
They're not PGA Tour events. So people, if anyone is listening to a golf show and doesn't realize this, the reason those guys can play in the 4 majors is they are not PGA Tour events.
Correct.
The PGA of America runs the PGA Championship, the USGA runs the US Open, and the R&A runs the Open Championship. And the Masters is its own special thing.
Entity,
Yeah, it's its own entity. Yep. And it's an invitational tournament, and they invite who they invite.
Correct. Top so many in the world.
Top so many. There's boxes you can check, and then they can invite a special person. I think Joaquin Neiman from LIV actually got a special invite, basically, we think you're good at golf invite.
If you get that nice looking letter in the mail.
Yeah, exactly. He got the. We just really think you're good at golf. Last year, we're going to invite you. If I'm them, I don't want to just let Jon Rahm back, but it's like stupid if he, at the end of this season, is homeless in the golf sense.
Yeah.
And he looks like he will be. I also don't want to make it so punitive that he has to sit on ice for a while.
Right.
Or if this actually, because this is the other thing, we're all wondering if LIV's going to completely break down right now and be done.
Yeah.
They say it's funded through the year, I suspect my gut feeling here is that it probably will be. Right. But if it really goes to pot very quickly,
like the XFL,
right? If it's just if it dies on the vine, I think there's a chance that happens. Do you say, hey man, you're paying like a $10 million fine?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Right.
You made $89 million plus all these crazy bonuses you made, giving some of that back to the field here.
Right. Do you know how much Koepka paid to?
His was $5 million. I think it was documented. It was a charitable donation. And the other thing, Patrick Reed is just waiting his turn to come back in August. He's also played his way back by just destroying the DP World Tour.
Right.
There just has to be some sort of, and the DP World Tour has had a deal with LIV, and I think they have to try to come to an agreement with the PGA Tour because I know the DP World. This is very complex stuff, which is why we'll be done with it and we'll talk Rory at the Masters in a minute, but. They want more co-sanctioned events with the PGA Tour where the PGA Tour goes overseas. I think that would be cool for golf. If you could have an Australian Open that's right. DP World Tour, PGA Tour, maybe it opens the season or it's a big event standalone.
Correct.
Because of the travel. They've got to figure out if they're going to be, hey, Jon Rahm, you're getting actually a hard slap on the wrist, or you know what, buddy?
Right.
Rolled the dice and it was wrong. Come on back. People want you on TV.
Right.
I personally would actually be somewhat punitive. Because I think that's a slap in the face if you're not to people like Rory who actually stuck around and hung in there. Because if Rory had gone, this whole thing might have turned differently.
No, you're right.
If I'm McIlroy, I say no, you got to actually punish these dudes. They took the quick bag and I didn't, and make it hurt.
Right. No, I mean there has to be.
You can't just go scot-free and say, well, I did what I wanted to do and no one's going to stop me and I'm coming right back now because you need me.
Yeah, It's going to be interesting.
It's a test. It's a test. What's your favorite LIV Golf memory? Mine is them having DJs playing at all times on the golf course, and wearing shorts.
I was just going to say I don't have one, and I turned it on one time, and it's not.
I was being sarcastic. No one watched that show.
No, I know.
No one watched it.
And we watched
clown stuff.
We watched it one time, and when the music was playing and they were teeing off, and somebody wouldn't be quiet when Bryson or Phil was hitting. And
Bryson's down there in Mexico City today, or like this week, complaining about the course conditions too.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. This stinks. Like it's bare spots everywhere. Very funny.
I know, but here's the funny part. Like, I mean, Bryson. There's a lot of people, they love watching Bryson play.
He's going to do his own thing.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he's ever coming back to the PGA Tour.
You don't think?
That's my bold call. I don't think he'll play the 4 majors every year, and he seems happy and makes money chilling on YouTube asking people if they can break 50 with him in a scramble. So I think he's done.
Yeah. He's
famous last words by me. He'll be back in a year. But
yeah. It's definitely going to be interesting. That's for certain. I really I know Patrick Reed, not many people like Patrick Reed, and which, a lot of us that are, golf purists, with the stuff and the things, let's just say he got a little,
bends the rules a bit.
Oh, little finger into that ball in the rough. And, but I do give him credit for going overseas and just earning his way back.
Yeah, I was going to say, I give him...
You can't take that away from him.
For a guy who's cheated a bunch, allegedly, he actually showed a little integrity, I thought, in how he came back to the PGA Tour.
Correct. No, I agree. 100%. In which I would think some guys might say, hey, I'm just going to do it that way, so then, they can't, the PGA Tour can't hold things over them.
The crunch is going to be on the DP World Tour if there's a lot of guys who if the suspensions aren't all lifted, if the PGA Tour doesn't change its policy, not that there's going to be a huge crunch. I don't think there's that many players the PGA Tour is mad about missing out on.
Right.
But for the guys that are, I think that'll be where the crunch happens on the DP. Coming up, Rory McIlroy did go back-to-back. Let's talk about real golf. He goes back-to-back successful defense of his Masters title. He is only the 4th man in history, Sir Nick Faldo, Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, and now Rory McIlroy to go back-to-back at Augusta. Hear what he had to say in the aftermath of that win. We'll try to figure out how many majors this guy might still rack up in his mid-30s, looking like he's hitting it as far as ever, playing as well as he's ever played. He's Craig Mankins. I'm Chris Muller. You're listening to Going Low on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were 5-1 winners last night over Tampa Bay. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05 from PNC Park. Coverage on The Fan at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Paul Skeens will take on Drew Rasmussen. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at deatakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures, perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Looking for Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination? Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and enjoy their award-winning course layout and spectacular views. Work on your game at their practice tee or chipping and putting greens. And celebrate your round at Shakespeare's Pub afterward. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times this season and see why the best course is just minutes away. That's oldstonewall.com.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Yeah! There you go. Good shot.
If you like golf, you're in the right spot.
Thanks to tee off.
This is the Going Low Show, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it is Going Low. Happy Saturday morning to you, Craig Mankins, PGA professional. On the other side, very well dressed. He's dressed for our YouTube and X and Twitter stream. Yeah, he is dressed for that.
Big game today. Big game.
Where is the big game?
Big game. We're going to Westmoreland today.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Yeah, and that's
what's the game? Is it a formal game here?
Well, hold on. How about a shout out to all the superintendents out there that are getting the golf course ready, because there's a lot of opening days going on, and I know, those are the guys that deserve a lot of credit because they make these golf courses great. You know,
I agree with that.
Willowbrook Country Club has their opening day. I know that. Westmoreland's is not yet. But
it's a good day to have it because it's going to be about 80 degrees out there.
It is, yeah, and we have a 20-guy SWAT, and it'll be a lot of fun. I got lucky to get off on a Saturday, be able to do it.
And you got to wear pants too as a PGA professional, don't you? Is that like a formal rule?
Well,
any competitive round you play, you got to wear pants. Got to because you are a professional.
Correct.
Man, I always thought if I ever was good enough at golf, that would have been the toughest part for me. It's hot out.
No, it's not that bad. Come on, if they can do it.
Is it better now than in the era when everyone was like Tom Lehman wearing Dockers out there? That felt like it could not have been fun.
Dockers with a lot of cloth.
Like the
Remember
cloth.
how big they were?
Oh my God, they looked like he was wearing somebody's drapes.
It looked like MC Hammer
That
pants.
just looked like swamp butt.
Yeah.
Frankly, I'm going to tell you right now, they're in Memphis or something playing in the middle of the summer, and he's got Dockers khakis on.
Yep.
That didn't look pleasant.
Yep.
Nowadays, the stuff is all so nice.
It is, and it's it's funny. We used to bring it up. I was on the Tri-State Board of Directors for a long time, and we used to have some of the younger guys always wanted to go to shorts, and.
I'll admit something though. Even though I'm just laughing about like having to wear pants and that seems like a job, downfall. When you watch the LIV guys all wearing shorts, it does look like
it doesn't look right, does it?
No, it's one of those things that your brain gets hardwired. Oh, these guys all wear pants. You see these LIV guys, bopping around in shorts. I'm like, well, where's the cart with music?
Right.
Like, might as well just. Where's the cart girl coming up with like a couple of transfusions? It doesn't seem like a formal enterprise is what I would say.
I know.
So you got the 20-man SWAT. I am dad on duty. My dad is currently sitting at the house just so I'm doing the show with the kids, but I'm dad on duty all weekend. My big game, I'll shout this one out now. I am training to be Bob Pompiani Jr., which is America's guest, as I like to say. Now, Pomp has like a permanent residence, like he's like Neil Diamond going out to Las Vegas or something, and he has a permanent residence at Laurel Valley, as we all know. But Pomp plays a lot of nice golf because Pomp is a great, guy to have in the foursome and great talker, great, very good player too. Wildwood Country Club.
Yep.
I'm wearing the hat today. Can't really see, it's very bright on the our nice studio lighting here, but I'm wearing the hat today. I've got my Tuesday. It's going to be a little chilly in the morning, but it should get nice. I have a friend there. We have something called the Summer Series. It is contested at Wildwood as he is a member, of course.
Yep.
And I got to give the guy 14 shots. We're tied at 2 games apiece.
Oh.
I got to give him 14 pops. And
is this the best of 7 or best of 5?
I think it's best of 5. It's either 3-3 best of 7 or 2-2 best of 5. I think it ended up being so. There is a canary yellow jacket that I have yet to purchase that the winner will put on the yellow jacket for the Summer Series. This is last year's Summer Series, has to get decided before this year starts.
What do you mean put on the jacket? What are we doing?
It's like a yellow
winner?
Yeah, the yellow jacket goes to the winner.
Okay.
This is last year's. We had to finish it up this year because we just literally could not schedule it.
Yep.
Here's the problem. My buddy is now taking lessons. Name Easton Renwick. Ring a bell?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I was Easton's first pro giving him lessons.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Well, guess what? Easton's starting to give him some lessons. I don't like giving 14 to somebody that's getting lessons that are already, I think, helping him significantly.
Can I tell you,
Craig? I got to go out there and shoot like 77 to win. I'm in deep trouble, man. Deep trouble.
Well, how long's he been getting lessons?
He got that first one, but there might be that first lesson bounce for him, like where it's like, oh yeah, a lot of stuff got tidied up here right away.
Can I tell you where the odds makers would have it?
Me as an 8, given 14, yeah.
So you're telling me he's a 22?
He is a course 23 there right now. I'm a course 9.
Is this his home course?
Yes.
Okay, now that's a little tougher.
Thank you.
That's a little tough. That's a little tougher, but I'm going to tell you something about a lesson. People usually regress before they progress on getting lessons. It happens. I'm telling you.
I need it, man.
Because it's hard to think about your swing when you're trying to compete. It really is. It's just, that's the nature of the industry. It takes a while. It takes a little time. Unless it was something very, very basic as far as...
It was grip. I think they changed a lot with his grip.
Yeah, that's usually...
All right. This is a guy who does not need all that many lessons. Let's hear what Rory McIlroy had to say. He went back to back at Augusta National. This was his response, Craig, just so people know, to a question basically describing like how it felt to win it again compared to last year, and also as far as how he kind of celebrated it last year and this big weight off his shoulders, how that would compare to how he was going to handle the aftermath of winning it this year. This is McIlroy from his Champions press conference.
Different. I said it at the start of the weekend here. I felt like the Grand Slam was the destination, and I realized it wasn't, and I'm on this journey to, I don't know, I've just won my 6th major, and I feel like I'm in a really good spot with my game and my body, and, I've I don't want to put a number on it, but, I feel like this win is just, it's a, I don't want to say a stop on the journey, but it's just a part of the journey. And, I still have things that I want to achieve, and, but I still want to enjoy it as well. I've waited so long to win the Masters, and all of a sudden I win 2 in a row. So, I still want to enjoy it. I've got a couple of weeks off before I go back to play competitive golf, and, but I don't think I'll go through that lull of motivation or the sort of things that I was feeling last year post winning this tournament.
All right, what do you make of McIlroy there? Kind of an admittance that once he won it last year, he got weirdly snippy with the media too. He kind of got like crappy about everything. We thought he'd be like this he's usually very accommodating.
Right.
And I think people assumed he would be even more accommodating. Best win of his career Grand Slam. He went through a very odd period where he was not happy, it seemed like, with anyone in the media. I do think this will be a little more normal for him now, though.
No,
I would imagine.
He did come,
came off bad. I remember talking with you about
last year. He did come off bad, in which it's kind of funny. I had this conversation with my dad because my dad and my mom really like him. Here's a neat one. My mom sent me a text while we were watching the Masters. She said, Craig, County Downs in Northern Ireland, which is really small. Mm-hmm. She goes, that's where your great-great-great-grandmother is from. She came across on the boat on that one.
No kidding.
I was like, no kidding. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And we talked about it, but the neat part they were talking about was how down to earth and how, his parents are just
salt of the earth.
Yeah, they are. And
had to actually, I think, do a lot financially to try to help him pursue the dream.
He was not a spoiled kid that came from,
right.
silver spooner. He definitely wasn't that, in which, so you really like that, in which I love the way he came off way more humble this yeyear. And I saw something online where did you see him where he was doing karaoke with Journey with
Lowry, I assume?
Yes, with Lowry. And he looked, and they were just loving it. And which over there, he obviously is a rock star, but he's a rock star in the world, in which I kind of rooted for him there at the end. I was rooting for Justin Rose, and then he bogeyed, 11, 12, and missed the birdie on 13. Those 3 shots he gave away.
Rory won it on 12.
Yeah.
Total gutsy, gut check shot. I don't know how Scheffler's birdie putt on 17 didn't go in. I thought that was the best putt anyone hit all week.
I know.
That was the weird. Scheffler made a run, obviously, and he was 12 back, so it's different. He made up 11 shots on Rory on the weekend. But I was a little disappointed. I thought Cam Young had the goods to win this thing, and nobody really, it was weird, Craig. Nobody made a real run at Rory. Rose did, I should say, a second 9 run, because it's not the back 9, it's the second 9. Nobody made a second 9 push at him. He makes that birdie at 12, and it felt like, other than holding your breath on 15, because he almost, rinsed one for his third shot, which would have completely changed the tournament.
Yep.
Other than that, I did, even the tee ball on 18, I was almost willing it to be a tough situation because I wanted to see drama, but everyone who was there kind of said, oh no, he's got a pretty clear window here for him to just hit one of his monster high shots up and over. And so it was weird because I thought there would be more drama than there was.
Right.
If Scheffler's putt goes in, totally different ball game. And I just still do not understand how that putt went in the stayed on the lip.
No, it was, I mean, and isn't that what Scotty's done all year? I've talked about it.
Well, he played the best of anybody on the weekend. He went bogey free on the weekend. He was the first guy that I think since
1940 something. Yeah, that played without a bogey on Saturday and Sunday.
I mean, he was, to me, okay, I'm more of a Scotty fan than a Rory fan. Not that I have no like real anti-Rory feelings. I just more gravitate towards Scotty's game and watching him do his thing. I thought this was actually an example of why he is still clearly the best player in the world. I know Rory won back-to-back, but like Scotty didn't even have the gas pedal pushed down.
Yeah.
I thought they both had their like B-ish game.
Yeah.
And Scotty had his C game or his D- game on Friday.
Yep.
And then I thought he had his B+ game on the weekend, and he almost clawed it all the way back.
Well, you said it. We were on the show, and you even said about you were hoping Scotty would come out and say, "Hey guys," and I started to laugh because a song came on my way home. It was "Hold On, I'm Coming," and I laughed and I go, "That's what they should have been playing for."
He was charging,
Scotty.
man.
He was coming.
I think he wins if that gets to a playoff. By the way, if that puck goes in on 17, I honestly think he wins.
Well, and here's the good thing. Hopefully, Rory continues this confidence and continues it into the rest of the majors this year. And
how many more you think he can win? Career-wise, he's at 6 right now.
He's at 6. I mean,
here I'll do this. I'm gonna set an over/under for you. 8.5 majors for his career.
I was gonna say he can win 6 more.
6 more.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say 6. Now here's the thing: if he gets.
Scheffler's still out there, man. That's why if there's no Scotty Scheffler, then I think Rory McIlroy can win 5 or 6 more. But there's a large Texan in the way.
How old's Rory?
36, I want to say.
Is he that old?
He's not a young kid anymore. Hold on.
One anymore. You look at Rose. Like I think of Rose. Rose is 45, and I mean, good grief, he could have won.
McIlroy's. McIlroy's 36. He's about to turn 37, actually. In 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess
But he's hitting the ball further than he's ever hit it. His swing looks better than it. His game looks better than it did. You mentioned Rose. I mean, he takes care of himself. Rose does too.
He drives that.
Rose does the recovery van.
Yes, correct.
But Rory is similar as far as taking care of his body, and the swing doesn't look like it has any pieces that are going to hurt him. Like Tiger's swing was a ticking time bomb. So
no,
I think what we all deserve is basically the 2 best players in the world.
Well, that's what
at the Masters, just dueling for the next 5 to 7 years until Rory maybe ages out of it.
Yep, I think Rory could get to 10 majors. I'll back it up a little bit.
All right, 10. I would take the under on. If you set it at 9.5, I'm taking the under. I think he probably picks off 1 more Masters, maybe.
Yeah,
and then I think the thing with him I wonder about is does he pick off another U.S. Open?
Well,
because I think Scotty's going to win at Shinnecock.
Yeah, but you got to give him. I mean, when they go.
Open champ,
correct. Those guys.
Well, the other one to me, the PGA Championship's the one that plays the most like a regular tournament.
Correct.
And so if it turns into a shooting gallery out there, he can absolutely go out and win one of those.
If they have it down in Charlotte at
Quail Hollow,
Quail Hollow, then he's
Scotty won the last time they.
I know, but Rory's won there. Seems like 3 times, I think.
Yeah. We'll clean it up coming up next. We got a couple more things I wanted to get to. Not just Rory going back-to-back the Masters. Kevin Kisner kind of spouted off a little bit and then had to apologize. Did not, I think, go very well what he had to say about CBS's coverage of the Masters, although I have a couple of things I want to say about that. Craig and I have a couple more little tidbits to get to as well. It's the Going Low Show. Happy Saturday morning to you. Hope you're getting to play today. 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Playoff hockey is back in Pittsburgh. The Penguins will take on the Philadelphia Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock, and Monday night's game will be at 7, also at PPG. Pirates also in action today following a 5-1 win over Tampa Bay. They'll take on the Rays at 4:05 this afternoon at PNC Park, and it's here on The Fan with coverage beginning at 3, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Skeens takes on Drew Rasmussen. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you'll need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips, so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Before you know it, the play-in round of the NBA will be here, and I am excited to watch Steph Curry try to put Golden State on his back and lead them into the actual part of the NBA playoffs. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see ball flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Cap off draft weekend with Pittsburgh Riverhounds Saturday at 7 p.m. at Highmark Stadium. Taking on Greenville Triumph FC, the Riverhounds will debut their new third kit. Great soccer, great atmosphere, and dollar beers. Tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates, too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with 0 due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599, VIN TT044098, RWD model 7186, 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 doc fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now I have to go play golf.
Back to more Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Alongside Craig Mankins, PGA professional, it's Chris Muller. It is Going Low on 93.7 The Fan. Being told that I was called out somewhere by Jim Colony for my first pitch last night. Accusations flying around that I babied it a little too much. Really didn't drive down on the ball and rip one in there. Walk a mile in these shoes before you criticize, folks.
Who's Chris Colony?
No, Jim Colony.
Or Jim Colony.
Chris Colony is one of his sons.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
I'm just being funny.
Well, Jim Colony, yeah. I guess Jim. I tell you what, man, for not having thrown a baseball until in several years before 2 days before the thing, I was glad my arm didn't fall off. We got it down the middle.
Yeah. Hey, that's not easy to be out there. And how many people were there last night?
I think they probably got to around 28,000 by the time it filled up. Maybe it was a good crowd.
Good game.
Good game.
Cruz
I don't know how he hit the ball where he hit it, where the ball was pitched.
Oh,
I'm pretty good at judging the ball in the air at the ballpark because any high fly ball, people are like, it's gone.
I know.
I watched that ball. I thought, maybe he got it over the right fielder's head, and that thing got up into the tunnel.
Yeah.
I don't understand that still, having seen it live, having watched the replays. I have no idea how that ball ended up where it ended up. It just was disgusting. It was very cool.
Talk about a guy. Cruz looks like he's a different guy.
He looks like a different dude.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew he was an athlete, but he looked kind of uninterested a little bit last year. But boy,
he looks locked in. He looks very calm. He kind of has a very stoic face up there, and that would scare me if I were a pitcher because he'll take a strike or two, and then he just kind of looks completely chill.
Yeah.
I would be very afraid if I were a pitcher. And he's cracking the ball, man. And Brandon Laauo is too.
Usually with 2 strikes, they're just trying to get a bat on the ball. Man, he's trying to
drive the ball.
Drive it through a phone book. I mean,
he can. It was awesome to watch that in person.
The other day, I think his exit velocity was 119 miles an hour. It was the hardest hit ball in baseball so far this year.
He's got I think several of the hardest hit ones. Griffin's starting to hit a little bit. Good time to be a Pirates fan, by the way. Good time to be a golfer today because, well, frankly, it's going to be a really nice day for golf. Going to get a little chilly Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, don't play tomorrow because the rain's coming tonight.
A little chilly.
Woo! Chilly. Very chilly. Wet and chilly.
Real quick, some final thoughts here because I know you got to take off for a tea time soon.
That's
so
right.
We're going to get out of here. But
hey, and Lupin on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, here, tell people about that first. So we got Neville Wood for a U.S. Open qualifier. This is big boy stuff.
Correct. This is in which the local qualifier, there'll be a lot of good players there. And my good friend Justin Moose, he asked me.
A long driver who's also a hell of a player.
He is. He's hitting it good. He's playing. He's kind of eliminated one side of the golf course, which is really fun.
Which side did he eliminate? You're holding up your left, but that's my right. That's the side I would try to eliminate.
Yeah, and which he's always. And Justin is. Especially for a long driver, he's so talented at every facet of the game.
I've seen his swing on tape. I know what it looks like when he's hitting long drives, and like sometimes those guys, when they try to dial it back for a real swing, it's still just a baby version of the long drive. But he seems like he's got like a very fluid and normal move, just fast.
It's
like a very good, solid, like very well fundamentally sound move.
He's that guy you see and you go, he's not swinging that hard, but then if you had the numbers, it's just naturally.
So it's smooth,
fast.
Smooth speed, big easy Ernie Els speed.
No, he swings a little harder than that. It's a little more violent, but yes,
Ernie was swinging hard, but it didn't look like it.
Ernie size, correct. Yeah.
How many people are qualifying?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Do you have a number in your head for him that he's got to shoot?
My guess would be. Last year, remember, we played at Quicksilver.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
And we played with Mark Getz. He was in our group, and Amani D'Ambrosio. And Mark shot 3 under, I believe, and he tied. I forget if he won or he tied for the win. Nick Tarowski shot 2 under, if I remember right.
Quicksilver's, public track, but they can turn it up to an 11 very quickly.
Correct. So I would think the scoring would be similar, maybe a little tougher. Now, Justin told me, great pro down there, Corey Livingston, the head PGA pro there, super guy. And the golf course, I apologize, I don't know the superintendent's name, but he does an amazing job. It's awesome.
I've never played. Best conditioned course in the area outside of Oakmont, I've heard. I've heard people say it's right there with Oakmont, Fox Chapel, et cetera.
It doesn't hold second straw to anybody. It's really good. The greens were as good. The greens might have been one of the best in the area, if not the best. Last year we played our section championship there.
Will you talk with him about a number you're trying to get to?
We will.
Will you guys talk?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll ride down together. We've already talked. We were hitting some balls and playing a little bit this week. And
Does he want you reading greens?
Yeah, I'll help him with a little bit of that. He's a good green reader too, though. But he just reassurance, with those guys.
So you say more of a mental coach for this kind of thing than you are.
Yeah, you're there making sure they don't make mistakes, and you're there to help them with anything they want, positive all the time. And it's that's what a caddy has to do. It's nice when you talk to Brandon Annis, who's on tour. He's actually on the senior tour right now, caddying for Rory Sabatini, in which I know Rory didn't do good, didn't make the cut. But it's nice to listen to Brandon, and Brandon reassures you, hey, this is
what you got.
You know who Brandon was on the bag for Rocco Mediate when he was on number 12, and he kept hitting it in the
back and forth.
Race Creek. Race Creek's water level went up.
Just adding a little too much volume.
It's a shame, but that's golf. Good Lord, that's golf.
One more note on the Masters. Kevin Kisner trashed CBS's coverage. Now, Kisner works for NBC. He trashed their coverage of basically the final round. Well, I think he walked his words back. I'm sorry, because I know it was not taken well at CBS. Here's the thing. 2 things can be true. Their coverage was not what it usually is. They couldn't figure out where the heck Rory's ball was on 18 after he hit his second shot. There was a long stretch.
Correct.
They missed Sam Burns early in the round, making a mess of number 2. Just not their usual, because I think they're the gold standard for golf coverage. So I actually think Kisner's got a point. Here's the problem. Man, is he throwing stones from the glassiest house I have ever seen, because they put him on NBC's coverage because he was supposed to be a fun, folksy, he'll say anything guy. That guy says, I like Kisner. And he says nothing on those broadcasts. They all desperately need a Johnny Miller type of figure to emerge here, who's willing. Immelman, I think, is great on CBS, but they need somebody who's willing to call out some stuff when it's happening. And Kisner was supposed to be that guy, and he's not.
No.
Doesn't have a major. I think if you have a major, you feel like you can get away with it a little bit more. Immelman's got a master. He's got a green jacket. He doesn't even act like it.
Yeah.
So,
you're right. The best one was, did you see Lee when he was playing with Brad Faxon? He said
he's a good amateur.
Yeah,
he looks like a good low handicap amateur.
The best that I like about that though is Lee and Faxon could both laugh about it.
Well, they took it in good. I think Faxon even said, he's like, yeah, probably right now I am a low handicap amateur.
Yeah, that's funny because a lot of guys are, so full of themselves. I love seeing that from Brad and Lee. He was obviously very apologetic, but that was funny.
By the way, Hao Tong Lee, we had a guy named Stoke in the YouTube chat say he might have screwed Scotty over by taking so long on 13. Might be something to that.
But actually, if you saw them, they were both very gracious at the end.
Oh, yeah. Scotty didn't seem too bugged about it publicly at all.
Scotty seems very good at not letting outside noise get him. Yeah.
He'd get a little temperamental on the course, but I think when he's playing well, he pretty much locks it in.
I think he might get mad at himself, but he seems to block the other stuff out, which is good.
Fitzpatrick and very quickly here, I know we got to go. Fitzpatrick, 14 under right now at the Heritage. Yep. Hovland, 13 under. Harris English, 10 under. They're the only guys double digits under par. Pick one of those three.
Well, here's the funny part. That leaderboard can change, and you got to look 5-6 back because it's so.
Oh, Scotty's lurking too.
What is he at? He's at 8.
He is at 7. He's 7 back of the lead, but we've seen him make up a lot of ground quickly.
7 and the leader's what? 14. I'm going Scheffler.
Oh, I love that pick. By the way, he is going off odds wise plus 1,200. I'm just going to quickly tell you that. For a guy in his position to be he's the third betting favorite for this. Fitzpatrick, Hovland, Scheffler. That should tell you how good Scotty is.
Wow.
All right. Hit him straight, Craig, if you're out there today getting out to play. Launch him. Yep. Don't hit him straight, hit him far. You hit him straight and make the putts.
One putts, that's
one putts. All right, may all your greens be one putted. May all your fairways be hit. Buddy. May all your greens be in regulation.
Go get some ice on that shoulder for you throwing it hard last night.
I broke the radar gun, they told me. Panther Insider Show, Pat Bostic is next. Happy Saturday. Hope you spend it on the course. We'll talk to you on Going Low next Saturday at 7. For Craig Mankins, I'm Chris Muller. Thanks to Nelly on the other side. Signing off.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go!
Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover. Don't fall apart, yeah, come on, don't tell me now.
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on, and the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Greetings from Breeze Airways, your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville, Kentucky, and 5 other destinations. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Enjoy nonstop flights and send a postcard home from somewhere new this year. Breeze makes it easy with nonstop flights, flexible change policies, and a seriously nice onboard experience. Enjoy premium seating with Breeze Ascent, plus high-speed Wi-Fi and tasty snacks. Book today at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Hey, it's Chris Muller here, and we're expecting our third child in June. And you guys know what that means. My sleep is about to disappear, the house is about to get louder, and life is definitely going to get more hectic. And weirdly, that's why I'm glad I already know how to do all this with Awaken 180. Because when I first started with Awaken 180, we had just had our second child. I had a torn up knee that was going to require surgery, that was going to keep me immobile for 6 to 8 weeks. And life was just very messy and very chaotic and very hectic. And on paper, it was the perfect time to make excuses. Instead, it turned out to be the perfect time to have a plan. Awaken 180 gave me a roadmap. What to eat, how to stay on track, how to keep it simple when everything else felt chaotic. That's what people get wrong. If life is hectic, that's not a reason to wait. That's a reason to have something that makes one part of it easier. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day, land rewards, and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards in partnership with DraftKings DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Playoff hockey is back in Pittsburgh. The Penguins will take on the Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock at PPG. Earlier in the day, the Pirates are going to be in action. They'll take on the Rays for Game 2 of their series at 4:05 this afternoon. Paul Skeens up against Drew Rasmussen. Coverage here on The Fan at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Insider.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about. It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Let's go! The Panthers Insider Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Panthers Insider Show is on. Pat Bostic here with you for the next hour. Talking Pitt sports, we got a lot to dive into today. We got basketball portal talk. We got the NFL draft coming up this week. Obviously, a big weekend in Pittsburgh sports will precede the NFL draft, and NFL football fans far and wide will converge on the North Shore for one of the bigger spectacles that our city has ever hosted. The NFL draft starting on Thursday, and you can get your Pitt flavor at the NFL Draft. Pitt Block Party at Arts Landing, April 23rd to 25th, 9 to 6 p.m., free to all fans. Partnership with the Pittsburgh Cultural Trust and Arts Landing, a new location down in the city, in the cultural districts. New 4-acre gathering space. It's awesome, and looking forward to being there at the corner of Fort Duquesne Boulevard, right off the Rachel Carson Bridge, and it kind of spans all the way from Fort Duquesne Boulevard to Penn Avenue. There's a lot going on. There'll be merchandise. There's a food trucks. There's a little combine area. You got a legacy hall with all sorts of history of Pitt football and much, much more. Odyssey will be there. We'll have Star 100.7 and Y108 doing live remotes. There's a chance that this show is happening there on Saturday. Not confirmed yet, but we could be live on site next Saturday at 8 a.m. on the North Shore, but undetermined at this point. Kids Zone, Team Store, College Football 26 gaming area, and yard games and so forth. So looking forward to that. And then obviously the NFL draft itself. And the NFL announced this week legends and active players that will announce selections at the 2026 NFL draft. And I'm going to go through a lot of Pitt flavor, starting with, we're going alphabetical here. The Arizona Cardinals will be announced. Their first pick will be announced by James Conner, who obviously was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2017 in the third round. He will announce the Arizona Cardinals pick. Got Jimbo Covert coming into town, legendary Chicago Bear, Pro Football Hall of Famer, and the pride of the University of Pittsburgh will be announcing the Bears pick. Tony Dorsett will announce the Cowboys pick. And there's West Virginia and Penn State flavor here too, but Pat McAfee, Paul Posluszny, Bill Moss, a great Pitt player, will announce the Kansas City Chiefs pick. And the NFL was obviously intentional about having Western Pennsylvania natives, Pitt, obviously former players, announcing these picks to bring that Pittsburgh flavor. That's why you see, although he's not from Western Pennsylvania, Brian O'Neill will be in town to announce the Minnesota Vikings pick. He is a second-round pick of the Vikings in 2018 and entering his 9th season in the NFL, if you can believe that. Curtis Martin will announce the New York Jets pick, obviously a long-time career at the New York Jets, also a Pro Football Hall of Famer. Joey Porter Sr., Joey Porter Jr., the Steelers picks. Jerome Bettis will also announce the Steelers picks in addition to John Stallworth, so they've got a full complement. Andy Lee, who punted for what seemed like a quarter century, nearly, for the San Francisco 49ers for the bulk of his career, but then spent some time with the Cardinals and the Panthers and the Browns. So it's a great group. A great group of Pitt men will announce the picks in the NFL draft. We'll have all that activity on the North Shore and a lot of programming with Pitt flavor as well. And when I take your calls, 412-928-9370 today. You know, Joel, I've been talking to a lot of people, and it seems to be really a 50-50 split between people that are here in Pittsburgh wanting to go down there or wanting to be nowhere near it. And I'm curious what your thoughts are, 412-928-9370. I'm going to catch a flavor of it on Thursday, I think, and then probably stay away. What about you?
I want to. We don't know the next time the draft is going to be in town. You know, it's been going to so many different cities across the last, decade or so. We don't know the next time it's going to be in Pittsburgh. I'd like to get down in some capacity and see the stage, hear a selection name or two,
Yeah.
Even if it's not, I'm not down there for a lot of time, just to say I went down there at least would be real cool.
I feel like if you're a sports fan, and now if there are zealots out there that go to every city every single year and do it, and I'm sure there are many of them that have gone for decades upon decades of drafts in a row. But when you're in Pittsburgh and the pride that Pittsburgh has in its football and the football lineage and history in Western Pennsylvania, and you're a fan, I think you got to experience it, if even for a little bit. And my 9-year-old wants to go, so I have no choice in the matter. So he will absolutely. It's Take Your Child to Work Day next week. So I got no choice but to take him down there to experience the NFL draft and what it's all about. We got some calls coming in here. Let's go to Rick on the road. Rick, good morning. You going to the draft, Rick?
Good morning, Pat. Hey, Pat, good morning. Hey, I'm going to stay away from the draft. It's a fiasco, and it's a completely inorganic event. Unless you cover it for a living, who knows who the defensive end for Oregon is? Or who knows who the tight end for Oklahoma? It's like fantasy football for the NFL teams, and I just see no interest in it.
Well, there's one take. So he's part of the 50% that I think are just have no. They don't want to go down there because it's going to be a fiasco. Now I'm curious, though. I should have kept Rick on the line, and I appreciate his call. I'm curious if Rick would feel differently if the Steelers were drafting first overall and maybe taking a quarterback. Probably wouldn't, but who knows? Let's go to Gus in Beaver County. Gus, good morning.
Good morning, Pat. Keep up the good work.
Thanks,
Real
brother.
Quick, I'm part of the Larry Bruno Foundation down here in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. We have a sports museum, and we're having a tailgate kickoff party pre-NFL draft on Wednesday, April 22nd from 12 noon to 8 o'clock. and the whole public is invited. We have a lot of nice artifacts and memorabilia in there. We got some guests lined up. Walt Harris.
Oh, nice.
Confirmed that he might be coming down. And we're going to have food and refreshments free to the public from 12 noon to 8 o'clock. The address is 1112 7th Avenue, Beaver Falls. And, that's Joe Namath's hometown.
Oh, yeah.
The whole city of Beaver Falls is on board with this. It's really going to be jumping down there. So if you want to do something that's related to the draft and come down and see what we're doing down at the Bruno Sports Hall of Fame, it's a very neat building with some beautiful artifacts in there. Everybody's welcome to come down.
I appreciate your call, Gus, and that plug for that Hall of Fame and that gathering. I mean, that's the kind of stuff, though, that is popping up all over the place. I mean, draft parties and so on and so forth. And again, it's going to be chaos. It's going to stress the city streets. But it's going to bring a lot of economic impact to the area. And I don't think there's any doubt that that's a positive thing, despite the inconvenience, perhaps, from a traffic standpoint. I know a lot of people in the city will be working remote that week, or at least towards the tail end of the week next week, to try to avoid it. But certainly, if you're looking for something to do, the Pitt Block Party at Arts Landing is going to be a lot of fun. And it's a little bit removed from the draft site, obviously, because it's across the Sister Bridges and down in the Cultural District. You can take the T down there and avoid all the North Shore stuff and get directly into town and enjoy that. Friday and Saturday, obviously, once you get through the first round, it would appear that it will calm down a little bit, and then Saturday might be a nice day for Pittsburghers to get down there and explore it, from what I hear, but certainly will be like we've never seen before, an event like we've never seen. I'm looking at the build-out, Joel, that's outside the stadium, and what they've built inside the stadium, the aerial views that you see of the tent and so forth inside the stadium. There's a lot of work that's gone into this, and Pittsburgh has certainly rallied around making this quite the event. As we take your calls, 412-928-9370. We'll get through the draft talk. Obviously excited about that. Pitt basketball, both men and women, very active in the portal. I want to recap the spring game as well this morning. Obviously, we haven't talked since then. We broadcast that on our sister station, KDKA, AM 1020 and 100.1 FM last week. Jeff Hathorn in the booth, Doran Dickerson and myself on the field. It was a lot of fun, a lot of observations. We were directly behind all the action, got to move around and really see the final installment of spring football and what we see from this Pitt football team heading into 2026. But I want to just recap the Panthers Choice Awards really quick as well. And if you don't know what they are, they're presented by LB Foster, who's awesome partner of Pitt Athletics and a great company here in Pittsburgh. It's an award, an end of the year award. Hard to believe we're towards the end of the academic year at Pitt, that honors all sorts of performances throughout the course of the year, both academic, from a teammate standpoint, administrators, but the highlight is what goes on the varsity walk every single year for the University of Pittsburgh. And the varsity walk is on the back end between Heinz Chapel and the Cathedral of Learning, right there at the University of Pittsburgh, right in the central campus. The varsity walk is about as iconic as it gets when it comes to, if you're a Pitt athlete and you want to be remembered and you're a legend and you're going to be immortalized, your name on that varsity walk. Well, that is announced at the Panthers Choice Awards every single year. And this year is a star-studded cast, and it's appropriate that we talk about the NFL draft, and then we segue into this because Kyle Lewis was one of the winners of the Panther Award, which was presented to the male and female senior student athlete who promoted University of Pittsburgh athletics through his or her outstanding athletic achievement. Kyle Lewis for football, Bree Kelly for women's volleyball. Obviously had a terrific career, all-region player, all-conference player, just a centerpiece of those back-to-back Final Four teams that Dan Fisher has put together. And then the Blue Gold Award is presented to male and female student athlete who best represents the student athlete ideal based on academic scholarship, athletic achievement, and leadership qualities, and also their citizenship and contributions to the community. Luke Augustine from wrestling, who had a sling on during his the photo op with the actual concrete, the actual stone that will go on the varsity walk. He battled the whole season with a shoulder injury and had to have that thing fixed up following competition. And then Gracie Calhoun from lacrosse, who's been a key part of building that program really from nothing for Coach Boissonneau. So congratulations to Luca, to Gracie, to Kyle Lewis, and Bree Kelly. And Kyle Lewis could have a pretty cool back-to-back weeks because I think we're going to hear his name called at some juncture next weekend at the NFL draft, and we'll see if it's Friday. I don't think he's going to creep into the first round, but certainly has an opportunity to tail into the second, into the third, and potentially the fourth round for Kyle Lewis to get his name called. And there'll be a host of Panthers that await their location and destination to play in the National Football League, which that's what really the draft is all about. Obviously there's the hoopla. Fans want to see who their team picks, but for a bunch of young men, whether you're Mr. Irrelevant or the first overall pick, it is the culmination of a dream coming true and the beginning of living out that dream playing in the NFL. So that's what the NFL draft is all about. Coming back, we'll recap the spring game, keep the football theme going, and then we will get into the basketball portal, the commits, the signees, all the goings-on in what is a chaotic. You talk about chaos with the NFL draft. The basketball portal would say, hold my beer to the NFL draft because it's been quite chaotic. More on the Panthers Insider Show after this break on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's a hockey night in Pittsburgh. The Penguins are in the playoffs for the first time in 4 years. They'll take on the Flyers at 8 o'clock, and they'll play Monday night at 7 in Pittsburgh as well. Pirates this afternoon will take on the Rays at 4:05 after a 5-1 victory last night. It's Paul Skeens today up against Drew Rasmussen. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, get at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and Appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA.
Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's the Panther Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Huge weekend in Pittsburgh sports. Joel, what do you think of the City Connect uniforms? Much improved, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really like the yellow, but this is more of a true Pittsburgh feel,
Yeah.
I thought.
I liked it. Obviously, the Buccos got a win last night, and it's a Paul Skeens day in Pittsburgh. Skeens on the bump tonight for the Pittsburgh Pirates on a homestand against the Tampa Bay Rays. Split their last series. Not thrilled with that, but obviously an opportunity to win a big one against a good Tampa Bay team and continue their winning ways. The bats have bailed them out at times. Their pitching has been solid. This looks to be a team that is going to be in contention for a playoff spot here in a few months, but a lot of time between now and then, a lot of baseball between now and then, and Bucko Talk is following the show with the esteemed Jason Mackey, where he'll get into all the details about this Pittsburgh Pirates ball club and their matchup tonight with the Tampa Bay Rays. Mason Heinchel, one of the first pitch participants last night. Really cool for him. I think he's the first college player to throw out a first pitch, at least from a Pitt standpoint, and seemed to acquit himself nicely. Chris Muller from the PM team also throwing out the first pitch, but the star of the show was A.J. Burnett, who would have looked perfect in those City Connect Pirate uniforms, just given the Batman connotation. Really cool to see Burnett back in Pittsburgh. Obviously had a huge affection for this place given his time here and was a critical part of the last playoff Pittsburgh Pirate baseball team. So a lot going on there. And then we got Penguins Flyers, which little backstory on Penguins Flyers, Joel. I grew up in the eastern half of the state. Growing up watching Eric Lindros and John LeClaire for the Philadelphia Flyers back in the day, and I didn't have a lot of love lost for the Penguins, and I have completely flipped in all of my allegiances from a sports standpoint. So my parents that are listening to this this is probably one of the more disappointed moments they have, is knowing that their son, who they raised an Eagles fan and a Flyers fan and a Phillies fan, is now talking with great pride about the Penguins and the Steelers and the Pirates. But listen, when you're in college and you're practicing right next door to the Steelers and you get a chance to know them and they win a Super Bowl, and then you got the Penguins winning multiple cups, and then you get to go to PNC Park. And do you see the aerial shots, by the way, of PNC Park last night? There was an Amazon broadcast. I know it was on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Just phenomenal, and should be a great show tonight. Speaking of show, the last practice of spring ball, the spring scrimmage, not really a blue gold game per se, but the Panthers on the gridiron concluded spring drills last Saturday with their spring game at Acrisure Stadium. The phone lines remain open, by the way, 412-928-9370. You want to talk spring ball? You want to talk Pitt hoops? Transfer portal success so far. Jay Kuntz, new general manager. Jeff Capel, obviously, retooling his staff as we speak, but Jay Kuntz is man in the show, man in the controls in the transfer portal, and Pitt has what, by all accounts, is a top 10 class committed at this point. We'll get into that in the final segment, but what's your thoughts at 412-928-9370? Wanted to share my thoughts on the spring game. And again, Doran Dickerson and I had a chance to be on field level and provide commentary with Jeff Hathorn in the booth. And Alan Green, director of athletics at Pitt, joined us along with Stephen Thompson on the broadcast. Got a quick moment with Pat Narduzzi. But it was an offense-defense scrimmage. We saw ones-on-ones for the most part. And it started with a big Jacarian Turner run. And that would be my first observation from spring ball. And it was evidenced in the spring game, was that Pitt has improved up front, and they have a running back that I think can be an all-conference level player in Jacarian Turner. Just his second-level ability to take it the distance. We saw it last year, the run at Georgia Tech, but there was more from him, and he seems to have taken another step this year. And Pitt has also fortified, its offensive line with the pickup of Nintino Olivieri from Penn at left tackle and moving Kendall Stanley into guard. And by the way, Kendall Stanley and Davin Bruton, linebacker, were named the Ed Conway Award winners. Ed Conway, the late play-by-play man
for Pitt football and the University of Pittsburgh. Worked alongside my partner, the voice of the Panthers, Bill Hillgrove, up until the early 70s. The Ed Conway Award is given to the most improved player in spring ball, and Kendall Stanley was one of those players. He was the offensive representative, and again, he played some tackle last year when Percy was hurt. Had his moments, but also struggled at times, but seems to have found a home moving him to guard with Ryan Coretta at center, and then B.J. Williams and Ryan Baer on the right side of the offensive line. But no sacks in the spring game, ran the ball effectively. Mason Heinschel did his thing back there, threw a touchdown, ran for a touchdown, and was efficient throwing the football. Equally efficient was Holden Geriner. He transferred from Texas State, was also at Auburn prior to that. Had a really good day throwing the ball, and we talked about it on the broadcast. I had PTSD a little bit because you saw Mason Heinschel wearing a red jersey, but all the other quarterbacks were clad in the white jerseys, ready to be hit. And that was what it was like being a backup back in the day when you were competing for that number 2 spot. You were live. It allowed the defensive line, linebackers to tackle a quarterback, which you don't get a chance to do very often in today's football. Most of the time, the quarterback's in a different colored jersey. That means stay away. Give him a 3-foot halo and stay away from him. But Geriner was terrific. 2 big touchdown passes to Malik Knight, a transfer from Western Carolina, 6'2", about 195 pounds. Caught a slant route and took it the distance, and then caught a go ball down the sideline. Geriner was excellent all day long throwing the football, which is good to see because that quarterback room is crowded. Obviously, Heinschel's your guy. He's the face of the program right now. But for Geriner to show while being live and being able to be hit, the mastery of the offense, the ability to distribute the ball, push it downfield, and connect on some of those deep balls, good to see because they want that veteran presence from him. That's why they got him. Corey Daly has a lot of upside. Bo Jackson, the walk-on, has been, I think, a pleasant surprise, and it will probably earn a scholarship at some point. And Angelo Renda got some good, snaps in that spring game later in the proceedings. Showed his athleticism for sure, being able to run the ball. But you want Holden Geriner to be that number 2, and you allow Corey Daly to really develop. We saw flashes of what he has to bring to the table in terms of arm strength. On the defensive side, we talked a lot about Cruz Brookins on the broadcast. He had a pick in a kind of red zone period of Mason Heinschel that he nearly returned for a touchdown. That didn't count in the points. The offense won the scrimmage by leaps and bounds, but there are periods that count and periods that don't. We don't have access to those specifications, rather, when it comes to the point system. But he had a nice pick, continues to just lay the wood in the run game. We still don't have a full feel for this Pitt defensive line yet. Again, Zach Carruthers not back. But we saw Fitzsimmons making plays, Nick James making plays in there, Ghost Neal all over the place, playing defensive end almost exclusively. The linebackers, Braylon Lovelace now playing the star position out in space. That has been the position that, we've seen players parlay into All-American type status, right? We saw Kyle Lewis do it. Rasheem Biles would figure to be able to do it. Did it a little bit in the bowl game. Braylon Lovelace has played Mike the last couple years, and last year most exclusively. He's also played into the boundary. Now he's going to play into the field and have a chance to play in space and really use his athleticism, blitz, and do all the things that made Kyle Lewis, obviously him as a player, he earned it, but put in a position to make more plays and to show his athleticism and what he can do. And he showed out in that game. Alex Sanford played well. Jeremiah Marcelin in the middle. And the back end, man, is just loaded for this Pitt team. Just loaded with depth and talent. So much so that Sean Lee, who was a freshman All-American a year ago, played a little bit of safety in the spring game, played a little safety in the latter stages of spring ball, which I think speaks as much to his versatility as it does to the depth the Panthers have at corner and the confidence they have in some of their acquisitions out there. They've gotten better, and they have, a lot of depth with Zion Ferguson. They have depth with Shadarian Harrison. Obviously, Sean Lee played at a high level a year ago. They've picked up pieces in the portal. Rashawn Murray is back for another year. But on the back end, at safety spot, which we know is a critical component of this defense, and for Pat Narduzzi, that quarters defense, it's a little inexperience behind Cruz Brookins. So to bring a guy like Sean Lee over there, with Josh Guerriere, who's played a decent amount of football, predominantly on special teams, but played some snaps at safety last year. You feel good about having another veteran, experienced player back there. I say Sean Lee's a veteran, but he's played in big moments. He's played in big games. Moving him back to play more field safety, it's basically an off-corner position anyway with the way the Panthers do it. The guy's an excellent tackler. He's an excellent tackler. He's a tough customer from Harrisburg, PA, so really a lot to watch in that spring game. The kicking, the punting still continues to be a battle. We'll see who emerges in fall camp. But all in all, I think a solid conclusion to spring ball for Pitt. Stayed healthy in the game. I think the offense, based on my evaluation of the 15 years I've been calling games, is about as crisp and gelled about as much as I've seen in a spring practice. And I think that speaks to who you have at quarterback and some of the talent they brought in, and now a third-year offensive coordinator. So really like what I saw from this Pitt team as they head into summer conditioning, strength training, and get ready for the 2026 season, which is only months away. As the NFL draft converges on Pittsburgh, we are under 200 days easily to the beginning of a football season here in the city of Pittsburgh, and Panthers will take on Miami of Ohio to kick things up in early September. Coming back, we'll go to the hardwood. We'll talk some Pitt basketball. And again, nothing final, right? We've got commits in the transfer portal. Jeff Capel and company, Jay Kuntz, the new general manager, constructing this roster, reconstructing it, I should say, with maybe one returner. We've got rule changes potentially abound in college sports, but the reality is Pitt basketball trying to put together a roster that makes an NCAA tournament. And based on what I see so far, I think they're well on their way. More Panthers Insider after this break on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates 5-1 winners over the Rays on Friday night. Bubba Chandler goes 6 innings, allowing 1 run and striking out 3. Cruz and Brandon Laauo both had 2 RBIs in the win. Next game for the Pirates will be Saturday afternoon. Coverage on The Fan begins with the leadoff show at 3 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score Topps Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers.
From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. aquickdrain.com.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panthers Insider Show. Pat Bostic wrapping things up, getting into some Pitt hoops talk, both sides, men and women. Got some updates, got rosters being put together. Joel Nelson capably handling the ones and twos behind the glass. Phone lines open for the last 15 minutes or so, 412-928-9370. Your thoughts, Panther Nation, on how this Pitt basketball roster is coming together. 8 commits at this point, a top 10 class on the men's side by virtually every measure. It fluctuates daily based on where the portal's at, with thousands of players in the portal now trying to find new homes. And Guaranteed Picks brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. I guarantee there'll be more movement for sure in the portal. There's no certainty when it comes to things, but obviously the Panthers, as we sit here this Saturday, April 18th, have put together a pretty good roster. And Robin Harmony on the women's side as well, signing the Barbutt twins from down at her former school, the University, the Charleston. Obviously very capable players that come up here to the University of Pittsburgh now to play for Robin, her former school, the College of Charleston. They were very effective. New York natives coming a little bit closer to home, and they continue to assemble that roster. But on the men's side, I want to commend Jay Kuntz and Jeff Capel for what they've done in the portal. Obviously, got to get to the finish line. The portal is open for about another week, and then you'll have some finality as to where things are once things are signed, sealed, and delivered, as they say. But so far, so good for Pitt, and we'll go through these commits one by one at this point. And again, we know not what is to happen with the 5-for-5 deal, right? The 5-year window to play 5 years. That could impact the likes of Cam Corhan and Barry Dunning. Not holding my breath on that per se. The NCAA is contemplating implementing that provision, but I would say, probably more likely to be in the future than it is to be right now. We're pretty midstream, and to thrust that upon college basketball coaches at this point, midway through the portal, that, oh, by the way, the guys that played, you've built a roster, you've been aggressive in the portal, you tried to keep who you could keep, and now all of a sudden, guys that played for you that you thought had exhausted their eligibility can come back, I think would be a bit unfair at this point, but crazier things have happened. We don't know about that. What we know about is that Pitt has secured commitments from a number of really good players, and we'll go through them again one by one and get you a feel for who these potential Panthers may be. Armani Mighty is the big guy out of the group, 6'10", 240, Started at Boston College, was productive there, transferred to Central Michigan, and then ended up at Mercer, where he was a co-SoCon Defensive Player of the Year, one of a small group of players in college basketball to average a double-double on the year, averaged 13 points and 10 rebounds a game, shooting about 65% from the floor. Really physical, big presence down low, can play on the block, and obviously can man the glass and defend the rim, which is critical. He's an excellent shot blocker as well. Dominique Diamande, transfer from BYU, who sat out a year and then played at BYU, started at Washington, and then came to BYU, and a good BYU team this year, played late in the season. And really, as you look at his stats and his splits over the year, has most effective minutes towards the end of the year, playing Kansas State, WVU, and then Houston in the Big 12 tournament. It played double-digit minutes in all of those games while being in the single digits most of the year. Seems to be more of a defensive presence. Had 3 steals in each of those last 3 games. Scored 6 points twice and 4 points once, but 6'7", about 200 pounds. Originally from Paris, France. Gives him an athletic wing that can defend, and obviously is younger, so has some time to develop and provide depth behind the likes of Jalil Bethia, transfer from Alabama, formerly at Miami, who's committed to the Panthers, a 4 or 5-star player, McDonald's All-American, coming out of Westminster, Pennsylvania, and the other side of the state. Probably he's a basketball guy, but might be a Flyers fan at heart, coming to Pittsburgh. And he had played on a bad Miami team 2 years ago, but did well as a freshman, averaged about 7 points a game. Went to Alabama to play for Nate Oates and was in the rotation there. Again, you look at his season early in the year in the non-conference game, scored 21 points against the University of Texas San Antonio, but was relegated to a reserve role as the season went on, only averaging about 4 points a game and playing about 8 minutes a game for that basketball team. But his freshman year showed promise. Again, a bad, tough year for Miami in 2024-25. Obviously, they rebounded this year quite nicely. But Bethia is a high pedigree player that can shoot the basketball from beyond the arc, get to the glass, and can handle the ball. So a little bit of a combo guard at 6'5", 190, but has a lot of length as well. Jonathan Powell, speaking of length, formerly at West Virginia, went to North Carolina, was a part of a good North Carolina team, obviously a coaching change in Chapel Hill, but 6'6", 190 and can shoot it. Can shoot it in the mid-30s from beyond the arc, can get to the rim. Again, length on the wing, I think, is a real theme for this Pitt basketball roster that's been constructed so far by way of commitment. So obviously, with the way this works, right, is you commit, you go on your visits, not as many visits as before, mostly Zooms and that type of courtship, and then you obviously select where you want to go, and then there's all the happenings after that. Most basketball players in major college basketball won't get to campus until the summer at this point. The second summer session for most of them. But the Panthers have done a really nice job putting together a top 10 class to this point by every measurable statistic. A lot of it has to do with who the Panthers picked up at point guard. And it's a familiar face in Nate George, transfer from Syracuse. Another coaching change up at Syracuse with Adrian Autry and being replaced by Jerry McNamara. But Nate George, 6'3", 185, originally from Toronto, and just about 4 hours north, and moving his way from Syracuse to Pitt. I mean, again, 15 years ago, Joe Nelson, I never would have thought that we'd have players going from West Virginia to North Carolina to Pitt. So let's take the middleman out. You got a West Virginia Mountaineer coming to the University of Pittsburgh to play basketball. You have a Syracuse player transferring to Pitt. I mean, we are in uncharted water, but that's the world we're in. And the waters are choppy, so you got to hold on and you got to stay afloat. But Nate George is a steady hand at point guard for Pitt. You look at the season he had for Syracuse last year, averaged double digits in the point department, 5-6 assists a game. Just a very, very, very good basketball player that is a pass-first guard that the Panthers really need. I mean, and he's got positional size, which really hurt the Panthers last year. I love DeMarco Minor. But his size was such a liability on the defensive end at times, especially when the Panthers had to switch against teams. and he would get isolated on the block by a bigger guard or, heaven forbid, a big, and he just didn't have the ability to hold his own down there despite every effort to eliminate the threat. He was undermanned. He was undersized down there, and now with Nate George, they have size, they have experience. He can score the basketball, but most importantly, he distributes the basketball at a really high clip, and that is what you need from your point guard, Nathan George, a transfer from Syracuse, will play that position for the Panthers in 2026. Again, if this class comes to fruition. I say if because commitment, signed, two different things, right? That's just the way it works nowadays in major college basketball. Perhaps the most heralded pickup for the Panthers in the portal is Baye Ndongo, transfer power forward from Georgia Tech. 6'9", 240 pounds, really good basketball player, had a terrific season. Again, for not a great Georgia Tech team in 25-26, obviously struggled, but played 32 minutes a game last year, played 28 minutes a game this year, averaged 14 points a game last year, and this year 11.6 points per game, nearly a double-double average. Also blocks the basketball, shot over 50% from the floor, and shoots the three decently. So can stretch you out at the 4 position and can make an open shot if you sag and are worried about him getting to the basket. So shoots free throws at a decent clip for his size. Needs to improve there a little bit. But with Mighty and Ndongo down low, the Panthers have a formidable 1-2 punch. And we saw it last year just how, Cam Corhan had a terrific season statistically. But Pitt leaned on him so hard on both ends of the floor to produce. And they didn't have any other options there. They tried to use Kieran Mullen. Papa Conte was in and out of the lineup injured and didn't finish the season due to injury. There just was no depth down low. And we saw Roman Cialepa try to play down there a little bit. He can do it. He could do it, but not what he was. That's not his ballywick. So good to have a couple options down there. And then Alon Sumler is maybe my favorite pickup that Pitt has secured. Transfer from Charleston Southern. He is a veteran player. He can shoot the basketball incredibly well, a career 40% free throw shooter. Averaged 23 points a game last year for Charleston Southern. Also 5 assists a game. Really good basketball player. You look at the guards that Pitt's put together, and this is, when you look at Jeff Capel's teams, right, aside from Blake Hinson, it's been guard-dominated teams that have been successful for Jeff Capel. That's the way he sees the game. That's the way he puts a lot of onus and gives him a lot of freedom to play. When you talk Nate George and Jalil Bethia and Sumler and Jonathan Powell and Dominique Diamante on the perimeter, but that three really, George, Bethia, Sumler, and then we'll see about Makari Moore coming back. I liked what he gave last year. We haven't heard about his intentions at this point, but I thought he was an underrated pickup in last year's recruiting class that gave Pitt solid minutes, plays incredibly hard, really good team first guy. But those three, Bethia, Sumler, and then obviously the point man, Nate George, it's a major upgrade for Pitt. That harkens back to the Nelly Cummings and Jamarius Burton type of feel with shooting from a Sumler like a Greg Elliott. And I think Sumler brings more to the table than Greg Elliott, frankly, in ability to score the basketball. He's more than a one-trick pony. But then Diamande and obviously down low with Ndongo and Mighty, they've got guys that can defend but finish at the basket. Chase Foster, a freshman that is highly touted. Obviously, we heard about Anthony Falesi deciding to go elsewhere. Pitt's in the 10-11, world right now when it comes to their roster size. But the commits they've secured so far from the portal have a combination of production and pedigree. And pedigree doesn't promise you anything. Production typically gets you more, but it's the combination of both of them that have me excited about this Pitt basketball roster as it comes into formation, as it comes to fruition, as it begins to crystallize. And we'll learn more, obviously, with the portal closing once these young men make the good decision, to sign to come to the University of Pittsburgh and play for an important season for Pitt men's basketball, obviously. We know this is a critical year for Jeff Capel and for Pitt basketball to get back into contention, obviously to win the Atlantic Coast Conference, but to go to the NCAA tournament, which just concluded obviously in March and early April. You want to be in that position. And again, based on all the metrics out there of this class and where it stands, I think we're fair to say that this has the makings of a tournament team, but a lot has to happen for that to be the case. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, high of 82 degrees, partly cloudy, and then becoming cloudy with periods of rain in the afternoon. Winds south-southwest at 15 to 25 miles an hour. 80% chance of rain. Tonight, 42, much cooler. And tomorrow, sunny, partly cloudy, I should say, with a high of 52 degrees. So a bit of a cold front coming in behind the late-day rain here in Pittsburgh today. Hope you had a good time tuning in today. Appreciate the calls early in the show. Appreciate Joel. Looking forward to Bucko Talk with our good friend after this. Obviously, Jason Mackey covers the Pirates exclusively for Odyssey and does a terrific job, works for the organization as well. And looking forward to the NFL draft, man. Coming to the great city of Pittsburgh next week. We'll be talking to you a bunch and look forward to it. Have a great weekend. Hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 5 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
It's time to spring into action with BetMGM Casino. This season, they're bringing you thrills like you've never seen before. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign up. Slots, table games, and live dealer games are always in bloom and always available from the palm of your hand at BetMGM Casino. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action this spring season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and/or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
3, 2, 1. We have liftoff on Daily Rewards Rocket Turbo on DraftKings Casino, the exclusive iGaming provider of Foxwoods. Play $50 on your favorite casino games this week to upgrade next week's rewards. You'll get 4 chances at 10,000 in credits every day. Land rewards and use them to keep the fun going. Head to DraftKings Casino app and start playing to turbocharge your daily rewards. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Earn additional launch for following week for completing play requirements. Play requirements vary. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Penguins today are back in the playoffs. They'll take on the Flyers at 8 o'clock. Pirates last night, 5-1 winners over the Tampa Bay Rays. They've got Game 2 of the series today at 4:05 from PNC Park. It is Paul Skeens up against Drew Rasmussen. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 3, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And a good morning to you here on a beautiful Saturday. We'll try to keep it that way. I am Jason Mackey. That was Joel Nelson, and you are listening to Bucko Talk. I'm excited to do this show. It's actually reflecting this morning on how much negativity and frustration we've had with this team over the past handful of years, and you know what? It's anything but. It is anything but. It is a Paul Skeens day. I'm not going to literally let the weather rain on my parade. I know what the forecast says, and I'm going to ignore it, at least for the morning, because we have so much else to discuss. Great victory last night, showing the Pirates, again, have a neat quality to them where they're going to make mistakes, but they bounce back from them quickly, nicely, authoritatively. Baseball teams need that. Like, we're not watching football. One bad loss is not the end of the world. What is bad is if you let one bad loss turn into 2, turn into 5, turn into 10. And Pirates teams in the past around here have let that happen. This group isn't doing it. So we have the next 2 hours together. We have a lot to discuss. I'll outline that now. I want to get into this offense. It has surprised me quite a bit. It probably has surprised you. We will dig a little deeper into the pitching staff. I'm not going to harp on a ton of negatives, but there is some stuff within the pitching staff that I think can improve specifically in the bullpen. Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette will join me at 10 o'clock to talk about some of that, as well as a column he wrote on Brandon Laauo. He talked to Corey Dickerson yesterday. I thought that was an interesting conversation, so want to get into some of that with Noah. I sat down yesterday with Bill Murphy, the Pirates pitching coach. I will play that interview for you as well. Murph is a great conversation. I enjoyed that very much. We'll go down on the farm. Pirates prospect Seth Hernandez did a thing again yesterday. This kid is very special. We've seen high risers in the Pirates farm system, and I got a feeling that as much as it allows, he could do it too. I'm not saying he's going to be Connor Griffin. There aren't many Connor Griffins, and you're really not going to take that aggressive of a stance with a pitcher, high school pitcher. Paul Skeens was a little bit different coming out of LSU in the College World Series and all of that, but still, I mean, this kid is dusting competition in low A. It is crazy. And underneath those umbrellas, of course, there's a lot we can talk about specifically. I've got some thoughts on Brandon Laauo, what he's added to this club. I've got some thoughts on O'Neal Cruz, how things looked after that opening series in New York, some of the calls that I fielded on this show, some of the calls, frankly, that I continue to field, which is weird for me. But getting emails, stuff on Twitter, people who are angry about O'Neal still and love to poke holes in what he's done. It's just, I don't know. I don't know when the polarization is going to stop. I think some of it is fair if you're talking about his defense. Like, he's not the best defensive center fielder, certainly. But there was a play, I think it was even last night, where you saw he and Ryan O'Hearn very clearly communicating. A couple days ago, same deal with Brian Reynolds. Like, I can objectively look at that and say it's gotten better. A couple days ago, I also objectively looked at O'Neal Cruz and a low line drive hit right at him, run forward a couple steps. But he also stopped. It's a work in progress. But if you're going to produce the way he is at the plate, he's buying himself time. And maybe it's a straw man. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. That's totally possible. But I'm looking at Cruz hitting .313. 970 OPS, 6 homers, 19 RBIs. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Tied for the league lead in stolen bases with 9. It's quite a win last night. Joel, I'm sorry. I'm over here just going through a bunch of notes and a bunch of things that I think about the team. I didn't say good morning. How are you?
I'm good, Jason. How are you? Good morning to you.
Awesome, man. We were texting about the game last night. Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did not. I was out playing pickleball, but I had some buddies go to the game.
Of course you were.
We all had a good bunch of fun. It sounded like a really cool game. It was nice to see Brandon Laauo put down the exclamation point. He's gonna homer today or tomorrow. It's got to be, right?
You think so?
It's got to be.
Against his former team?
It's got to be.
So I talked to Laauo about this. I think today would be the day. They're facing Drew Rasmussen, right? He said that was like one of his best friends in Tampa. Their wives were close. Their kids were close. Their families obviously were close. That would be an experience.
If he does homer off of Rasmussen, you think he's going to give him like not a stare down, but like a little
I think
a
he'd
grin
laugh.
or something? He's got to, right?
I think he'd laugh. He told me he's going to walk to the plate.
And stuff.
Yeah. I think there'll be something, man. I mean, Lau's not the type that's going to like flip his bat or do something that's cocky, but he'll probably be a little sheepish about it. Not going to lie. All right. Laauo intrigues me, man. I wanted to get something else, but this is a better segue. Like, why do you not think about extending this guy? Honest to goodness. He's in the final year of his contract. And I don't know this for a fact, but I mean, I'm looking at a player at his age, how he's fit, how he's produced, what he's meant as a leader in that clubhouse. The Pirates have no policy against doing business in season, as we saw with Connor Griffin. Like, if you're the Steelers, you got to wait till the offseason. The Pirates don't operate like that. I want Brandon Laauo here. I think Brandon Laauo is a hugely important part of this team. I actually have a story on MLB.com going live around lunchtime today about the different leadership sort of tent poles that they established this offseason. I guess that's a corporate word, tent poles, but It's the best way I can describe it. Like, you go out and add Laauo, O'Hearn, Ozuna, Soto to a different degree in the bullpen, but what Brandon Laauo has brought off the field has been every bit as impressive as what he's done on the field. And on the field, it's been tremendous. 7 homers, tied for second in Major League Baseball. Let me pull up some of Lau's numbers here. I lost him. He's been really good. You don't need me to tell you that. Like, he's hitting nearly 300. Here we are, 286, 1.033 OPS, 7 homers, 18 RBIs, 11 walks, 17 strikeouts. He's played above average defense. What he's meant in that clubhouse, though, a sense of maturity, and this is what sort of crystallized it for me. And Noah wrote about this, I wrote about this, a few of us wrote about this, but it was Don Kelly's decision to pinch hit for him in the 9th. I think it was the 9th for Nick York. I didn't like the decision. I still don't like the decision. I want Brandon Laauo in that spot. I think he's earned that opportunity. I understand previous at-bats against left-handed pitching. I understand all that. The numbers aren't great. I'm also looking at Nick York, and I'm not seeing some sort of Joey Bart 2 years ago against left-handed pitching type numbers. Somebody who's very clearly matching lefties. Like the advantage you're gaining there is negligible. Maybe Nick York makes a little bit more contact. In that moment, given the start of the season, I'd much prefer Brandon Laauo. Anyway, Don Kelly goes with Nick York, right? Doesn't work out. They lose the game. The decision's criticized. Brandon Laauo comes out afterward. And I remember thinking in that scrum, standing around Brandon Laauo, I'm like, this is going to be interesting. Because we've seen guys in that clubhouse over the past handful of years, they're not afraid to speak their mind. I'm talking about Gerard Dyson saying there ain't too much out there. Keone Kela, some of the theatrics that we dealt with him, some of the stuff Tommy Pham has said. I'm probably leaving a few out, but there's been stuff there, and it's generally not becoming of a team that is focused on finishing over 500, that is thinking it can win the division, that is thinking it's in it for the long haul. It has guys that are probably more inward focused than outward focused. So what does Brandon Laauo do? He stands in front of all of us and says, I completely agree with the decision. I get it. If you use your baseball mind, it's totally fine. You get to where you're at in what he does, whether you agree with him or not, he makes it a non-story. We're not talking about it. Again, we can sit here and talk about the decision. I can say that I disagree with the decision. I don't like the decision. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what they think. And if your clubhouse is cohesive, and Laauo went on to explain this, that I talked to him, I think, the next night, and he said, when you have an attitude like that, it's almost cancerous, and it breaks apart the team, and there are cracks in the foundation, and we don't want any cracks in the foundation. So whether in his heart of hearts he agrees with the decision, disagrees with the decision, it doesn't matter. Publicly, he's going to act that way and keep everything in-house, keep the clubhouse cohesive, have everybody buying into what Don Kelly or any other coach is doing. It is a total veteran move. I want that guy in Pittsburgh. I want the Pirates to extend him. No, if he's hitting $120, you're not going to extend him. But if the guy's producing on the field, he is. If his teammates like him, they do. If he's handling himself and crushing the role that you brought him here for, keep him around. Keep him around. If Brandon Laauo goes out and hits 31 home runs, which he did last year, certainly appears capable of doing that this year, that price can be awfully high. And if I'm Brandon Laauo, I'm probably making a business decision and saying, we're getting to free agency, I'm going to go see what that number is. But if you're right now and you take that gamble, it's just like what they're doing with Connor Griffin. Can you lock in a lower price? I don't know. I'd love to find out, but I've seen enough of Brandon Laauo that I want this guy in the clubhouse. Not going to belabor that too much. Again, we have a lot to get to. I want to talk a little bit more about Cruz. Want to talk about some pitching storylines. We'll have Noah Hiles on at 10 o'clock to talk about his recent columns and what he thinks about the ball club. Saw Noah at the ballpark last night. Also want to feature plenty of your calls. 412-928-9370 is the number to call to jump in. If you have something on your mind about the Pirates this past week, it's been a busy week. It's been a fun week. City Connect uniforms debuted last night. I think they're absolutely gorgeous. Joel, did you get any City Connect gear?
Not yet, but in the near future, I'm hoping so.
Yeah, I think I might have to go make a purchase.
They're really cool. I feel like it represents Pittsburgh more than like the yellow and black. Like those are really cool. That's an awesome design. This one is more like true to Pittsburgh, I feel like.
Dude, those are uniforms that they could wear all the time.
Absolutely.
And I think they would be great.
You'd wear it like twice a week.
I was having this conversation with a couple people last night. Like, it legitimately enhanced the ballpark experience last night. Like, I'm not overstating that. Like, it made things better. Like, it wasn't some sort of, goofy gimmick. Look at the uniforms they're wearing. Oh, must be the City Connect night. Like, no, that was a vibe. That was a whole vibe that they achieved. And it wasn't just the uniforms. It was the Pirates production team and in-game presentation and all that stuff. Like, they crushed diving into that, like, very real, like, Pirates plundering.
Sure.
On a boat, buried, that whole motif.
Makes you want to run through a brick wall.
It does, man. It was great. Like, it last night had me thinking, this is going to be nuts in July if they're in it. This had me thinking 13, 14, 15, people dressed up like actual Pirates, Clint Hurdle referencing the Oakland Raiders, like this place just being bananas on a summer night. It's sold out. People are into it. Every pitch. Like, it's just the start, right? Like, I understand where people are at. I understand, I've seen the crowds too. They're probably looking at this saying like, okay, it's a start. Seen them go 20-8 too. I'm gonna tread lightly here. I get it. But like last night had me thinking, and my lens on it's a little different than people outside. I mean, we're in the clubhouse every day. We've heard about the belief. We've seen the belief. We know what this team is about and can do and the way they operate. And it's so healthy. It's so healthy. And that's something else I'll get into about kind of the leadership dynamics that they've been established. But anyway, on a couple phone calls here, I want to get out and get your voice heard as well. Tony in Munhall is going to kick us off. Wants to talk about the season. What's up, Tony?
Hi, Jason. Good morning. Thanks for putting me on. I really enjoy these Saturdays with you guys about through years past. But let me just talk a little past that we just had. What an interesting week.
What you got going on there, Tony?
But you never feel like you're out of it, though, right, with this team, Jason? So, like, even the day they were down 4-0, they battled back. The Big Bear hit a home run. He's getting back. He's getting hot again. So that's exciting in itself. But let me talk a little bit about the Brandon Laauo thing the other day. I see why Don Kelly did it left and left. I wouldn't have done it. But you know what? It is what it is. We make decisions. And the good thing I like about Don Kelly is he's trying to win whatever he can do. It seems like he's managing more with feel than he is with the analytics part of this. You can maybe talk a little bit to that point. And then with O'Neal Cruz and Laauo hitting back-to-back, two lefties, that's an interesting concept. So if you want to mention that a little bit, but it's hot and it's working. And the third thing is, can you talk a little bit about Thomas Harrington? I see they called up a pitcher because we do need some early relief. They called up Sadler. Is Harrington on the horizon? And I'll hang up and let you talk, and hopefully next week we'll talk again. Thanks,
all right,
Jason.
man. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. I love that, by the way. I'm pretty sure Tony's going around running some errands or something. He's got 93.7 The Fan on. It's just great. Thank you so much for listening to us, for enjoying the station, for enjoying Bucko Talk, all of that. I'll work backwards. Thomas Harrington is on the horizon. It's a matter of role and fit. Thomas Harrington pitched yesterday. Had that in my minor league news and notes. He goes 4 innings, 4 hits allowed, 4 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. His ERA is around I think it's 4.24. I want to say it's fine. I'm not upset about any of it. But right now what they need is somebody to, frankly, sit there in the bullpen and eat innings when it's a 4 or 5 run game either way. Jose Urquidy was not able to do that. That's not a role that suits him. Hunter Barco, I don't think, was able to do that very well. It's not a role that suits him. Jose Urquidy just wasn't very good. Hunter Barco, I think, has a future, but it's as a starting pitcher. And so they basically swapped those guys out for Evan Sisk, who was fine, and Cam Sanders, who, can go multiple innings. And if it's a lopsided game, you need somebody to cover those innings and save your leverage guys for more important stuff. That's a role on the team. And Jose Urquidy wasn't doing a terribly good job of that. I don't want Thomas Harrington in that role. I want Thomas Harrington sort of like Hunter Barco. I want you to work out the kinks. I want you to pitch in AAA. You get hot, there's an opportunity, I'll bring you up. But that's actual pitching depth. I'd rather have him at AAA. To the Kelly point, I think he does manage via analytics even more than feel sometimes. And I think that goes into his decisions on when to remove pitchers. I had a pretty healthy conversation with Kelly about this. I don't think he'll mind me sharing it, but it's what goes into the depth of these decisions. And again, you don't have to agree with all of them. I don't agree with all of them. It's okay to have your own opinion. But what they're looking at, it's not just, oh, this guy's near 90, got to get him out. Something that sort of opened my eyes when you're thinking about how their relievers match up with opposing hitters, pockets of hitters, types of hitters, like just fictitiously. I'm drawing something up on the fly here, but like if you've got a 4-5-6, and let's say those guys, really struggle against breaking stuff away, or those guys really, they're not good against four-seamers up, or something like that. That might dictate your next matchup. An easy way to think about it would be if they're all lefties. Let's say you have a right-handed pitcher on the mound. Okay, if it's 50-50 and then you're going to set up that next pitcher, you're probably going to bring in Soto or Montgomery. You're going to go hunt matchups for the next thing. And so that's what they're baking into the equation. It's not how do we get a pitcher out as quickly as possible. It's what's this next matchup? How do we set up our bullpen? How do we bridge to either Soto or Santana? And so that's kind of what went into when they pulled Mitch Keller from the game. Like that's a large input. They legitimately liked the spot where Justin Lawrence was in. Justin Lawrence didn't execute. That becomes a problem, of course. But you're looking at so many different things. And all of these decisions, you're looking at how do pitchers fare a third time through the order? How do pitchers fare given this number of ups? How do pitchers fare, 85 pitches and above? That sort of thing. And so it's like a hand of blackjack. You're weighing all of this information and you're making the best decision possible. Sometimes you can just override that with feel and you take a chance. In my experience with Don Kelly, he's extremely informed with that stuff. And honestly, with Donnie, I think sometimes he's got that meme where you have the devil and an angel on your shoulder or whatever, like which one do you listen to? And Donnie's got the old school and then he's got the numbers side on the other. He's not going to get it completely right. No manager is going to get it completely right. But sometimes you got to operate via feel. Sometimes you got to make informed decisions based on analytics. And he's doing the best he can. I guarantee you go to any other market in Major League Baseball, there are managers that make decisions that don't always work out. It's the same as an offensive coordinator in football. They look a lot smarter when the players execute the right plays. Guys get open, whatever. It's a little bit of what they dealt with there with Don Kelly. All right. Enough from me. Chuck in Uniontown. What's up, Chuck? Good morning, man.
Good morning, Mac. Thank you. First of all, happy 84th birthday to Steve Glass today.
Oh, that's right. Also, Chuck, it is my wife's birthday.
Oh, well.
Abby Mackey, she's not 84, though.
Congratulations to your wife, too. Well, anyway, Mac, about this, Mac, first of all, maybe they ought to subtitle this team The Three Musketeers, because it seems like, as I said before, they started this season the right way. They got a positive esprit de corps, Mac, and it's so much different from the previous season. There's just a general good feeling about this team, and as I said about the Three Musketeers, it seems like this team is all for one and one for all. And selfless teams, Mac, can go a long way. It's got some talent. But there's some things I want to mention to you. A little disturbing to me. The last three losses we've had are by one run, and I think at least two of them, if all three, were winnable. But they just got away from us. And I know people like run differential, a positive run differential, but to me, championship teams win close ball games, because you got to figure that 80% of your games are going to be decided by 3 runs or less. And, that's where you need to start flipping the script on these one-run ball games. But it's still early. The other thing I would like to mention, to this series with Tampa and a series down in Dallas in the middle of the week, 13 games against the Central Division, 3 in Milwaukee and 7 at home against the Cards and the Reds. And to me, I'd like to go at least 9-4 in those because, no, they're not must-win situations yet. But it will send a message to the rest of the division that these are not your grandfather's Buckos. This is a totally different team with a totally different attitude. And let them know, as I said before, that maybe this is the year you have a first-time champion in the National League Central Division.
Good stuff, Chuck. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Enjoy your Saturday.
Yeah, thanks.
Chuck brought up a very good point. I want to get into that in the beginning of the next segment. This is not your grandfather's Pirates. Actually, I'll correct Chuck just a little bit. I think it would be okay if it was your grandfather's Pirates. I think what you don't want is like this to be your older brother's Pirates or something like your slightly older brother's Pirates. Like if your older brother is 10 years older, then great. That you'll take that. But I'll definitely take your grandfather's Pirates. Those are going to be some darn good teams. But this team is different. And I want to talk about the idea of belief versus expectation. And I think that's kind of changed with this team a little bit. The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. So again, belief versus expectation. How do these Pirates look at it? We'll explain next. You're listening to Bucko Talk on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins open up the playoffs tonight. They'll take on the Flyers at 8 o'clock from PPG. This afternoon, the Pirates are back in action. They will take on Tampa Bay at 4:05 at PNC Park for Game 2 of their series. Paul Skeens will take on Drew Rasmussen. Coverage here on The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Looking for health insurance for employees in multiple locations? UPMC Health Plan National Access has you covered. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network for employees outside of the service area. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, choose UPMC Health Plan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PUSH to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PUSH for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
3-2 pitch. Drive to center field, hit deep. Mullins back to the track, to the wall, and it's off the top of the wall. Into second base goes Laauo with a 2-run double. Gives the Pirates a 5-1 lead in the 8th.
That was the great Greg Brown, of course, talking about last night's game, 5-1 victory over the Tampa Bay Rays. Brandon Laauo really taking it to his former team, 3 hits, 2 doubles, 2 ribs. Spencer Horwitz had 3 hits. Marcell Ozuna had 3 hits. O'Neal Cruz, a 2-run homer. 4 of the 5 runs came with 2 outs. Bubba Chandler went 6 strong, gave up 1 earned run, walked 1, struck out 3. The Pirates are now 12-8. It was a quality win. So I was watching. This is a little inside my process. I'm in the press box, but I love having something on audio-wise. So I'll either have the TV broadcast on or the radio broadcast. And so I bounce back and forth, and I was checking out the Apple TV broadcast a little bit last night. I definitely prefer Greg and Joe and our local announcers because I think they do such a wonderful job. But I wanted to get a little national perspective as well and see how the Apple TV announcers were talking about the Pirates. And they said something that grabbed me. They said there's some belief growing with this team. And I don't think that's altogether bad. Like, you know, that's a good thing, right? Like there should be belief growing. You want there to be belief growing or whatever. But I'm also looking at this from somebody who was in Florida from the day after the Super Bowl, that watched this stuff come together from the very beginning, that's gotten to know a lot of these players and coaches, how this process works for them, and has also been around this stuff when it wasn't so healthy. Man, we're past the belief is growing stage. I hate to tell you, Apple TV, but like it's grown. The belief is there. Like there, you know, it's like the grass in your front yard. Like you're not seeing just little sprouts. Like it's up there and you've had to cut it once or twice. It is extremely healthy. Extremely healthy. Like I said, I have a story going on MLB.com in a little bit. I'm actually working through sort of putting it up on the back end and how you load things into a content management system, whatever. But, you know, in there, I'm talking to Brandon Laauo, O'Hearn, Paul Skeens, Donnie Kelly, a couple other interviews to put this thing together, talking about what these offseason additions have done, how the Pirates have gone about it, how they changed their culture in the clubhouse, leadership structure, that sort of thing, sort of knowing that needed to be adjusted. Don Kelly has put together a leadership council on this team, something I think existed sort of informally before. It's a lot more formal now. Something I loved in there, there's an anecdote about Brandon Laauo sitting down for lunch with Connor Griffin, and Connor Griffin like busting his chops. And it just, Laauo was like, dude, really? Like, you're 19, you're giving me crap? But he also loved it. Like, he wants Griffin to feel comfortable. And there's a line in there said, like, how do I get the most out of Connor Griffin? How do I get the most out of Bubba Chandler? Like, I don't want those guys feeling uncomfortable. I want them to feel like they belong and that they've been here for 10 years because it's all about winning. They're going to help us win, and we should all want to have a part of this. I just think it's such an intelligent way of going about this, and that's why when I say we're past the belief stage, we're past the stage where like, oh, this is cute, this is a strong start. Like, that's not how these guys are looking at it. They're not surprised by it. If anything, I turn to what A.J. Burnett said prior to the game yesterday. We talked to him in the tunnel outside the Pirates clubhouse, and somebody asked about the strong start. He said, honestly, like, I'm not surprised. I saw what's in that clubhouse. I saw what the expectations are. These guys, I don't think, are as surprised as maybe some of us on the outside, which is a cool dynamic. All right, the upcoming ticket drops for the night before, featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino on April 22nd. Today from 11 a.m. to noon at the Waterworks Market District, that's 910 Freeport Road, and today from 2 to 3, Pittsburgh Bottle Shop, that's 1597 Washington Pike in Bridgeville, April 20th from 5 to 6 p.m. at Ross Park Mall, 1000 Ross Park Mall Drive, although you know where Ross Park Mall is for crying out loud. April 21st from 4 to 5, Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville, 1600 Golden Mile Highway. I've been there. It's a great place. Let's get back out to the phones. Got a lot of great conversation going. Jim in Monaca's been hanging on for a long time. Let's talk about fans blaming players. Jim, thank you for your patience. You're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I got to tip my cap, even though he took a little wind out of my sails, to the previous caller, Chuck, talking about unity and selflessness of the players. I think that goes a long way, and that is one of the things that I brought up to Adam and Doran this week. Don Kelly this is the first full year he is a manager, and we have gone through a significant roster overhaul, and that takes time to figure out. And as an ask from 93.7 The Fan in totality of all the programs, I think a lot of fans don't know how to react to losses because we're in games so often, and when we're hyper focusing on small decisions, small sample sizes, and I would encourage the fan base to believe and stick by this team. There's something special here. They're entertaining every night. Let's not dwell on little idiosyncrasies of the game, but embrace it as a whole because there's a future here. And we'll see what happens with Brandon Laauo, and if they extend him, if they extend Cruz and give him a contract. But everything that's going on right now is right. And you have to look at it as a big picture. You look at the stats. The Pirates are top 10 in the league of a lot of different statistics. What are we mad about, honestly? And we're in first place. I mean, seriously.
You're making me laugh, Jim. You're making me laugh.
You asked the team to spend more money. They spent more money. You wanted more wins. We're winning. We're first place, and people are whining. Shut up and embrace it. Enjoy it.
I have nothing further to add, Your Honor. Good stuff, man. I appreciate you, Jim. Thanks for the call, man. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's like we're conditioned to see, or you're like expecting the other shoe to drop, basically.
Like, are we finally in that stage, like this team, we're living in the reality that fans and players have been like tantalizing about? Like, this is finally the team, the Pirates team that we have all been waiting to see. Like, are we living in that reality right now? Like,
I don't think we are.
Breakout team?
I don't think we are. That's what I mean. I think we're sitting here thinking that,
getting
like,
close.
Every decision that doesn't go poorly, that's the one that's just going to capsize the season. I think that's what some people think. Not everybody. But I mean, dude, that's baseball. Like, that's what's great about it. You sit there and you have a game like Friday, right? Like, you're mad, you call in shows. I think it was, no, what day is it today? Today's Saturday. Friday's game was good. Thursday's game was bad. That's what it was. So I came on with Andrew and Chris, and they're going through a whole bunch of different decisions, and they're riled up because that's the way that Andrew and Chris are. But like, and I mean that in a good way. It's not a criticism. But like, that's what you should be doing in that situation. You get mad, but you know what? Then you sleep it off and you come in the next day and it's a different game. And the tenor of the team changes in a great way like it did last night. I do think there needs to be just a little bit of like, let's step back and realize that even if they show up to the ballpark tonight and lose by 15 runs, you can be mad about it. It's not fun. You're going to be frustrated. You're going to question. I mean, they're not going to lose by 15 runs. Skeens is on the mound, but I'm just saying that, like, you still got another one the next day. It was actually something A.J. Burnett was talking about yesterday, that he would know a heck of a lot more than me or you, where you put everything that you have into winning the game that day, and you're really mad about it if you don't win. But then you're able to, well, that was yesterday. This is today. We're going to go get this game today. We have a chance to make up for that today. Like, it's a weird mental dynamic with baseball, and teams that are kind of fragile, that don't know how to handle that the right way, they get eaten alive. And Burnett even chose his words carefully, and I'm glad he put it this way. I think he probably put some thought into it. Because, like, the Pirates teams in the past couple of years, like, I wouldn't say that they would roll over, but they just got so beaten down by that stuff. And what happens is you just get conditioned that that's reality. No, it doesn't have to be reality. You may get crushed one game. You may make bad decisions. Your players may not perform. You may make 4 errors. That says nothing about what happens tomorrow. It's a game of failure. You're going to fail. Don Kelly is going to make decisions that are objectively wrong. He's going to make decisions that backfire. He knows that. They know that. Guys are going to go through bad stretches. Look at Marcell Ozuna. I was looking yesterday. His batting average, it was at least .053. It might have been lower. What did he do? He kept working. Extra work in the cage. Early work. Was a good teammate. Didn't let it affect anything. Kept trying to find his swing. Kept trying to find his timing. Wouldn't you know it, he's coming out of it right now. He's been really good lately. It's a 5-game hitting streak. You would never know it from his attitude. During the hitting streak, by the way, he's hitting .400. Home run, double, 5 ribs. Been really good. Spencer Horwitz was awful the first month of the season. I should say March into April, not a full month. Over his past 10, he's hitting .346. I talked to Horwitz this week about what went on there, and he was saying he's just trying too hard. It was his first opening day. There's all this excitement over what the Pirates can do. He wants to be a part of it. He wants to help the team. He wants to hit a 12-run home run, whatever. That's not possible. You just need to go be yourself. But this team is handling that. All right, let's go to Dan in Imperial. Let's talk about this team being different. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
So just real quick, I just wanted to say, so the home opener, Marcell Ozuna's average was .045, so even worse than what you had originally stated. Absolutely. Second, I want to say the reason that this team is so exciting is in one category that previous teams couldn't say, at least I believe. They are 7th in baseball right now in runs scored. Okay, they're averaging 5 runs a game. And I can tell you right now that if they continue this, they will win well over 90 games. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, their offense right now, just to put a bow on that point, then we got to get to our final break. It's a top 10 offense across the board. Runs, they're 8th. Home runs, tied for 8th. Batting average, 7th. On base percentage, tied for 3rd. Slugging, tied for 8th. OPS, 7th. They're putting up runs. Let's take a look at their pitching staff. That's also been very good. ERA 3rd. WHIP tied for 12th. That's impacted by the walks. They've walked 87. That's the 7th most. The bullpen, 4 saves and 8 opportunities. That's not good. That's a red flag. It needs to improve. Batting average against, 218. Strikeouts, 188, tied for 6th. FIP, 370, 8th. You're looking at largely a top 10 staff that walks too many people. That's what my eyes tell me. Sure. And they've had some trouble closing out games because of Justin Lawrence encountering some issues. I think Dennis Santana blew a save. By and large, I'm pretty okay with their bullpen. I might want one arm at the deadline. I mean, it's really early. It's April 18th for crying out loud. We don't need to talk about the trade deadline, but you know, there are objectively some things here. All right. We'll squeeze in one more call, actually. I want to get to the counter opinion here because I think Scott in the North Hills is going to offer it to us. Scott, what's up?
Hey, guys. Hey, listen, just quick thought here. No question the team's doing what they're supposed to be doing this year. But is that supposed to erase the last 30 years where this guy was stealing money off of everybody? I mean, that's the real issue here, right?
No, it's not.
Everybody forgets about the last 30 years of what was going on in this town.
Well, why does that?
We've had 20 games of success, and I give it. They're fun to watch, and no question about it. They've got some real players on this team, no question about it. But what do we do about that? That's my whole thing. And so, again, we know what's going to happen. They'll probably
Scott, if they're in first place in July, how does what happened in 1998 impact anything?
Because those are the people that fought through all the crappy years. That's why.
What do you mean those are the people that fought through all the crappy years?
Because those people bought season tickets.
I know, but what does that impact? What does that change?
We had to go with that product, and now everybody's jumping on. All right, and it's the same guy. It's the same guy.
No, it's not everybody's jumping on, man.
Team.
It's more people maybe going to the ballpark, and that's true everywhere you go. I mean, it's not like a bunch of people are just discovering baseball exists in this city. I mean, you're acting like baseball is just a non-thing. Like there's not a fan base. There is. And they're eager as heck for a winner. And you can say they haven't won a lot in the past 34 years or whatever. That's true. I just don't see what that impacts on July 27th if they're in first place.
See, that's the whole point. That's why. That's my point exactly. You basically have totally wipe that whole thing clear.
No, man. What do you want people to do? Do you want them to go around mad that they've lost for 34 years?
And you guys are bagging it.
Well, get out of here. Okay. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. I mean, I don't understand. We have to not be happy about this year's team because of what happened in the past. Again, if this team's in first place in late July, early August, I guarantee you walk around that ballpark, be like, you upset? Are you upset that they didn't win as much as you wanted over the past 3 decades? Do you want to walk out right now because they didn't win as much as you wanted over the past 3 decades? I'm guessing people are going to say no. I'm guessing they're going to say, yes, I've been waiting for this. This is awesome. I want to take my kids down here and show them what this could be like. This is my city. I want this to show up on ESPN, and I want other people to see what our fan base can be. This is what we've been rooting for. This is our time. They're not going to walk through the streets with their head down saying, this stinks. They didn't win enough for 30 years. I'm mad. Come on, man. Both things can be true. It also can be true that it's April 18th and you need to wait and see. I don't know. Maybe that's a too realistic of a look at things. All right, let's get to a break. We got one more segment this hour. No Ohio's from the Post Gazette. We'll hop on at 10 o'clock, a little after 10 o'clock, actually. More Bucko Talk when we come back on 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This year, the NFL Draft is in our backyard.
It's the draft in Pittsburgh.
And nobody's got you covered like us. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. The NFL Draft plays here.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins back in the playoffs for the first time in 4 years. They'll take on the Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock at PPG. Earlier in the day, the Pirates will take on the Tampa Bay Rays for Game 2 of their series. 4:05 from PNC Park. It is Paul Skeens up against Drew Rasmussen, and it's here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
between 3 locations in Truckma. All you have to do is pick yours at Riverview Chevy GMC in North Huntington. Drive this 2026 Colorado with up to $5,800 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Or get this 2026 Silverado with up to $8,642 off with our exclusive Big Ones discount. Explore our 3 Chevy locations, including the big one, Riverview Chevrolet GMC. Visit riverviewchevygmc.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Take new retail delivery by 4/30/26. See dealer for detail.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. Right now, during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, you can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers. Built to perform day after day, so you can deliver the results your clients expect. Work hard, mow with Gravely. It's the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event, April 9th through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to more Bucko Talk here on 93.7 The Fan. I'm Jason Mackey here with you until 11 a.m. Joel Nelson producing. We'll get out to the phones and squeeze in a few more calls before Noah Hiles, the Post-Gazette, hops on at 10:05. We have Dave on the north side. Says this team's fun to watch. What's up, Dave?
Jason, how you doing, man?
Doing all right. How about you?
Good. I'm glad I got to come on after the last guy. I'm going to spin a different tale. I don't know how you can be mad. I sat through so many stinkers. I'm 38. We sat through some bad teams, but there was at least something to be excited about in some of the order. You wanted to go see Jack Wilson and Jose Castillo. They're in double play. Jason Bay was, hit 30-plus home runs. There was excitement still. The last few years just felt dead. Honestly, it felt dead. There wasn't excitement until Skeens comes up, obviously. But this team feels like the team we've all wanted for so long, and that's the cool thing. And I'm so excited about it. I've been the eternal optimist, and this is what I've been waiting for. And that is great. And I'm so excited to watch every single game for that reason.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to like everything either. I mean, you can be upset about a decision or disagree with the decision. I just don't understand looking at it and saying, like, because of what happened in the past, this stinks. I'm mad. No, I don't get that.
I don't think Donnie's made them all right. Donnie hasn't made them all right. He isn't gonna. Danny Murtaugh didn't make all the right decisions.
Nope.
Nobody. And but this is the first real deal fun field that this team has had since 13 through 15. Yep. But that didn't even feel real because it came off of all of the years of crap. This actually feels.
Yep, no doubt. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call, man. Let's go to Ed at the house. What have you done for me lately, Ed? Ed, what have you done for me? What's going on?
Hey, I'm living in the moment, Jason, and right now this is fun. So to Mr. Nutting and Mr. Charrington, what have you done for me lately? Well, you put a winner on the field. What will you do in the future with trades and contracts? We'll see. What have you done for me lately? Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, they should be held accountable to winning. They've said that their goals are winning. It's been long enough. You have to win. If they don't win, they should be criticized accordingly. It's a pretty simple argument at this point. Not waiting for anything. It's time to go. You've got Paul Skeens. You've got Connor Griffin under contract. You've been building for this. And they're not running from that. Nutting said that to everybody. Charrington has said that to everybody. Travis Williams has said that to everybody. The goal is to win. Period. Full stop. Put it on a T-shirt. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Couple more. Don in Dormont. Let's talk about Scott's call. What's up, Don?
Hey, listen, good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
I enjoy your show. I'm happy you're on the air. But, I have a different perspective than that guy. I mean, I'm 67. I remember the Pirates of the 70s, but I also remember the Pirates of 2011 when we had so much hope. I don't hate Bob Nutting. I think he's doing the best he can with what he has. So I refute that guy's whole opinion about the last 30 years. We had some pretty good years. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. You know what bothers me? People that say there's no fan base here. And that is absolutely a trigger for me. It was at the Post-Gazette. It is here because I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. People would tweet at me, send emails, say, why don't you do something with your life? Why don't you cover a real team? Why don't you do this? Nobody cares about the Pirates. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The Post-Gazette, MLB.com does it, all of it. Every world I've been in, they track numbers for what everybody reads. My traffic at the Post-Gazette was extremely good. Same for Noah Hiles, Andrew Destin, Colin Beasley, the people who exceeded me there. One, because they're talented and awesome journalists and do a great job. Two, because people care. They care in this city. They get mad. They listen to shows. They call in. They voice their opinions. They watch on TV. They call the nightly sports call. Have they gone to as many games as maybe you'd like to see? No. Do I understand why if you're not putting a winning product on the field? Yes. Give them a reason to go. You win, that place is going to be packed. It's going to be nuts. It's a little bit different when you're writing and talking about the Pirates. But again, in media, in 2026, you have to pay attention to this stuff. People's jobs are dependent on this stuff. And the Pirates move the needle. They move the needle in an extremely good way. People care. They might be hesitant about going. They might be upset or like I talked about, feeling like the other shoe's going to drop or when's this going to go sour, this, that, and the other. I get all of that. That is trust that the organization has to earn. And they're in the process of earning it by making smart decisions. But don't tell me people don't care. They do. All right, last break. Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette when we come back on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Live, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Spring Sales Drive is on. And the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. The 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander features a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. Drive yours home today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. Plus, take advantage of our Spring Sales Drive bonus box and get up to $750 more for your trade.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This Saturday morning, we'll have mostly sunny skies, then afternoon temperatures in the mid-80s with strong to severe thunderstorms possible. Showers continue tonight with temperatures in the low 40s. Showers on Sunday with falling temperatures, mid-50s for our afternoon highs. And then by Sunday night, a chance for some rain and snow with lows in the mid-30s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Penguins are back in the playoffs. They'll take on the Flyers tonight at 8 o'clock at PPG. This afternoon, the Pirates are looking for another win against the Tampa Bay Rays after a 5-1 victory last night. 4:05 is today's first pitch. It is Paul Skeens up against Drew Rasmussen. Coverage here on The Fan at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Noah Hiles joins the show next.
Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
This pitch is hit in the air to right field, deep toward the wall, and it's a Cruz missile. It's a Pirates lead. It's an O'Neill Cruz homer. It's number 6 in the 6th, and gives the Buccos a 3-1 lead at PNC Park. A laser from O'Neill Cruz.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. Great lead into this interview. Let's bring on Noah Hiles, columnist from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. It's exactly what I wanted to talk to him about. Wanted to lead off with Brandon Laauo and O'Neal Cruz, the home run you heard last night. Noah, you buying this with O'Neal Cruz?
I'm buying it being better than what it was even last year at this time. I'm not necessarily sold on the idea of him, hitting 330 or whatever he's hitting for an entire season. But yes, I think he has taken a step forward as a hitter. I think his approach is so much better. I think his pitch selection and recognition is drastically improved, and obviously the numbers against lefties are a lot more favorable. He looks like a real leadoff hitter up there, rather than just an athlete who can hit the ball hard. So, yeah, I think he has taken a step forward.
The other part of that, Noah, I wanted to ask you about was Brandon Laauo, and you wrote a column. I thought it was excellent, typical, but Brandon Laauo, the Pirates have struck gold with him. I share some of these opinions, but I wanted to bring you on and have you explain it too. Why have they struck gold with Brandon Laauo?
I mean, well, first things first, he's one of the best hitters in the National League, so that helps. But more than that, I just think that he provides an equal amount of value in the clubhouse. My column was obviously in reference to, I believe that would have been, Tuesday night's loss, right?
Yeah,
where
Tuesday.
He was pinch hit for in the bottom of the seventh inning for Nick York, his commercial buddy. Kind of ironic about that, right? But so they pinch hit Nick York for Laauo, and obviously the decision doesn't play out well. York hits into a double play that ends the inning. And that whole situation could have been a big story. It was still a story. It was obviously talked about a lot on the radio the next day, and it was written about in pretty much everyone's game story that covered the game that night. But if Laauo handles that situation differently, this could all unfold in a different way. And what I mean by that is if he questions Don Kelly's decision, which, to be fair, he has the right to do. He's been in the league longer than Don Kelly. He's an all-star in his position. Don Kelly's in his first full year as a manager. He's more important to the team right now than Don Kelly. He has the right to question his manager, but he recognizes the negative impact that would have. And so not only did he not question his manager, he stood by him. Because even if he was short-winded, if he was just quiet and kind of, subtly complained or just didn't do anything, that would have also been noted. But the fact that he backed up Don Kelly's logic and stated his belief in Nick York, when obviously I think it's fair to assume Brandon Laauo wanted to be hitting in that spot. Every big league hitter wants to be hitting in that spot. But the fact that he backed his teammate, backed his manager, that just shows an element of professionalism that might have been missing a little bit in this clubhouse last year.
Dude, 2 years ago, somebody absolutely pops off and says something incendiary, right?
Yeah, I mean, or even last year. I mean, there were guys where, I don't know if anyone necessarily pops off, but there were veterans on this team last year who would have been kind of passive-aggressive about that. And, they might not have said anything on record, but after it was over, they would have made comments once all the recorders turned off and the cameras shut off. But that's not how this is, because Laauo knows, there's a lot of good momentum going on right now around this team, especially within that clubhouse. And starting a beef or even questioning the leadership is going to put a rift in that. So he handled that like a pro.
You're listening to Bucko Talk. We're chatting with Pittsburgh Post-Gazette columnist Noah Hiles. Read his work, of course, at post-gazette.com. You can follow him on Twitter or X @_Noah Hiles. Noah, something that is not Brandon Laauo, O'Neal Cruz. Give me something that is maybe not necessarily something you've had on your bingo card, but also something that has been extremely impactful for the Pirates so far.
I think Nick York and Nick Gonzalez. I was pretty skeptical of what they were going to do at third base this year, especially once Jared Triolo went down with an injury. I mean, because York and Gonzalez, they're not true third basemen. They just aren't. They're probably better off at second base, or York as a corner outfielder. And the only way this was going to work is if they hit the ball well. They had to be plus hitters. And so far they have been. They've been, as a collective whole, an above-average offensive output, which, takes away from some of their defensive shortcomings. So I did not expect that. I don't know if that's sustainable, but it's it's been great right now, especially while other guys have kind of slumped. They've kind of carried the torch in these first however many games.
Yeah, man, that's an interesting point you bring up, too, because Jared Triolo, he's running the bases right now. I think he's down in Bradenton. He'll be back before too long. What happens when he comes back? Do they stick with those two at third? Like, they're obviously not going to displace Connor. How do you see that going?
I think you play Triolo just because at the end of the day, you're getting guaranteed defensive value with him.
Yeah.
Or, maybe, it depends where. I think especially York. York has been the better hitter of him and Gonzalez. So if York's still hitting, then he probably gets priority, but I don't know. I mean, Triolo is a guy that, like I said, you're getting a two-WAR player even when he doesn't hit the ball. So it's really hard to keep him out of the lineup, especially this lineup, which still needs some good defense.
So you had a chat yesterday with Corey Dickerson, and I should not be surprised because this is a good beat reporter thing, which you're seeing something that other people don't see, and I know you're a columnist right now, but I love the idea to go get what you got. It was awesome. People should check it out, a Q&A with Corey Dickerson. But what did you learn? And I know what came across to me, Noah, was how excited he seemed to be back in PNC Park. Like, reading his quotes, you could almost feel like what it felt like for him to be in the ballpark. What was that talk like?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised by that too, because he's played for like 5 or 6 teams in his major league career. He wasn't here very long either. He was here for one full season and then traded away in July of 2019. But he had nothing but good things to say about his time in Pittsburgh. And you look at this was a place where his career kind of gained a second life. The Rays got rid of him for nothing essentially, and he went on to hit 300 and win a Gold Glove here, and then was traded to a contender the following year. So. He had a pleasant experience in Pittsburgh. My takeaways from the chat were this is a guy who had a very underrated baseball career who is now really enjoying helping others learn the game. And I remember interacting with Corey Dickerson when I first started covering this team in 2018, and he just seemed like a guy who really understood baseball. He loved the nuances of the day-to-day grind. And watching him before that interview in the outfield with some of the young Rays outfielders, teaching them how to play balls off the wall or how to field the north side notch and stuff like that. You could tell he really enjoys this stuff. And so that was a big takeaway. And the other big takeaway is obviously the quotes he had about Connor Griffin.
Yeah.
Having been around Connor, Jake Mangum and Connor all used the same personal hitting coach, Josh DeMoney, down in Jackson, Mississippi. That's where they're all connected from. So he knows both of those guys, and he's kind of been like a mentor for Connor Griffin since his senior year of high school, which is obviously a busy year for him. That's the year he got drafted. And just the quotes he has about Connor saying that, yes, he has a lot of God-given talent, but if he didn't have, the personal makeup, just the overall character, that he didn't think he'd be a big leaguer right now because he wouldn't be able to handle all of this expectation and pressure. That stands out when another major leaguer is saying that.
Another question for you, Noah, is about Connor Griffin, and I'm juxtaposing it with Bubba Chandler because he pitched last night, and I'm looking at MLB.com writing about Rookie of the Year odds in the National League. Bubba's not getting a whole lot of shine. I think Connor Griffin was their number 3 pick, something like that. Who do you think is more likely? If a Pirate were to compete for the Rookie of the Year, do you think Connor figures it out, or do you think Bubba has a better chance?
I mean, shortstop's always going to have an advantage because it's just a war-generating position, right? Like, if Connor... I was talking about this with someone the other day. If Connor Griffin has the same offensive season that Jared Triolo had last year, he's probably like a 3.5 WAR player because of what he does defensively. And he'll probably steal like 20 to 30 bases. So just that alone is going to put him ahead. That and Bubba Chandler's detriment is he's buried in a sea of arms, man. I mean, he's never going to be the most talked about pitcher on this staff until Paul Skeens is gone. Then, I mean, you have everyone's raving about Braxton Ashcraft right now, and deservedly so. I mean, I think Thursday he had the highest WAR out of any starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. Carmen Majinski's been fantastic. Mitch Keller, aside from one bad outing, has been really good. He's got a sub-3 ERA. And then eventually we're going to get some Jared Jones type whenever he returns. So Bubba has quietly had a very, very good season. He's got like a 3.15 earned run average.
Yep.
His K9 is is like close to 8, I believe. I mean, the walk rate is high, but that's Bubba Chandler, baby. I mean, he's gonna let it rip. He's been fun to watch, and I think the thing to me that may give him an advantage is I think this kid's gonna be a Gold Glove candidate. I was talking yesterday while watching him play just in the field. When he's out there, he's one of their best infielders on the mound. And that might be a way for him to capture some attention if he were to win Rookie of the Year. I can't think of a Pirates pitcher who fielded his position better than Bubba Chandler in a long time.
Man, the complaining last night about the ball that ticked off his glove, I didn't understand it. Like, you can't tell a kid that athletic to not go for the ball. Like, it's just instinct. I don't want him being passive in that situation. It stinks that it resulted in a hit, but
yeah, and like I mean, we've seen him make very, very good plays before. So it's like, go get it, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I thought he was great yesterday.
Yep, same. All right, man. Appreciate the time. You got Penguins tonight, huh?
Yes,
we won't see you.
I was thinking about Pirates too, but like it's bobblehead day, it's going to be a mess down there. So I don't feel like being in a blazer for that long. I can understand that.
You got to enjoy it, man. I'm happy for you. It's going to be a great atmosphere. I'm a little bit jealous. I'll watch on TV. But thanks, man. Appreciate the time.
Great day for hockey.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, Jason. Thanks for having me on.
Noah Hiles from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette does an awesome job. Read his stuff, of course, at post-gazette.com. Follow Noah on Twitter or X at _Noah Hiles. All right, we're going to return, I guess, to revisit was the word I was looking for. We'll revisit some of those topics. I want to weigh in with my 2 cents a little bit. Also want to take a trip down on the farm. Pirates prospect Seth Hernandez just keeps dusting people with low A Bradenton. It is remarkable. We're talking about Connor Griffin and his ascent. I don't know if it's going to match exactly because they're different profiles, and it's kind of not smart to expect Connor Griffin to happen again. But my goodness, is Seth Hernandez giving us a lot to talk about, and we'll put a bow on some of the current team talk as well. In the meantime, the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. And also, I almost forgot my interview with Bill Murphy. We'll play that and take a trip down on the farm when we get back. You're listening to Bucko Talk on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
8 o'clock, Penguins are in action in the playoffs for the first time since 2022. They'll take on the Flyers at PPG at 8. Pirates before that are in action against the Tampa Bay Rays. A 4:05 start here on the Fan. Paul Skeens will take on Drew Rasmussen in the pitching matchup. And it's on the Fan with coverage at 3 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Growing a brand is hard, but reaching the right customers shouldn't be. Meet Outcomes from Viant. We've built an intelligent platform that handles the complexity of digital advertising for you. Powered by advanced AI, we help your brand show up in the right places at the right time and ensure that every dollar you spend leads to a real business result. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
What does it mean to be bold? In electrical construction, it's being the power behind the power. Visit powerinpittsburgh.com to see the opportunities in electrical construction waiting for you. Join us to be bold.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like dark mode too. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your number one pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh International Airport's on-site parking provides the most convenient and cost-efficient parking options. The shuttle lot is in close proximity to the new terminal with a less than 10-minute travel time by shuttle, offering the lowest price parking option when you book early at parkatpitt.com. Visit parkatpitt.com to review all parking options and receive special offers. That's parkatpitt.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event going on now through the 19th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Line drive right field. That'll drop in. That'll score Osuna. Horwitz into second base as that ball gets held up in the corner. Spencer Horwitz gives the Pirates a 1-0 lead with his double to right in the second inning.
Welcome back to Bucko Talk on a beautiful Saturday morning in Pittsburgh. Got the Buccos and the Rays at 4:05 today. It's Paul Skeen's bobblehead day, and hopefully it is stay the heck away rain day. That's what it is in my head. It does not look great, but we're going to manifest a dry afternoon, or at least a dry 3 hours. Looking forward to that. Fan text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 937 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. So we got a text. Maybe it was during the break. Maybe it was during the last segment. Joel is on this. Our buddy Scott was a little bit emotional about the past 30 years. I want to have Joel read this. Joel, are you ready?
Yeah, so the text that came in from Scotty says, Jason, I am sorry for getting emotional there for a bit and saying shut up, but that was real. Also, I hope the Fan promotes you to the PM team.
Is that it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the Fan's not going to promote me to the PM team. I'm not in the market for a promotion. I'm very happy with my current job. I do like hosting Bucko Talk, and also Andrew, Chris, and Donnie do a fantastic job of doing it. So let's put that to rest. But Scott became emotional because of what happened in the past. And I certainly, this is a dynamic with Pirates fans, and I can't do a whole bit on this, but I did want to touch on it because he's right in that it's real. I understand people being mad. I understand them not winning as much as you would like. That I'm not going to run from fact. They're frustrated. But it's okay to let them in. It's okay to go to games. It's okay to enjoy this. It's okay to be mad about games. It's okay to talk about decision making and what Don Kelly did, and you don't have to like it all. I don't like it all. I'm never going to like it all. It's okay to have opinions on players and what the Pirates should do and get frustrated if a guy doesn't perform. That's what this is supposed to be. That's what we've been working toward. That's what you wanted to see. You wanted to live and die with every pitch. The other day, it was Thursday, where they did a bunch of stuff that was frustrating. They made a lot of mistakes. They had poor bats in certain circumstances. They made 4 errors. Kelly made a few decisions that you can certainly poke holes in. And I do a 9 observations column for MLB.com. And in there, I went through the first 7 observations were sort of the nuance of the game and why it was frustrating and what they did and how concerning it is and whatever. And at the end, I said, let's also keep perspective that this is what we've wanted. This was the goal. You want this stuff to matter this much. It doesn't excuse all of it, but let's just try to balance those things. All right. Enough for me on this. I want to move it along. I want to get to some minor league news and notes as well as my interview with Bill Murphy. And the biggest one, I come in here every week and say the same thing, but he's earning it. Seth Hernandez, he's absolutely incredible. Yesterday, 5 no-hit innings against the Tampa Tarpons. The Bradenton Marauders won 7-0. He struck out 8, tied his career high, walked 2. It was a scoreless appearance, 67 pitches, 41 strikes, 11 whiffs. Let me recap. 8 strikeouts, 2 walks, 67 pitches, 41 strikes, 11 whiffs. 5 no-hit innings. Obviously didn't give up any runs. In 3 Florida State League starts, Seth Hernandez, .75 ERA, 12 innings, 3 walks, 23 strikeouts. A strikeout rate of 53.5%. How good is that? No other minor leaguer has a rate above 53% who's thrown 10 or more innings. He hasn't given up a hit in his last 2 outings. Again, not trying to get too far out over my skis, but you're also acknowledging a performance. This dude is really good, probably too good for low A Bradenton. You're going to have to move him along at some point. He's going to be at high A. He also throws 100 with 3 other pitches that are very advanced. Threw them all yesterday. Of those 11 whiffs, 4 were on changeups, 3 on sliders, 1 was on a curveball. 3 were on 4-seamers. Only 2 batted balls had an exit velocity of 95 plus miles per hour. Again, this dude is like, I don't like saying it this way, but it's Paul Skeens level. That's how dominant he is. That's what his repertoire looks like. It's that advanced. There's that much velocity. There's that much plus stuff. Though you say this dude's Paul Skeens, that's going to bring up a whole different argument. Paul Skeens is a generational talent. I'm not going to lump that on Seth Hernandez. But what I am saying is this dude's really, really, really good. And I want to see them move him up. I want to see where this goes. And, 3 starts. Again, it's very early, very aggressive, but Paul Skeens moved fast. Why don't you see it? It's been, it's just, until he finds some resistance, I think you have to go try to find him some resistance. AAA Indy, Thomas Harrington talked about this earlier, 4 innings, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Not a great one there. The Indians are 5-14. Justin Mice did throw 3 scoreless, the pride of Bethel Park there. Altoona had some good news. They snapped Altoona snapped its singular subject, the writer in me, its 12-game losing streak with a win on Friday. Mitch Jebb 2 for 4, had 3 stolen bases, an RBI. Callan Moss went 2 for 4. Greensboro was off to any of the Pirates affiliates the best start. They beat Brooklyn 3-2 yesterday. Lonnie White Jr., a big game, home run, triple. Jared Jones, not there. Jared Jones, another Jared Jones, had 2 hits. So just a few news and notes there. Murph Gray had 3 more hits for the Marauders in the low A game yesterday. He's hitting 400 on the season, a name you should probably know there. I talked about this with Noah a little bit, and this will be the last thing I say before I get into the Murphy interview. I'm a little surprised that Bubba Chandler isn't getting more shine when it comes to National League Rookie of the Year. MLB.com did something, and Anthony Castrovents did it for .com, and I like Anthony a lot. I love his work. He's a great writer. I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody. I'm just surprised that it wasn't on there. Number 1 for him was Sal Stewart. Number 2, Nolan McLean. Number 3, Connor Griffin. Number 4, Andrew Painter from the Phillies. I mean, Sal Stewart has hit a ton. He's the Reds' first baseman. Certainly deserves to be on the list. Nolan McLean pitched in the World Baseball Classic. He's going to be up there too. I get it with Griffin. I'm just a little surprised there wasn't more, as you go to kind of the outer edges of Castroventz's list. J.J. Weatherholt, Pride of Mars, was in there. Owen Cassie from the Marlins. Daniel Susac from the Giants. Moises Ballesteros from the Cubs. And Carson Benj from the Mets. Some great candidates. I don't know how Chandler's not on that list. When he's controlling his fastball, which he did, and he changed his pitch mix a little bit last night, fewer fastballs, relied a little bit more on his sweeper. It's hard, sweeper, slider, whatever you want to call that thing, and then his changeup. When he's doing that, it's excellent. 4 starts, 3.15 ERA, 17 strikeouts. The 13 walks are high, but opponents only hitting 183 against Bubba. If he throws strikes, it's pretty darn impressive. Speaking of throwing strikes, that's one of the guys that I asked Bill Murphy about. We sat down and chatted yesterday. I enjoyed it. Bill Murphy's an excellent quote. Tried to cover as much ground as possible. I also asked him about the interaction with Jared Jones. One thing I did not ask Murph about, and I'm kind of mad about it, but we had other things to get to, was his slow walk. This has become a running bit. So when Murphy walks out to the mound, you'll notice it is exceedingly slow. I have a joke back and forth with Don Kelly. Don Kelly knows that I time them, and then I tweet out the times. It is the slowest walk I've ever seen for a pitching coach. So I didn't ask about that. Probably wouldn't added much of an answer. I do regret not asking about it, but I got caught up asking about other stuff. So hopefully you enjoy this interview and hearing from Bill Murphy. Joel, take it away. Welcome back to Bucko Talk. I'm sitting here with Pirates pitching coach Bill Murphy. A lot to talk about with you, Murph, but I just wanted to start general. Just what have your impressions been of this pitching staff so far? It's an exciting group. What have you seen since coming to Pittsburgh?
Definitely an exciting group. It has been a lot of fun watching guys compete against each other with the starters, with the bullpen, and the biggest thing to me is guys feel very comfortable in any role. You saw it the other day. Montgomery opened for us. Carmen came in and shoved, and that was really cool to watch.
Another thing I think about with this group, Murph, is these guys want information. They want to learn. They want to get better. Just one, how, I guess, enjoyable is that for a coach? And is that a challenge? Like, you're always trying to feed them information and get them better. What's that dynamic like?
Our pitchers want to get better on a daily basis, and that makes it fun for us. It makes it fun for myself, Sib, Miggy, to challenge these guys with different things, but it also makes us be sharp, right? We have to be up to date with what is going on, and it's fun to be a part of that.
You're listening to Bucko Talk. We're chatting with Pirates pitching coach Bill Murphy. Murph, you've been getting some run for the tickets that are in people's lockers. I'm curious, where did that idea come from? Is that something you did in Houston, or what's the genesis of that?
No, we didn't do it in Houston. I believe other teams do it for a raffle or different things, but we just wanted to highlight striking people out. Now, the term punching tickets is very popular for a strikeout, but we wanted to make it where it's something that you saw on a daily basis, and it's to signify striking somebody out at the big league level, which is incredibly hard, but also, too, you can look back at it and see how many strikeouts you had over the course of a week, a month, a year. It's just a good reminder of how nasty our pitching staff is on a daily basis.
Are you going to come up with some sort of like purchase system, like Chuck E. Cheese or something? Like, what do people do if they get a bunch of tickets?
That's a great idea. I haven't got that far yet, but we have a long season to go, so I'm sure we'll be able to create something special.
All right. I wanted to ask you, too, I know these days they're long, they're hectic, but they're fun. Just can you give me a sense of what your typical day looks like?
It's a review of the night before and see if there's anything that we need to address, and then it's preparing for that day. So it's the starter meeting, having talks with the catchers, the pitchers, seeing where they're at, what relievers are available. It's usually preparing for a bullpen that the starter who potentially could be pitching in 1 or 2 days is going to have, and then get ready for the game. Enjoy the game. That's the fun part about it. And like you just said, do it again the next day for 162, and then we'll be doing it into October.
Now, how do you guys divide efforts with bullpen starters, or is everybody on everybody? Do you have select groups that you worry about? How do you kind of divvy that up?
We coach every single person. I coach starters, relievers, Sib coaches starters, relievers, Miggy coaches starters and relievers, and it's ultimately who we can help the most. Some people have better relationships with other coaches, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that we give our players, our pitchers, everything they need to feel comfortable to go out and compete that night.
Bucko Talk, you were listening to it. This is Bill Murphy, Pirates pitching coach. Wanted to ask you, Murph, about a few guys individually. Kerman Mlodzinski first. He's been such a great story. It's been neat to see the evolution of his curveball, of his splitter. What have you made of his start? What's he doing well?
I talked about it at the start, but the selflessness that he has had with coming in after the opener, 6 scoreless, allows us to win that game. We delivered 9 really quality innings, and it's because of him as a teammate, as a human being. But from the pitching side, the split and the curveball have been really good. He's been attacking the strike zone, and it's everything you want in a starter mix. The ability to get ground balls, the ability to get swing and miss, and he's done that.
Paul Skeens, he pitches well. I don't have any question for you about his pitching, but getting to know him personally since getting the job, just what's that been like? Have you come to respect another part of his process? Just, what have you thought about the opportunity to work with Paul?
I saw it this offseason. I saw him a bunch in West Palm Beach at a number of times throughout the course of the offseason. He is extremely focused, and he's a guy who wants to help his teammates. Paul is a really good pitcher. He is. But he raises the bar from a teammate perspective, and it's very difficult to quantify, but that is no doubt there. He is a leader. He's the leader of this pitching staff, and he makes other people better around him.
Jared Jones is another guy you got to meet this week. I don't know if you heard his quotes. He mentioned you saying he said something after one of his pitches. It looked like you saw a ghost. Did you see a ghost? And what was it like? Being that wasn't the first time you met Jared, but no. Getting to work with him too.
This stuff's electric. I can't wait for fans to see that in PNC Park this year. He looks great. It's right where he needs to be. Now there's a process. He needs to pitch in games, build up his pitch count, but we're excited, and he's going to impact this team, and he's going to give us a number of different options to make us better.
You're listening to Bucko Talk, chatting with Pirates pitching coach Bill Murphy. I wanted to ask a big picture question too. I know you guys, you're big on data. Anybody who watches you guys throw, you can see screens and technology and all that stuff. There's obviously an old school feel part of it too. Just how do you describe sort of the balance that you want to strike between metrics and also, respecting kind of old school how pitchers feel about things?
I think there's a common misconception in the game that it is all about data. And I think if you push too much towards that, you are going to fail miserably. We're dealing with human beings. We're dealing with people who have hearts. They have emotions. They have a family. And you need to remember that. That's incredibly important. You have to remember that when they're going good and also when they're not going well. If somebody's pitching poorly, they may not need that data. They may know that. It's how can you help them? Yeah. Right? How can you make them feel good about themselves? How can you get them over that hump? And that is tough to quantify, probably almost impossible to quantify, but that's real. And for some person who's not a pitching coach, if you feel something in your life that has gone wrong, that's what these pitchers are feeling. Like, they don't want to walk people. They don't want to give up hits, right? They want to do well. And when they don't do that, they feel like they let the team down. They feel like they let themselves down. And that's tough. It's tough to watch because you feel bad for them. Right? Like myself, Sid, we're throwing pitches with these guys every single day. Every single time they throw 100 pitches, we're throwing it with them. And we feel that. And you can't lose sight of that.
You're new to Pittsburgh. What have you found about the area? Maybe a fun thing to do in the city so far? I know it's early. And what have you made of Pirates fans and what you've seen at PNC so far?
I love the cones. The cones is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. The skyline is really cool. I really like architecture. I like photography. Yeah, it's right up my alley, so that's been a bunch of fun. But the coolest thing that I've experienced is just the buzz of the fans, the watching of the games, the hoist the cone. That's fun. That's what you want to be a part of, and that's what you get when you play well. But we need to continue to play well and pitch well, and I'm sure that will just keep coming as the summer gets going and as the months kind of turn into the cold and what we're playing for.
As you had your viral moment there in the dugout, did you have people reaching out? What was the reaction to that like?
Yeah, I had a couple people reach out to me. That was cool. That was really fun. That's just pure raw emotion. Yeah. And that's what that is. And that doesn't happen ever so often, but that's real. I was just so pumped up for Yohan Ramirez and for the team, quite frankly. Yeah. That was a huge win against a good team in Wrigley. And yeah, I hope we get a lot more of those.
Bill Murphy, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody has a good day.
Hey, welcome back to Bucko Talk. That was Pirates pitching coach Bill Murphy, and I hope everybody has a good day. You see that a lot from Murph. You see him around the clubhouse. He said, have a good day. Hope you have a good day. It's a proper greeting, but I enjoyed that chat very much. Again, I wish I would have asked about his slow walk to the mound. It truly is epic, but he's done a lot to change the culture around Pirates pitchers. And not that it was bad. It wasn't bad at all, but like you take this job, and you heard him talking about Paul Skeens and some of the people he's charged with working with. He's got the tools there to make something impressive. His charge is to make it elite, make it the best in baseball. And so he's done that by spurring competition, by challenging these guys, having some fun. It's been a really good hire so far. It's been great to get to know Bill Murphy. He's obviously not alone. The Pirates have done a lot right when it comes to the identification of pitching talent, growing them up and whatever. And Seth Hernandez is the next one in that line. We'll take our final break. When we come back, I'll put a bow on this show. I didn't realize that would rhyme until I said it. And get you some final thoughts looking ahead to today's game, Paul Skeens against Drew Rasmussen over at the Old Ball Yard. You're listening to Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah, that's the way we get down. At a hick town underneath this Amarillo sky. Hey, let's go! You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
8 o'clock, the Penguins tonight are back in the playoffs. They'll take on the Flyers at PPG. And before that, the Pirates have a 4:05 match with the Tampa Bay Rays. Game 2 of the series. The Pirates can win that with a win today. Coverage on The Fan is at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Skeens will take on Drew Rasmussen. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Progressive rock greats Crack the Sky are back. Don't miss them live at Jurgles on Friday, May 8th. Hailed by Rolling Stone upon their 1975 debut, Crack the Sky has spent 50 years as one of America's most original progressive rock bands. Crack the Sky with special guests, the Semi-Supervillains. Friday, May 8th. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. Cornell Tate from Ohio State is the best receiver in this draft, and he's going to be the first wide receiver taken. First of all, he's big. He's been well coached, as all the receivers that come out of Ohio State are. But he's a difference maker because of his ability to adjust to the ball in the air, his route running, and he's a game changer. He could go as early as 5 to the team in New York. He could go to Cleveland at 6 or the team in Washington at 7.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due at signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration 490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
Here's the stretch by Santana, the 0-1. And a pop-up. Foul ground. Down the line comes the first baseman, O'Hearn. The Pirates defeat the Tampa Bay Rays 5-1.
Did I detect a little pirate accent there with Greg Brown? Just a hint of one?
It almost sounded like something that didn't sound like City.
Arr, matey. Oh, I see where you're going with that. No, Joel, no profanity here. It was just Greg Brown trying to talk like a pirate. And I thought he did. I thought he thought about going there. And then he wasn't quite full pirate. But if I don't know, the more this goes, I think Greg Brown's going to have to talk like Blackbeard or something. Arr. All right. Final segment of Bucko Talk. I have about 7 minutes to wrap it up. Have a whole bunch of random thoughts that I didn't get to. But speaking of sort of wrapping it up, David in the car has been waiting for quite a long time. Appreciate the persistence. I don't want to not get to the phone call. David wants to talk about something with underperforming. What's going on, David?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the excitement you guys have had. I think the exciting thing about this team is it's not like this is another 20-8 season where everybody knew we were overperforming and was waiting for us to crash. I think my simple point is this is a season where, if anything, we're underperforming. We're probably performing at our level. Our pitching could be better than it is, but it's already performing great. And I think our expectations should be up from here. We have a couple of young guys that are swinging the bat well, and a couple of guys that could be doing a little bit better. So that's really the only point I wanted to make is this team has more potential to unlock, and it's different. I think that's why it's exciting in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that there are, like, they have not reached where I think they can ultimately go. One of the things that I think is weird, though, David, is having to like have this all figured out. Like you're saying 20-8, comparing this to that. Like we don't need to know that like if this is going to be so much better or so much worse or whatever. Like just enjoy the present right now, too. Like maybe I'm not articulating my point well enough, but like what's wrong with just enjoying what's going on, too?
No, I 100% agree with you. Pittsburgh should do that. We don't live in the moment enough. So that's a great point.
Yeah. All right, man. Appreciate the call. Like we're conditioned following this team to feel a need to react to everything and have to have an opinion all the time. And I struggle here because I don't want to tell fans how to be fans. That's not fair. That's not really even for this segment what I set out to do. It just sort of struck a chord with what David was saying. Like, we don't have to have the answers. We don't have to have this team pegged for what its ceiling is, what its floor is, what's going to happen. Enjoy it. That's where I'm at with this group. Like, from somebody who's around them every day and probably could very easily hate life. If you do something, the same thing every day, and it takes a lot of time and hours, whatever, you might get frustrated. Like, it's the furthest thing. Honestly, like, I hate the time between games, or I hate the time. No, I don't hate it. That's saying it wrong. But like, you look forward to the next time that you get to see them play because it's a fun team to be around. It's a fun team to watch. It's a talented team. They're showing us what the potential is. It's a goal-oriented team. They're showing us and telling us where they plan to go. So like, I don't need to have anything determined on what they can or can't do. I can weigh what they look like through 20 games. And right now, if I'm going to break down their pitching staff, it looks pretty darn good to me. This looks like a top 5 rotation. It's what they needed. We said at the beginning of the season, if they can move their offense from the worst in baseball to like 18, 19, 20, I think they'd be in pretty good shape. If I would have told you back in March, look, the Pirates are going to have the 18th best offense in Major League Baseball, would you sign up for that? You probably would have. And they're doing far better than that. I cited these numbers a little bit earlier in the show, but they're 8th in runs, tied for 8th in home runs, 7th in batting average, tied for 3rd in on-base percentage, tied for 8th in slugging, and 7th in OPS. And they've done that without much of Marcell Ozuna. Spencer Horwitz has been better of late. Connor Griffin, I think there's going to be an entirely different level for him to reach. And some guys are probably going to drop off too. But my point is that you're looking at this group saying, do they have enough talent to stay in this thing? To me, that's a resounding yes. Yeah, they're equipped. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know if they're going to stay healthy. I don't have a crystal ball. Is the bullpen depth going to be enough? I don't know. But I know I want to find out. I know I want to see this team. I know I want to watch them. I know there's enough there. This season to me should be just a reminder. And that first series was exactly that, to just let it play out. I know I make this joke on Twitter, and it is a joke. Believe me, I'm not to be taken seriously when I say this, but good thing they didn't DFA O'Neal Cruz. Everybody wanted to run him out of town. He was terrible. Move on from this guy. He's a bum. Probably glad they didn't do that. Probably just take a step back. O'Neal Cruz has been one of the most productive hitters in baseball. Hitting .313, .970, 19 ribs, 9 steals, 6 home runs. He's doing all right. And they could have pitching depth too. I was talking with Pomp, and Bob Pompiani, of course, will be in here from 11 to 1, but it's an interesting question about their pitching depth and what happens when Jarrett Jones comes back. Do they shift Carmen Mlodzinski to a bullpen role? I don't know. Do they keep him in the starting rotation? Certainly a perfectly understandable reason for doing so. He's pitched great. His ERA's under 2. I don't have the answer. I don't need to have the answer. This is the way I've answered questions a lot, but you don't need to have it all figured out. Enjoy the process. That's my message to you. Fan Sweater, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rain is expected for tonight and early into Sunday morning. Joel, I'm low-key mad you put that on there. You should have put that it's going to be sunny and beautiful. You know why, man? Because it's going to be sunny and beautiful.
Yes, sir.
All right, we got a Paul Skeens day today. I'll leave you with this. Paul Skeens an 0.64 ERA and 14 strikeouts and 2 career starts against the Tampa Bay Rays. We'll see if he adds to that. Joel, thanks so much for your hard work. Bob Pompiani is next. This has been Bucko Talk. I'm Jason Mackey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Remember your first football game? The sound of the crowd, the smell of the grill, the moment you fell in love with the sport. Now it's your turn to pass on that moment at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton. Families walk through the greatest moments in football history and create new memories of their own. From legendary artifacts to stories that span generations, it's an experience every family should share. The hall is located less than 2 hours from Pittsburgh, so make the short drive to greatness. Plan your visit at ProFootballHof.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. This draft season, make your first round pick the furry kind. Edgar Snyder and Associates is sponsoring 4 pet adoptions each week at Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh during the month of April. Visit the shelter and draft your new best friend today. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show immediately after the final out. The Og, Murphy, and Perkowski reaction show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Pellman Electric and Pella Windows. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Spring into April savings at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Drive home in a brand new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payments starting at $239 for 36 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Wait, Zero Res does commercial cleaning? They do, and not like everyone else. Zero Res uses a residue-free cleaning process so your floors don't get that sticky buildup that attracts dirt right back, which means your business stays cleaner longer with fewer cleanings and better results. From offices to apartments to large facilities, Zero Res is built for high-traffic spaces. Zero Res Commercial. It's smarter cleaning. For more info or to schedule a free estimate, visit zerores.com/commercial.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Laauo. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Laauo. Restrictions apply.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. It's a pretty incrinculant day for Pittsburgh sports. It's a hockey night in Pittsburgh as the Penguins are back in the playoffs for the first time in 4 years, and they're going to take on the Philadelphia Flyers at 8 o'clock at PPG. Before that, the Penguins, or rather the Pirates, will be taking on the Tampa Bay Rays at 4:05 from PNC Park. It is on the Fan with coverage at 3, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Paul Skeens takes on Drew Rasmussen. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's going to be a big Saturday in Pittsburgh. A big Bucks and Pucks doubleheader today, and playoff hockey returns to the city of Pittsburgh for the first time in 4 years, and everyone should be pretty pumped about that. Welcome aboard, everyone. Bob Pompiani here, alongside Joel Nelson, who is taking your calls and putting you on the air at 412-928-9370. Call him, and then you can talk to me or talk to him, and I'll call you. Whatever the case may be, Jolie is the man in there. I want to tell you the fan text line, which is something you could also use, is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Busy, busy day, and we'll start with the Penguins because it has been that time. We have not seen playoff hockey in quite some time, but this team, at the beginning of the season, many people doubted them. I thought they'd get in. I just thought they'd be a wild card team, but I thought they had a good enough core and the additions they made would get them in. Now, as this season has rolled on, they have become a better team than I think anyone could have imagined, given they finished second in the division. They wrapped that up rather early. If you look at their roster this year, they have brought in some tremendous additions, and Kyle Dubas, to me, hands down, is Executive of the Year. I don't think anyone else should be in competition there. They do have some teams that have made upgrades for sure, but given where the expectation level was, what they've done, how they've done it, to me, it's Kyle Dubas. And of course, the number one thing he did was hire Dan Muse. And when you do that, that's a big question mark, only because Sullivan had been in for a long time and the expiration date had expired and they were looking for somebody new. And in the NHL, what you normally see are a lot of retreads, a lot of hockey guys who come in and have been with 4 or 5 teams, and because you're well known, you get the opportunity. We've seen it down the stretch with what happened with Peter DeBoer, who came in with the Islanders, didn't get it done. John Tortorella, on the other hand, comes in, they go 7-8-1, and Vegas gets into the playoffs. But here, they wanted to start new, and they wanted somebody who had great developmental skill in his history. And certainly, Dan Muse had that, and you've seen that in play. One of the reasons he's been successful for me is because he has not changed his opinion about certain guys, even if some of those guys had gone into slumps. In other words, he hasn't changed his strategy of rolling 4 lines, even if, the fourth line is missing 2 pieces. He'll continue to put people in. He believes in those people. They continue to produce. Going into this series against Philadelphia, to me, I looked at a lot of check marks trying to figure out where I like this team and where I don't. I have the majority of check marks going with the Penguins. And the goaltender is an interesting one because that's a debatable topic here with Stuart Skinner, who's had 50 playoff games. He's been to 2 finals in the last couple of years. In both instances, he ran into the Florida Panthers, which took him out, but he got there, and he was the main backstopper during those runs for Edmonton. So he has a lot of history on his side. On the other side, you get Dan Vladar, who statistically was better than Stuart Skinner this year. He was voted their team MVP. He's a guy who has made big saves. He's a big dude in goal. So I think, in assessing these two, Skinner has to come up with big saves when they are needed. His numbers suggest he didn't have that good of a year. But if you look at games individually and see where he's made saves when they've won games, some games have been higher scoring than I'm sure they would have liked. But he's come up with those saves. And I think his experience is sort of a calming effect on this team. Vladar has been very good. And to me, when you watch video on him, one of the things they need to do based on certain games that I've seen him not do well in, and that's what I kind of looked up on some of the sites here, is when Dan Vladar struggled, what happened? Well, number one, he's not a great side-to-side. He takes up space. He's a big guy, but he's not a side-to-side guy. So if you move the puck quickly, I think you can beat him. Number two, get some traffic in front and throw it to the net. There are times when he kind of loses track of where the puck is or he gets a little discombobulated in front. You could probably say this about a lot of goalies, but especially in his case, shoot the puck, get it on net, put it down there where he has rebound potential available to him. I think if they do that, they're going to have success. So that to me was kind of a draw. I don't know if I want to give an edge to anyone. I think it depends on how they play here. But a big plus for me is the special teams for the Penguins. They're in the top 10, both power play and penalty kill. And when they're at their best, those two things have been at their best. Philadelphia is last statistically in power play. So I think the situation here is that even if they don't have good power play numbers, the last thing you want to do is give them a lot of power play opportunities because they still have guys who can make that happen. If they get 5 chances, they may score on 1, but that 1 could be a key part of this game. So how this game is also officiated early on is going to be very interesting to me. Typically in the playoffs, you don't see a whole bunch of calls, and that would benefit, you would think, the Flyers because they can get in your face a little bit, do some things. Are they the same Broad Street bullies that they've been? No, they're not. But they do have some guys who are willing to mix it up. Gone are the Craig Berubes and the Dave Schultz and people like that, but Garnett Hathaway has been an agitator. He has 45 career fights to his credit. He's not afraid to get in there. And you also have those kind of antagonistic guys. Sean Couturier, historically, when went against Malkin, has been under his skin, or at least tried to. You see a guy like Trevor Zegras. He's a very talented kid, but he can get on your nerves quite a bit as well. And the key will be remaining disciplined throughout all of this. The last thing you want to do is give them a lot of power play chances, and even though their numbers are not very good, they can capitalize because of the quality of people they have. They have 2 really good young players on their team. Matvey Mishkev, and Mishkov's been a guy who came over here, and I believe he was a top 10 pick of theirs, but they had to get him out of his KBL contract, which they did, and he's only 21, and he's a guy who can make some things happen. He's a young kid who has a lot of promise. He's already realized some of that promise. And the other one is Porter Martone. He was at the University of Michigan. They brought him in. He's a big-bodied kind of guy, and I think can make a difference in this series, even though we haven't seen much about him in the NHL level. They're not the Broad Street bullies, but they're capable of doing that. And I think Rick Tocchet knows that. He knows, the Penguins better than any coach probably, having spent time here and won a couple of cups here as an assistant coach. So he knows what triggers guys, and he's going to want his guys to do that to them. They also have some guys who've done some things that, typically have tried to change series complexions. You go all the way back to Crosby with Darian Hatcher. Everybody remembers that when he was young, trying to get under his skin. Crosby has responded by putting up more points than anybody against Philadelphia in both the regular season and the playoffs. So that's a big plus for the Penguins as well. They have guys like Ristolainen, he's capable. He's done some things over the years. He concussed Jake Gensel back in that one series they played, I think, in 2018. Whatever the case, they have guys who are willing to do it, and the Penguins have got to be very good about that. The other thing I think is the Penguins' best advantage here is they're rolling 4 lines and having 4 lines be productive. I believe their 4th line is the best in hockey when it's all assembled. Blake Lizotte earned his 3-year extension. He's been terrific when he's out there, and you saw that when he wasn't out there. They struggled at times in certain areas. But you put in with Connor Dewar, who was acquired by Kyle Dubas last year, and Noel Acciari. All of those guys are double digits in scoring. The Penguins have scoring depth. That's the other thing. 12 guys with at least double-digit goals. So they're not just Crosby and Malkin. They are much deeper than that. And they also have a rejuvenated Erik Karlsson, who's been carrying them, I think, for the last several weeks of their season. He has been dynamic at a Norris Trophy level. But they're going to try to get under his skin as well. So it should be a feisty first game. I'm looking forward to it. It's tonight at 8 p.m. at PPG Paints Arena. The other games that start today, and we'll go through some of these series. I want to hear from you, too, at 412-928-9370. Who has to be the MVP of the Pittsburgh Penguins in this series? Give me a name. And conversely, who has to be that MVP for the Philadelphia Flyers in this series? Give me a name. Elsewhere today, you got Ottawa and Carolina. That's an interesting series because the winner of that will play the winner of this series. I expect Carolina to win, but I don't expect it to be easy. Ottawa is one of those teams that can do some things. Stützle is a really good goal scorer. You have Brady Tkachuk, who has that Tkachuk gene and is willing to mix it up at any time. They have other guys on that team who are capable of doing it. I think they'll give Carolina, 6-game struggle maybe, but I think Carolina will emerge. I look at Carolina as the team, given their past failings in the postseason, why I think they will be the team to emerge out of the Eastern Conference. You got to go through failures to understand what it takes to get there. This is a team that's largely been together for a long time. They have the pressure. Certainly they do. Everyone thinks they're better than Ottawa, thinks they should get all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. But it's another thing trying to do it, and they've failed in the past in doing it. But they could be in a situation where this is their year. After that, it's Minnesota-Dallas in the Western Conference today. That's at 5:30 after the 3 o'clock puck drop in Carolina. Very interesting series here. Both teams, it shouldn't be a first-round matchup, to be honest. In the Western Conference, very good. Minnesota has a good young goaltender who they'll start today. Dallas has a guy who's been around in Ottinger. Minnesota has 2 40-goal scorers. And I think, a guy like Kirill Kaprizov can change the complexion of a series. Billy Guerin's done a very good job, and he should get some consideration for Executive of the Year based on some of the moves he's made. But again, to me, it's Kyle Dubas. And then you have Flyers Penguins at 8 o'clock. Over and under totals on that one are 6.5 goals. I'm tempted on that if you're looking at it. For example, DraftKings Casino, I would go over. I would. I think there are going to be more goals in this game. I just think the Penguins are going to get to Vladar, but I think the Flyers are going to have their opportunities against Skinner. And based on the trends we've seen, they've given up more goals here. So that's how I see this first day of the NHL playoffs. Again, call me with your take on it at 412-928-9370. Tomorrow you'll see some other first-round games featuring Boston, Buffalo, Montreal, Tampa Bay. Now, Montreal's a team to me, and I'm going to go out and predict this, that they will win that series against Tampa Bay. And yes, I know Tampa Bay has Kucherov, they have Vasilevsky, they've got Gensel, they've got a lot of depth and experience. But Montreal has some playmakers, some young kids who I think are just chomping at the bit. Now, maybe they're going to be, going through the same thing that the young Penguins before they won in 2009 did. Maybe they're going to go through what Carolina did, where the expectations are just too great. I could make the same claim for Buffalo. Maybe Buffalo, who hasn't been there in a long time. And Lindy Ruff's done a great job there. Maybe they're going to go through those growing pains in the postseason. We'll see. But Montreal's a very talented team and sneaky in my view. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say Montreal should win that series, even though it won't be easy. So that's what's on tap for the Eastern Conference. As we go along, we'll talk about some of the other conferences, Western Conference, and some of the games they have there. Also today at 412-928-9370, it's NFL Draft Week starting officially tomorrow. A lot of talk about what the Steelers might do at 21. It looks like they may shy away from a quarterback, but it will be interesting to see if Ty Simpson falls, what happens there, especially in front of a whole bunch of people at Acrisure Stadium who are going to be looking for maybe that sexy pick coming out of nowhere. To me, they're still going to go wide receiver. I know they need help at guard. They may have the opportunity to choose between those two positions. Maybe they'll trade up a couple of spots. They've done that before. Not a big, allocation of draft pick equity to move up, but maybe they will just a little to get the guy they want. It could be a wide receiver, or it could be a guard. There's some good tackles here too, but I think they got to take care of what they think is the most important thing to Mike McCarthy, and this is his first go-round here. But another player who's been picking up a lot of steam is Drew Aller. We've talked about him since his injury and whether or not he would be a franchise quarterback. Before his injury, if you look at a lot of the draft people out there, they thought he would be a first-round pick. Now, that obviously has changed. I don't think anyone expects him to be a first-round pick, but he could be there in, say, third or fourth round. Let's say third round, maybe even second round. But if in the third round, the Steelers do have 3 picks, they certainly could bring somebody in like that. Again, this is all predicated on Aaron Rodgers. And the longer this goes, the more it makes me wonder if he's going to retire. You would think by now they'd have this all figured out, the clarity of the situation, but so far it hasn't happened that way. And you can say this is like last year, but it's a year later. We've seen some of the things that Rodgers has problems with. Check down quite a bit. When he feels the pressure, gets rid of the ball. There are a lot of things in his favor. He can still zing it down the field. He's got the general mentality of being a general on this offense. He knows how to do that. He's checked all those boxes. But age creeps into this situation. And I think we saw that at the end of last season. So whether or not he comes back, obviously, is going to be the number one issue. And if he does, will they still draft a quarterback? And if so, who's out? It could be Mason Rudolph. Who knows? It might be Will Howard. They may decide that that's not the case. I don't think that's logical at this point because the way they've talked, and listen, we've done a lot of stories on smoke screens with NFL coaches and GMs and player personnel people who make you think one thing and may do the other. So there's a lot of that in play. But Aller is certainly a guy who's number one stock issues moving up here as we get closer to the NFL draft. It will be intriguing, and thankfully it looks like the weather during that time is going to be better on Thursday, Friday. We're expecting very big crowds, and I know one thing, they've done a very good job in trying to explain where people should go, shouldn't go, how to get into town, a lot of park and rides. I think you should be expected to do a lot of walking in this situation, but that's not a bad thing. You can get there quicker. So that's all coming up this week. 412-928-9370, and of course the Pirates. The Pirates are a team that right now are in the logjam. Every team in their division is winning. They're tied for the top spot at 12-8 with 2 others, I believe. They won impressively again last night, 5-1. And then when you look at some of the things that have happened individually, I'll start with O'Neal Cruz, because O'Neal Cruz, after game 1, was being tortured. And I try to remind people that it's 1 out of 162. And yes, it's inexcusable to do some of the stuff he's done out there because he's played center field now for over a year. But don't give up on him. His bat is too important. And at the beginning of the season, when Joe and I went through our little picks, he was my MVP. He had to be their MVP this year. And I know there's Skeens, and that's a whole different animal. But as far as position players, O'Neal Cruz had to be that guy. And so far, he's looking like he can be that guy. He's the only guy in the majors right now with 6 home runs and 9 stolen bases. In his last 7, he's hitting .333 with 2 home runs, 7 runs batting, and 7 stolen bases. And right now, the most encouraging thing about O'Neal Cruz is that he has adjusted and figured out at least a lot better left-hand pitching. Last year, it was just awful. You knew when he got up there it was going to be a challenge for him. He only had 11 hits all year. He surpassed that this year. He has 3 of those as home runs. I think you've seen strides in O'Neal Cruz, which may reinvigorate a question that we were asking 3 years ago. And that question was, should the Pirates consider a long-term extension with O'Neal Cruz? We saw they did it with Connor Griffin, but the numbers made sense there. In this case, this is a few years later now, and if he starts to do this kind of stuff, they may want to entertain that. Maybe not, or maybe it's too early to say. I normally side on that part of the equation there because it is 20 games. As much as I like the improvement, I want to see if it's consistent, if it's steady enough to last the rest of the season. 412-928-9370 today, Paul Skeens bobblehead day, so there's a doubleheader going on 4 o'clock. Pirates in Tampa Bay. You get a bobblehead sold out. Skeens looking for his 4th win, and boy, has he been terrific in his last 3 for sure. And Tampa has Rasmussen on the mound. He's off to a pretty good start too, and so is Tampa. Quite frankly, they're a pretty good team. Last night the Pirates win 5-1 your final score, and Brandon Laauo continues to hit well, and against his former team, I'm sure that had to feel good. Let's go to the phone line, shall we, Joel, at 412-928-9370, beginning with Anthony in Sewickley. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, Bob. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Great. beautiful out. It's a good golf day. Wanted to just talk about the quarterback position in the draft here. I really hope there's no moves towards Ty Simpson. He's a nice kid, but, I don't think nice wins football games. I think, if you're looking for late round value, Drew Aller, of course, if you can get him in third or fourth, has some upside. But I think another guy to look at is Cade Klubnik out of Clemson. He had coaching Garrett Riley on the offensive side of the ball that really underperformed overall. But going into last year, many people had him, prognosticators had him number one in their.
It was similar to Aller. Both those guys were similar, in where they were going to be taken, and then the years didn't work out the way you thought they would.
Yeah, and I like his mobility. He ran a 4.57 at the combine. He's 6'2". He's a 5-star recruit out of Texas, won the state championship. Been a winner everywhere he's gone, a great kid, no complaints. And he understands the game. Garrett Riley's offense was the quarter president, a total disaster. So I just think, he's a guy too to look for. Might be a 5th, 6th round pick that could, be someone to push Will Howard potentially and be another piece of the puzzle long term.
All right, yeah, thank you, Anthony. I think, it would create quite of a logjam there at quarterback with no guarantee that any of those guys are going to get any time. Now, in preseason games, which we carry on KDK TV, that could be a very different situation. We were hoping that happened last year with Howard. He got injured, never did. This year, and again, the word is if they've drafted another quarterback, you can see an interesting competition for the backup if Rodgers is here. And I keep saying if because until I see it, I don't know if I'm going to believe it. It's taken too long, and maybe he's having doubts. We'll see. 412-928-9370. Greg joins us right now in Youngstown. What's up, Greg?
Hey, Bob. Pirates, what's up with the Pirates? This team has something this year, and I'd like to see them. I'd like to. They might not do it. Get a left-handed veteran starter in the end, and it's the start. Get a third baseman and get another reliever. If they got that, they could go far.
Let me ask you about third base, all right? I realize that Triolo's out, and they're using two guys, York and Gonzalez, and they've hit okay. When Triolo comes back, the play is to play him, or would you not play him and go with one of those other two? Because York looks like he's okay over there.
I'd play him. York makes too many errors. He made 2 errors in like 3. He's not, what everybody was saying, they should have batted the guy. The guy's going to be a journeyman player in the end. You can just tell. You got to play the better fielder on the team in the end. Hey, let me mention a pitcher in the minor leagues. That kid they drafted, last year, that young kid?
Seth Hernandez?
He might be better than Skeens in the end. This kid is that good. They have to move him up in minor leagues now.
Well, I think the jump from where he is to Double-A should happen by the time this season is out. I don't think it's a question. But last night he had 5, I think, hitless innings or no-hit innings, and then he also had 8 more strikeouts. He is a machine, and he gets the velocity change is pretty startling for someone his age. He can go from 83 on a curveball or an off-speed pitch and crank it up to 101. That's huge.
Yeah, he throws 100 easy, and he's like the shortstop. They may have to sign this kid to a long contract, too, because I think because you're not going to sign Skeens. It's never going to happen.
No, what about Cruz? I brought that up just a couple of minutes ago. Let's say Cruz continues to have this, maybe not. He's not going to hit 333 for the season. He's not going to, win a Triple Crown. But let's say he hits 270, hits 35 home runs, drives in 100 and steals 35 bases. At some point you may want to start thinking about it.
No, I'd like to sign him, but they can't afford him. There's no way. He's going to get... That's my take as well. Giant money, and again, he's one of these guys you're probably going to have to peddle in the end. They have to pick and choose who they're going to keep. They can't keep Cruz, and they can't keep Skeens. I just know this. So in the end, they're going to have to make smart trades when they trade these guys. But they have guys coming up, and like I said, hopefully this organization build within, keep the players they can keep, and grow from there. But you're not going to keep everybody. It's impossible.
Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. And I agree with that. But, Skeens is a guy, he's still going to be here for 3 years. Arbitration will settle in, depending on what happens in the new CBA, whenever that happens, or what happens at the end of this season. But if things remain similar, arbitration numbers, his numbers go up quickly. But he's still going to be here. And that's why the Pirates needed to do something in the offseason, which they did. I would have liked to have seen it a little bit more. I thought last season they should have had that message. And who knows where that would have taken you with so many one-run losses. But the bottom line is, he's going to give you a chance to be a guy who can take you into the playoffs and then take you farther into the playoffs, especially what we've seen from, Ashcraft. I thought last night Bubba Chandler had a good outing. He's going to be one of those guys who's going to come after you. He may be wild a little bit, but he's going to be in games. Majinski has been terrific so far. So I think they have Keller's a veteran. They're going to bring back Jared Jones. They have a lot that could win a playoff series. 412-928-9370. One more call before we go to break. That'd be Terry in the car. Terry, you're on the air.
Hey, Bob. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
You too.
Just real quick, I just had a take about Darnell Washington. Isn't there possibly a chance that they could use him as, not only a tight end, but as a tackle to fill in for Broderick Jones and to help Cook out there until they figure out what's going on with Broderick Jones? And also, is KDKA going to cover the draft? Like, is it going to be on TV or?
Well, we're going to be live a lot with specials that we have every week next week at 7:30 to 8. But because of contractual obligations that ESPN has, and a lot of stuff that we can do actually during that time, nobody can do. It's theirs because they bought it. It's embargoed. So, but before and after, we'll do stuff. Yeah, so we have a lot of specials planned. So hopefully you'll tune in and see some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I really don't like how they every network, everybody got away from regular TV to get away from like commercials and everything else like that, and now it's like you have to pay for all these platforms just to watch Steeler games and stuff like that. I kind of really dislike that. I know that's.
It's the way it goes. And it's all about money. Like everything in this business, it's about money. So, but Terry, thanks. I appreciate you watching and tuning in. Just a reminder, we have the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown on every Sunday night, 11:35. Tomorrow is no different. On our program tomorrow will be Chris Muller, who threw out a first pitch last night. Looked pretty good. That had to be a great moment for Chris. We also have on Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette as we get closer to the draft. And Mike DeCourcy is back with us after he spent a lot of time covering the NCAA tournament for the Big Ten Network. And he'll be here with his takes on all these subjects. That's tomorrow night, 11:35 KDKA. 412-928-9370. I want to remind you about West Shore Home because this is a great time to act. The best bathrooms don't just look good. They change how you start your day. They really do. It's the first place you're going to go in the morning. You want to feel good and refreshed, and having a nice bathroom is part of that. And at West Shore Home, they've built their reputation on making that possible for homeowners across the country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler, and they make home remodeling fast. They make it easy. They make it convenient. Their modern composite walls that they have. This is a game changer, by the way. It gives you a custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep. There's no grout, there's no scrubbing, none of that, and it looks fantastic. Just affordable luxury that they have. It's engineered to last, and getting there is even easier than they think. Because their own team of highly trained employee installers, they handle everything. There are no subcontractors, no strangers in your home, no stress as a result. They don't just say that. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given them 5-star reviews after trusting them with a project. All you got to do is check it out. You'll see those responses. And now it's your turn. You can get a full bathroom model and get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. How about that for a starting place? Get started with no money down. Lock in your finance options when you visit westshorebath.com. That's westshorebath.com. See the website for details, but make it West Shore Bath.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
4:05 this afternoon. The Pirates have Game 2 of their series against Tampa Bay. It is Paul Skeens up against Drew Rasmussen on the mound. Coverage on the Fan is at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, leading you up to the 4:05 first pitch. And later tonight, Penguins and Flyers Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs will be underway at 8 o'clock from PPG. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Thorne Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Heading to the draft in Pittsburgh on April 23rd or 24th? Make parking easy with Highmark Stadium. Located just minutes from the draft action, Highmark Stadium is a convenient option for fans who want to park close and enjoy the weekend without the hassle. Spots are available now for both Thursday and Friday, but space is limited. Reserve your parking today at riverhounds.com/draft parking. That's riverhounds.com/draft parking.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Granger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number one Cochrane has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington, Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection, and 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a number one Cochrane Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the number one Cochrane Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Hey, it's Pony, brought to you by FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get $250 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. That's right, turn $5 into $250 in bonus bets just for getting started. And when every possession matters in the playoffs, FanDuel makes it easy to get closer to the action, from player props on your favorite stars to all the tools you'll need to back them up. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, puts player research right at your fingertips so you can check stats, trends, and matchups all in one place and make your picks with confidence. It's everything you need all in one app, so don't miss your shot. Before you know it, the play-in round of the NBA will be here, and I am excited to watch Steph Curry try to put Golden State on his back and lead them into the actual part of the NBA playoffs. Head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 Pleasant President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now double bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates
Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, here we go. We have upcoming ticket drops for the night before featuring Jason Aldean with John Morgan and Shane Profit at Rivers Casino the night before, which is April 22nd. Today from 11 until 12 at Waterworks Market District. That's in Freeport Road. Today at 2 to 3 p.m., you got Pittsburgh Bottle Shop on Washington Pike in Bridgeville. Pick up tickets there. April 20th from 5 to 6, Ross Park Mall. And then April 21st from 4 to 5 at Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. That's in the Golden Mile Highway. So that's the night before featuring Jason Aldean, and you can have those tickets picked up at those locations. In the meantime, we have a lot of stuff to get into. As I said, it's a big weekend. It's a big month of April, actually. And it's nice to see that, given how the sporting landscape has been over the last several years when there hasn't been a lot of hope for a lot of different things. But, man, this month, with all the attention coming to Pittsburgh, it's going to be nice to see that the Penguins are alive and well in the playoffs, and they will be throughout the course of this week, although by then we'll be 3 games into this as they play Game 2 on Monday night here and then Game 3 Wednesday in Philly before a 2-day layoff, and then Game 4 Saturday in Philadelphia. So that'll be part of the landscape. The Pirates doing well. They have weekend games here with Tampa Bay, and then they'll go out of town. But that enhances, I think, the overall sporting landscape here in Pittsburgh as they go into national prominence and global prominence with this NFL draft, because people around the world do watch it as football is growing in all those different markets around the world. And the NFL has certainly done their share to try to get in on those markets, whether it's Dublin, whether it's Australia, whether it's Brazil. They're trying and expanding more and more. And so these drafts and anything that's big by the NFL are watched by a lot of people. And it's amazing how this thing has evolved. I remember the days where it was one day in a room in New York City. And now all of a sudden their PR and marketing have really expanded. They've done a good job in making this an entire event coming to Pittsburgh. There'll be so many different parties going on throughout the course. It'll be a big celebration of football in Western Pennsylvania. And why not? Because Western Pennsylvania has produced some of the best high school football players who've turned into college and then pros than any other spot of this country. So I think that's part of what this celebration is all about. The young kids playing high school football and then going on to college and developing into players who, we just have number one spot left in our 52-week countdown of the best players drafted from Western Pennsylvania into the NFL. And hope you've been watching that. Every Wednesday we do it at 5:55 on KDK TV, and we're down to one left. And if you look at our list, you'll know who that one is, but we will reveal that on Wednesday. It's a tough process to try to figure out where these guys all slot in. There are some guys who, I think Pony asked me the other day about why is a guy like Rob Gronkowski there, and the answer is because he played at Woodland Hills for a season. So therefore, in and out, but yeah, he played here and he's gone on to big things. We took heavily into consideration the actual professional careers these guys had from Western PA. So that was a big consideration, what he's done. And you can argue he wasn't part of this region other than 1 year, but he was here. So we took that into consideration. 412-928-9370. Let's get back to it. Ken in the South Side is joining us right now. Hello, Ken.
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm amazed. A lot of my neighbors, and I'm involved in marketing, are sort of like, well, we'll just watch it at home. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened. I mean, other than the 60 and 71 and 79 World Series, other than Super Bowls, other than Stanley Cup, this is huge. I mean, I have a friend who has a tire store in Station Square, and he's like, well, should I stay open? I mean, I'd be open until 9 o'clock at night because the amount of people that are going to need a tire fix, car started, pop. I mean, every business owner should be thrilled. And I just think it's wonderful. I'm grateful that the Rooneys made this happen.
Oh, I don't think there's any question that it's going to be the biggest event ever to hit Pittsburgh. 3 days worth of this event. Actually, more if you extend it out before, because I think on Wednesday night, people will be in here. All these businesses, they're going to be jammed, and that's a good thing to be if you're a business. You want people coming in and out, and some of the places have already been bought out in advance. I know companies have done that with some of the restaurants so that you can't even get in. They just paid for the whole week or paid for the whole night. So,
I mean, how many people? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
How many people are going to buy pizza that night? How many people are going to, I mean, it's just.
Well, I hope they don't go Uber in the middle of that mosh pit of people over there. They'll never be able to get it. They're going to have to pass it through 100 people to get to where you are. So, there's going to be a lot. And they're going to have a lot of food trucks available. There's a lot of opportunity at Point State Park where a lot of the entertainment will go. So you could walk. If you are capable of walking, I suggest that's the best way to do it. If you read closely some of the stuff that's gone on, they have it pretty well mapped out where you can go, where you can't go. So just figure out a place, hunker down there, and do a lot of walking. It's the best way to, I think, absorb it all.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. At 412-928-9370. Rick is next. He's on the road, and now he's on the fan. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Pump. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey, local TV should do a feature on some of the local players that could get drafted because, to be frank, I mean, who cares who the Dolphins and the Cardinals and the Cowboys pick? I mean, like you're like a degenerate if you care who they pick. So it'd be nice to see a feature on some of the local college players who are potential draft picks.
Well, we've done a couple already leading up to this on our television sports. One of them is Eli Heidenreich out of Mount Lebanon. We spent a lot of time. Craig McConnell, our producer, knows their family very well, so we got some access with him when he was at the Naval Academy, and now all of a sudden he's one of those guys that, listen, if I was in a position to draft him in middle rounds, I would do it. They used the term Swiss Army knife. That best describes Eli Heidenreich. Not to mention the fact he went to the Naval Academy. He is as tremendous of a person as he is a football player, but he's willing to do a lot. And consider this, by the way, Rick, that the Steelers lost some key members, Miles Killebrew being the biggest in special teams. Eli Heidenreich has played special teams. He wants to play special teams. I think that's the kind of guy you want to get on your team. So watch for him to potentially be taken. I don't know about the Steelers. I hope they do because I'd love to see that story complete itself here, but he'll be taken by somebody.
Well, you know what? I like it sounds silly and like homerism, but I like when the Steelers pick up local guys because just like Jaquan Brisker and the center from West Virginia, when they play for the hometown team, I mean, I know all the guys lay it on the line, but I think those hometown guys, when they have 2 dozen or 3 dozen of their family in the crowd, I mean, they are really going to run through a wall for you. So I like that.
First and foremost, though, you got to be exactly what they need, how you fit. But, yeah, that certainly doesn't hurt if you can be that guy. And I'm anxious to see Brisker play this year because I think he's a really good player, and I think they got him at the right time. I'd be interested to see exactly where their draft chart takes them in the first round, though, what they would like to get and who logically will be there when their turn is up at 21.
Hey, but back to like what I said earlier, how could you be interested in who the Colts draft pick is? I mean,
well, if you're an NFL observer and you're going to have people from all over this country coming in here, there are people who can drive from Indianapolis, from Buffalo, from Cincinnati, from Cleveland, from Washington, Baltimore. They all, it's an easy drive. So you're going to have your own picks. Now, I would say to you that the first round takes on much more importance because you know most of the guys. You've heard about them. You've watched them at high levels. When you get to the second, third, fourth rounds, especially day 3, that's when it becomes a little bit of that where unless there's some people you know of locally or have followed their careers, that's when that becomes more of a, I'm not sure who these players are, but maybe they could help this team.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. Yeah, but the first round is always very intriguing to me. And trades, moving up, those are day 2 also. I mean, second and third round picks have proven to be very important for teams in the NFL. If you can get somebody good in that second round, and they've had hit or misses with those, but the ones that have hit have been pretty good, including Joey Porter Jr., who's now up for a contract. By the way, did you see what Will Anderson got yesterday, Joel? How about 3 years, $150 million with $134 guaranteed? That is just absolutely trampled every other contract that's come before him now.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's quarterback money is what it is.
They've Totally, yeah. They totally invested a lot into him and Daniil Hunter on the opposite side of him. That Texans defense, it's going to be around for a while.
I think we saw it here, and in that 30-6 playoff loss, what they did to the Steelers' offensive line and also quarterback was very clear. Chuck in Uniontown is on the line right now. Always talking to Chuck. Love doing that. What's up, Chuck?
Yeah, good morning, Bob, and thanks once again. I want to ask you a couple things. Can the Pirates win the Central Division title?
Sure they can. I wouldn't predict it because I still think the Cubs are the team that I would predict.
But, I mean, no. The Pirates could win if they, I think what they're going to have to do, they're going to have to really, the bullpen's going to have to be more consistent. And they're going to have to stop losing these one-run games. That's what bothers me. The last 3 games they've lost have all been one run. I mean, I still think they could win it. I know they're not the favorite, but I still think they could if things broke out right for them.
Oh, I agree with that. I think they have the potential to do it, largely because of their starting pitching. And they've, some of these bats have come to life. If they do that, Paul Skeens, how many runs have he's gotten in the last several starts of his? Like 7, 6. He never got that last year. In fact, I saw a tweet where in his 10 losses, Chuck, they only scored 11 runs combined for him last year. So that record of his, which was, I think, 10-10, it could have been 20 wins, if he had any sort of offensive support. This year, that's a little bit changing, and he's been benefiting by the last 3 starts he's had.
You think they'll make the playoffs, though?
I do. I thought that would be, I thought more of a wild card. I just like the Cubs team in terms of their offense. Now, their pitching may be a little bit of a question mark right now, but I still think they have a better team in terms of roster than the Pirates. But you get into these games head to head, and they showed themselves to be pretty competitive against the Cubs in that first series in Wrigley.
2 quick things here. Who do you like, Penn's Flyers?
I like the Penguins in 6.
6? Okay, and the last thing, Bob, your 5 top people, draft NFL draft picks, local draft picks. I know who 2 and 3 are. Who was 4 and 5?
Now, we had Johnny Unitas in there.
Yeah, he was 3.
Okay, I'm trying to remember the list because I don't have it in front of me. But all the ones you would expect, Aaron Donald was in there. I mean, you can make an argument just about everyone, Chuck.
Any hints on who? You don't want to give that away. Who number 1 is?
Well, I think if you look at our complete list, you'll see who's glaringly missing and know it's going to be him. Your only clue is that he's from this area, and he's a quarterback. How about that? Chuck, thanks. We'll have that from him coming up on Wednesday at 5:55 with our drafted series, which will come to an end. We did it a year ago when we knew the draft was 1 year out. 52 of them, 1 a week. And again, anytime you have something subjective, you're going to get people who don't like a position of a player was selected or thought that person should be lower or higher. But the bottom line is the whole series was done to promote the fact that this area has been very good at developing top-notch talent when it comes to football. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I want to tell you the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action. The Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to youthsports@937thefan.com. Register your 12 and under team. 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. One other note for you, the Riverhounds are playing tonight at home, and they just lost in the U.S. Open Cup to a very good New York team, but they went 2 rounds there. Today, it's a 7 p.m. start. You could catch it at KDK+. Detroit City comes to town for the Riverhounds, who are the defending USL champions. Today, as far as the weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Could be some turbulent thunderstorms a little later in this day, so keep an eye on that, especially if you're going to the Pirate game at 4 p.m. I'm not sure the timeline of this system that seems to be moving in, but rain is expected for tonight and early Sunday morning. That's your weather. When we come back, more phone calls until 1 o'clock. It's the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This year, the NFL Draft is in our backyard.
It's the draft in Pittsburgh.
And nobody's got you covered like us. Odyssey Sports Draft coverage is presented nationally by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only. The NFL Draft plays here.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen up, Pittsburgh. The bow tie means a better buy. And that's why the spring savings at Crown Mitsubishi can't be beat. New 2026 Outlanders, $5,000 off, or finance at 2.99% for 60 months. Outlander Sports, take up to $4,000 off. How about Eclipse Cross, up to $3,000 off? Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Crown has your answer to something newer, better, and more affordable. Shop our spring savings at CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the program as we get closer to noon. Sean in Imperial is on the line right now. We're going to get Sean in before we get an update from Joel coming up here at noon. Hey, Sean, what's up?
Hey, Bob. Appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
Wanted to talk a little Steelers with you. I know we're approaching the 3-month mark with Mike McCarthy. Wanted to just get your opinion. I know you're pretty close to the team. What have you kind of noticed that's the biggest difference just in terms of the vibes and the energy when Mike McCarthy's kind of commanding the room and running the operation compared to what it was like with Mike Tomlin? Have you noticed anything?
Well, I think it's kind of hard, Sean, just because they haven't had a lot of guys together yet. They have, they're going to have mini camps. They have OTAs. I think we get a better understanding of when they all get together in some sort of organized way. But as far as, his coaching staff is bigger. He's brought in some guys who I think have very good upside. It's just a different approach right now. So the Steelers actually have a chief of staff, which I didn't know existed. That sounds like a political thing, but there is a chief of staff. So the one thing I can tell you, he's very organized, especially when it comes to the offensive vision that he has. So once we see it in play, then you'll have an opportunity to make a better judgment on that. But just like any new coach who comes in, there's a new vibe, and I think these guys will start to buy into it.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Excited for the draft. The one player I think we're most linked to that I was going to say that I can expect to be a Steeler, Taylon Green, the quarterback from Arkansas. Do you have a player in mind that you think, Pomp thinks we're going to draft?
Well, you mean somewhere along the line? I mean, he's going to be a later pick, and if he is, he's a really good athlete. He may be the best athlete quarterback in the NFL. I don't know what kind of prospect he is in terms of developing into what and how many opportunities he would get, but he's an interesting name. With his arm and his legs. As far as, I'm still, without giving you specific names, because who knows how this thing is going to break down. The first round pick to me will either be a wide receiver or an offensive guard. That's how I see the first round. Beyond that, I think they're going to be very aggressive in moving up into the second round with some of their third round picks. I think there's enough talent all the way through, including safety, which they'll be looking to eye up. So those are the three areas I think right off the bat it'll come down to that in the first round. I think in the second round they'll try to support what they don't get in the first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Way, Pop, appreciate taking my call.
Yeah, Sean,
Big
thank
night.
you. Appreciate it. All right, man. Dennis, hold on. We're going to get to Dennis and Harmony after we get a headline here, but I'll remind you also, this is the NBA playoffs, for those of you interested. A couple of interesting series in the West. Thunder's Suns start. Thunders will win that in 4. They're the OKC may make it back-to-back. They're that good. Spurs, however, the number 2 seed. My eye is on them. I think the Spurs with Victor Wembanyama can maybe be the team that dethrones Oklahoma City from the West and gets to the East. Of the Eastern teams, you got to like the Pistons. They're the number 1 seed. The Celtics also, but watch out for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Since they acquired James Harden, they're 22-9. He's jolted them a little bit. The Cleveland could be a team to watch. We have Dennis. We have Ben coming up next, 412-928-9370. We have open lines for you. Call us as we continue right here. Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington's spring sales drive is on. And the year's best deals on new Outlanders are here. And now through April 30th, take home a new 2026 Mitsubishi Outlander with premium interior, advanced safety, and third row seating starting under $30,000. Get yours today for 2.99% APR for 60 months. And with our trade assistance, get $3,000 minimum for your trade when you purchase a new vehicle.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Must finance HMF low APRT or 1 through 2. Atlanta 24 monthly, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. MSRP 24,110. All offers plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Not all buyers are qualifying in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/26.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE with 0% financing for 60 months. Or lease the new 2026 Hyundai Elantra SE with payments as low as just $69 a month. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
It's time to play. Make your downtime fun time on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win. New casino users get 250 bonus spins on the hot online slot game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in their first 24 hours. Play real casino games for real money and bet on all your favorite sports right on your phone. The BetParx online casino and sportsbook app, where there's always another way to win.
21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. See BetParx.com for T's and C's. Casino bonus must be wagered. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Don't miss your chance to step right onto the field at Acrisure Stadium, home of the Steelers. Tops is hosting a free collector celebration day built for collectors, families, and sports fans of all ages. The first 1,000 fans will score a Tops Chrome Football Value Box, plus more free giveaways, including signed memorabilia. See Steelers legends James Harrison, Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. on the field. Catch live pack openings, meet countrywide hobby shops, and bring the kids to the dedicated Kids Zone. Next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the field at Acrisure Stadium. Free to attend, unforgettable access. Don't miss it.
Draft Spotlights are brought to you by Liberty Mutual. Only pay for what you need. I think Jeremiah Love might be the most talented player in this entire 2026 draft. When I watch him at Notre Dame, in any game over the last 2 years, he's the best player in the field, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, and he's a great receiver, catching almost 60 passes in the last 2 years. I could see Jeremiah Love going as early as to that team in Arizona at 3, to that team in Nashville at 4, or maybe that team in New York at 5.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins take on the Flyers in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs tonight. Puck drop is scheduled for 8 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We are back with hour number 2 of the program at 412-928-9370. Getting set for a big weekend in Pittsburgh. Pirates playing today at 4:05. Paul Skeens bobblehead day. Pirates looking to get to 13-8. They have one of the best records to start the season in a very crowded Central Division. And then tonight at 8 o'clock, it's the first hockey game in the playoffs in 4 years as the Penguins and fittingly take on the Philadelphia Flyers. The Battle of Pennsylvania begins at 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll break that down and get your opinions on that as well. And then, of course, next week, center stage, the NFL Draft coming to Pittsburgh. and what that means for the city of Pittsburgh and the limelight it'll be under, the spotlight throughout the country. Looking forward to that and how it all plays out. The Steelers will have the 21st pick in the first round. Keep in mind, they have 12 picks in general here, so they're going to have to do some wheeling and dealing, you would think, with regard to those picks. 412-928-9370. We're talking about that. We're talking about whether or not Drew Aller will find his way to Pittsburgh. That seems to be a story that's on the rise. A lot of people, once thought he was a franchise quarterback and a number one pick. Then he got injured after a slow start. Next thing you know, he's now mid-range. But sometimes you get some value in that. Would the Steelers do that? If they don't take a quarterback in the first round, I don't think they're going to do that. I still think they're waiting on Rodgers, which is a separate story, and that'll be overshadowing a lot of what goes on in the draft. And who knows, maybe he'll show up at the draft and make that official. So those are all intriguing parts of this at 412-928-9370. Open board here, talking about those three things or anything else you want. So let's get back to it, beginning with Dennis in Harmony. Dennis, how are you?
Good. How you doing today, Bob?
I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. I just got a question. After I'll ask you, and I'll hang up just to hear your take.
You don't have to hang up. You can hang on.
Well, I don't understand. I'm no big Will Howard fan, but how did he fall to a number 6 round draft pick in Drew Aller? And I'm a Penn State fan. I had high hopes for Drew Aller when he went to Penn State, and he was projected number 1 draft pick. There's all these high hopes, and to me, his college career was not nearly as impressive as Will Howard's, and they're about the same height, same weight. So I guess I just don't understand how Will Howard sort of gets this. I don't necessarily want to say hate, but how's Drew Aller projected as such a better quarterback than Will Howard? We might have a gem in the making. I mean, I don't know. The kid just needs a chance. That's all.
Well, I think
that's my question. How he fell through the cracks.
I think the big difference is just the arm. Number one, I think his arm is not favorably compared to that of Drew Aller. They're both big guys. I do put emphasis on how he played at both Kansas State and Ohio State and how he led a team, but that was more of a ready-made roster, at Ohio State. They had tremendous people at the wideout, running back. They had studs everywhere. So I think it was more the perception of what Will Howard can do to mess it up. And he didn't. He played very well. He made big plays when he had to. But I think that's how people look at it, whereas Aller is not looked at the same way. And he's a big guy. If you look at some of the draft analysis of his body, he's a big body type. He's 6'5". He has that. But the processing has been called into question, whether or not he can process things quickly enough under duress of the NFL. So, all of these things are subjective. That's why there are mistakes in every round. That's why first round busts, there'll be some. Second round, then you have a 7th round gem. You have a 5th round gem. You never really know. I still remember we were talking about Puka Nacua before he was ever drafted. That name came up and a lot of people said, look at what he's done. Sure, but look at where he played. Sure, look at all this stuff. Well, you never know. And that dude has been just dynamic at the wide receiver spot for the Rams. So he went in the 5th round. So I don't know. And what I do know is that I think they're talking highly enough of him that, maybe it's a smokescreen, maybe it's not. Maybe they legitimately like what they see and they're going to give him a chance. The best way to find out is to have a competition for this. But with Rodgers around, the only competition that will take place is for a backup.
For the backup. Yeah, and again, you talk about the roster.
And that may be his ceiling. That may be both of their ceilings. I don't know that.
Yeah, because even Aller, he had a decent, he had the 2 running backs. I think the year before he had the tight end.
Yeah.
I mean, he had decent guys around him. He just never impressed me, especially in big games. So that's all. Thanks, Bob.
All right, man.
I appreciate your take, man.
Thank you,
appreciate
Dennis.
Your time. Look
forward to it.
Man.
Yeah, and have a good week if you're coming down here to the draft at 412-928-9370. We have Ben in Wilmerding. What's up, Ben? How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Bob? Go to Pittsburgh.
What's going on, man?
So a couple quick hits I wanted to drop on. I think there's a lot of context going into this draft. I don't think Aaron Rodgers' decision is going to weigh too heavily on what we do. I think there's a lot of excitement, obviously, because it's local and it's Mike McCarthy's first draft. So I have to think, with all the ingredients that we're seeing, with all the draft capital that we have, I think that Mike is going to want to leave his mark on this first draft. I think it's going to want to be one of excitement. So the 2 names that really come to mind, or the 2 positions, are road grader or an athlete, and the best ones out there are Banga and the Carnell Tate from Ohio State. What kind of capital would it take to actually move into striking distance for this wide receiver? Because I feel like that would be obviously the most exciting thing other than Vanga. I think Vanga's a viable move, but I don't know what kind of capital it would actually take for us to get into striking distance of this wide receiver.
Well, that depends on how things go early in the draft. That's why some of these trades, you may have ammunition ready. The question is, how much do you have to move? If you have to move up just a couple of spots like they've done in previous years, I mean, it'll take, probably flip-flopping your first and then adding a third, maybe 2/3. I don't know how far up they're going to go. I think that potential exists, but I also think they have enough people that they believe in who will be there, that if one goes, they're not going to panic and try to move up quickly to get somebody else. I think they believe somebody will be there that they're going to want, and depends on how they have them rated. But as far as draft capital, it depends on the higher you go, the more costly it gets. If you want to go from 21 to 18, for example, it'll cost you a flip-flop of your number ones and maybe a 2 and a 3 or 3 and a 4. And if you go higher than that, you're talking about maybe a couple of number ones this year and then next year. So I'm not so sure what they have in mind or what they're going to do, but they can play the waiting game also, especially at 21. If they're not looking at a quarterback and Simpson's the only one there, then they can wait and probably get, Baltimore has the same need, I would tell you. Baltimore needs a guard, and there are two of them that are up. And if they take one, the Steelers may go with the other. And if they feel comfortable enough that no one above them will go between 14 and 21, they can stay put. But if they don't, that's where you may see it trade up.
Do you see us drafting more than 10 athletes in this draft, or do you see us parting with at least 2?
No, I think 2 or 3. I think they're going to end up with 8, and I think they'll use others for manipulation around.
I came in below 9. That's what I felt very, very comfortable with, and I mean that's what kind of like spurred the whole notion in my mind. It's like, if we're really going to make a move, if we're going to try to set the air on fire, so to speak, it's like, what kind of move will we make? I'd be very thrilled with the Vanga pick. I think it's a lot more viable than trying to sell the farm for Carnell Tate. But, Hines Ward comes in and whispers Jordan Simpson or Jordan Tyson in our ear. Who knows?
You're right. All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate the call. Interesting. A lot of the mock drafts now have switched, and you never know what you're going to get with all this because it changes time to time. But Mel Kiper, who's been wrong, he's been a lot right. He's made a big career of it. He has Vega going in the first round from Penn State to Pittsburgh. He also has an interesting choice in the second round because if they don't get, and I agree with this, if they don't get a guard, I think they're going to actually flip-flop this, but he has a Georgia wide receiver, Zachariah Branch, going in the second round to Pittsburgh. He's more of a slot kind of guy. He reminds Mel Kiper of Zay Flowers. They have one on their roster in Roman Wilson, but I don't know that he's going to get the kind of opportunity here. He might. It's a clean slate. Maybe Mike McCarthy likes what he does. So these are on unknowns. But again, the order of those picks is what I agreed with all along, too. It's either going to be a guard or a wide receiver. I'm still leaning toward wide receiver in the first round. Jack in the North Hills is up next. Hey, Jack, what's going on?
Hey, so obviously you guys are talking about the draft, and I understand that wide receiver is like a look that we were like thinking of drafting, but obviously like day one of free agency, we get out and we trade for Michael Pittman Jr., and that kind of like is like, well, we have a number 2 now. Do you want to draft a 3? And then we obviously lost Sam Laauo to the Cardinals, so maybe you want to get somebody on the line. I mean, there's so much possibilities. And then do you trade up? Like, I mean, I was wondering. I was going to ask you.
How old are you, Jack?
I'm 12.
Yeah, man, very well studied here. I like this. A 12-year-old. He could be a GM one day. What do you want to do when you grow up?
I want to be the commentator for the Steelers.
Oh, well, you're off to a good start here. You're 12. I don't know. I may be around when you're here or not. It'd be interesting to work with you. But, no, I think those are all possibilities. It just depends on how they have their board together. They normally do not have one specific guy. They have about 5 that they want at some point in the first round. And if one of them's gone, they'll look at the others. Unless they feel so strongly about one that they have the ammunition now to move up. Again, it'll depend on how far they move up.
Yeah.
Anything else, Jack? You're a hockey fan, too?
I do. I'm excited. I'm going to my cousin's house to watch the Penguins game on a big projector outside. I'm excited to do that. So,
well, there's some rain moving in. You may want to move that inside, but have fun.
Yeah. We'll root them in today. Maybe we'll, hopefully we get them in 4, get a sweep.
All right, Jack. Thank you for the call. Future broadcaster Jack right there, 12 years old, already thinking he's got it well planned out. That's a good lesson for everyone. You may have a vision of what your life would be like as a young kid, and that's great. You should have it all figured out. But at some point, you're going to run into a roadblock. Who knows what that roadblock would be? So you got to have alternate plans here to get around it. Just like driving in Pittsburgh, you got to have alternate plans to figure out where you're going to go. And your destination could remain the same. You just have to adapt how you're going to get there. Noah joins us right now in Mount Lebanon. What's up, Noah? How are you?
Hey, Bobby. Yeah, everybody, all those young kids want to be the next Bob Pompiani. Of course.
He didn't say that, so he has higher goals than that.
Hope you and the lovely bride are great. I'm the guy who keeps wanting to throw footballs to you at the different black tie events. But here you go. Oh, wait a second. We have a trade. Steelers trade their first-round pick with Ty Simpson still on the board to Arizona for their first-round pick next year. And a seventh-rounder. We get a chance to root against the Cardinals all year, and we finally get in the top 5 next year to get our franchise quarterback.
So this is your prediction?
It's in, Bobby. You know it.
That would take a lot of wheeling and dealing. I don't know if they're going to go that far to do that. So
I think it's a simple conversation. Cardinals need a quarterback. They don't really process their draft real well. My man, the bald head guy, who I forget his name right now,
Omar Khan?
He'll wheel it. Yeah,
he's been good at that. But I appreciate the call. Thanks, brother. That's to me is something that just doesn't add up. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Jim in Monroeville. Hey, Jim.
Thank you for taking my call this afternoon, Bob.
Thanks.
You know what? I really hope we don't draft a quarterback. If you're not buying a first-round franchise quarterback, don't draft a quarterback. And here's why I say this outside of, if you're not taking one in the first round. I'm not one of the people that's going to sit here and say, Will Howard's the future, he's the franchise. I don't know what to expect from Will Howard. But what I do know is this. If you take Kenny Pickett and put him on that Ohio State team that Will Howard won a national championship with, Kenny Pickett doesn't win a national championship. So Kenny's a low bar. But what I'm trying to say is, just from on film and on tape and overall work, Will Howard is a better quarterback than our previous failed bust quarterback, Kenny Pickett. So I think there's a chance if he plays this year and maybe next, I don't know, maybe he may not be the future for us, but what if someone comes knocking on our door and says, hey, look, we may want Will Howard. So in turn, I think it benefits us for him to play and play well, not so much for us to keep him. But maybe he's trade bait for next year's draft.
Well, it's really difficult to project, Jim, because of what you said. Who knows what opportunities are going to be here? There are two schools of thought about drafting quarterbacks. Number one, I've talked to many scouts over the years, veteran guys who've been around, who say you can never miss by taking a quarterback, in terms of you want to get as many options on your table as you can. And if you have a chance to get someone you believe could take it, regardless of where that is, you do it, even if you have another guy here already. Then the other school of thought, and this is one I tend to agree with, if, this is assuming Rodgers is back. I don't know if he is or isn't. The longer this goes, the more I have doubts. But if he's back, then I would draft everything else that I need this year in anticipation of making that big move next year. Because I think, again, next year looks to be better than this year, although we thought that heading into this year. So everything changes. It's really interesting how it does work out. But so you either believe if you have a guy like Aller or Nussmeier or somebody you really like, you'll take him because you just don't know. It's the most important position there is in football. Have more options when you have the most important position, or you just load up your team with other things you may need, because it is an aging team in certain spots, that when somebody else comes in here, you give him a legitimate chance to be that franchise quarterback with a good roster around him. So,
sorry, Bob.
No, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about a trade down with a team like Kansas City? I know they got 2 first-round picks. You were mentioning earlier the cost that it would take to move up. Obviously, trading back. I mean, do you think that's realistic to maybe trade back with a team like Kansas City, get their 29th overall pick, give up our 21st and maybe a couple of thirds to get their 29th overall pick and their 9th overall pick in the second round, 2 second-round picks? What do you think?
Well, because they have a high second-round pick, that's something that I would look at for sure. I just think they have a lot of picks for a team that's been so successful over the last several years. Not this past year, obviously, but I mean, it's pretty amazing. They could retool pretty quickly. So that would be an area I would certainly look into. And I'm sure they're covering all these potential teams, what they need, where they draft, and if there's a way to move, they could do that. Thanks for the call, though, Jim. I really do appreciate it. 412-928-9370. More coming up. We're going to take a break here. We have Nick in Uniontown, Tony in Greensburg, Tib in Bergenstown, Jay in Butler, Dave in Texas. We'll try to get to all your calls, so we still have 40 minutes to do that. So please hang on the line, and I will look forward to talking to you. I want to tell you that the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Big thank you to our sponsors, PNC Bank. Make today the day. Brilliantly boring since 1865. They get the job done. Also, Shenderovich and Fishman, they got your back, not your wallet. And number one Cochran, drive in style and go one better with number one Cochran. Also, you need a new bathroom? Yeah, you might. If you've been in a house for a long time, I'll tell you the best bathrooms don't just look good, they change how you start your day. At West Shore Home, they've built their reputation on making that possible for homeowners across this country. They are America's most trusted home remodeler. And they make home remodeling fast, efficient, convenient, and you should love that as a consumer. Their modern composite walls are a game changer. They give you that custom designer aesthetic without any of the upkeep. There's no grout, there's no scrubbing, and it's affordable luxury is what it is. You'll get a price that you love, and the quality is outstanding. Engineered to last, and getting there is easier than you think. Their team of highly trained employee installers. They do the jobs every single time. There are no subcontractors, no strangers in your home, therefore no mess, no stress. And it's not just them saying it. It's why over 70,000 homeowners have given them 5-star reviews after trusting West Shore Home with their project. Now it's your turn. Buy a full bathroom model, get a shower in a second bathroom absolutely free. Get started with no money down and lock in financing options when you visit westshorebath.com. Do it today, westshorebath.com, and see the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates take on the Rays this afternoon. Coverage on the Fan begins with the leadoff show at 3 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Oh my goodness, let's go! Don't let me down, don't sell me out, don't blow my cover, don't fall apart, yeah, come on, don't tell me now.
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Getting around town's better in a new vehicle from Spitzer. Our triple play sales event makes it easy. Hurry into Spitzer Toyota today and lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR Double Cab from $419 per month with zero due-it signing. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
Select models TSRP 35599 VIN TT 044098 RWD model 7186 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 fee $0 security deposit 10K miles per year ends 4/30/2026.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, This is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Granger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Granger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Number One Cochrane has gone all in on Audi. 2 state-of-the-art showrooms in Pittsburgh and Washington. Pittsburgh's largest new Audi collection. And 3 locations for service, including Monroeville's only Audi Authorized Service Center. Because when you're a Number One Cochrane Premier brand, you don't take half measures. That's why customers always enjoy benefits through the complimentary membership in the Number One Cochrane Club One Rewards program. Whether you're looking for a luxury sedan like the A5 or an SUV like the Q5, the Audi lineup is the gold standard. Breathtaking design, lavish amenities, intuitive technology, legendary performance. It's all yours when you go all in on Audi. Find Audi Pittsburgh on Liberty Avenue in the Strip District and Audi Washington on Racetrack Road. Shop online at AudiPittsburgh.com or AudiWashington.com.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're back at 412-928-9370. Seth Davis behind the glass, and I have to ask you, Seth, you are wearing a Flyers hat. How is that possible on this day that you wear a Philadelphia Flyers hat?
I'm rooting for them right now.
Okay.
Hoping I hope they win today for the bragging rights.
Do you think they'll win today?
Today, yes. The series overall, I don't know.
All right. I glanced over and I saw this hat and I said, shocking. But there you go. Why the attachment to Philadelphia?
Well, growing up, I fell in love with the Eagles when I was like 5.
Okay.
And I just slowly progressed to all of them.
Well, you're going to be a disappointed young man, unfortunately, in this series.
I mean, that's what
I'll tell you in
happens.
advance.
That's easy being a Philly fan.
Yeah, you're used to it. 412-928-9370. Although they have a couple of Super Bowls recently. Although the Flyers, you know the story, 1975, baby. Let's go back to the phone lines. There's a lot of people on the lines want to get to you and get them all in. Tony in Greensburg. Tony, we're doing some rapid fire here, so make your point, please.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm a firm believer that the NFL is a copycat league, and my opinion is the blueprint, if you look at the Chiefs, right, and you look at the Rams, okay, two teams that built their rosters entirely, okay, then traded up into the draft with the Chiefs getting Mahomes. They were in the playoffs the year before with Alex Smith and a great roster. Trade up, get Mahomes. The Rams, they do it via trade. They send Jared Goff to Detroit and get Matthew Stafford with a great roster around them. Boom, both of them win Super Bowls. So I'm a firm believer in let's use all of our picks, don't trade anything away, add more depth to your roster. You've already done that in the offseason. Okay, build the trenches. I would get a guard, receiver in my first 2 picks, and then I would let Will Howard play. But you need to get a decision from Rodgers right away. Okay.
Well, right away has already been 3 months now. I mean, right away is
play well.
That is gone. That ship has sailed.
Yeah. I agree with that. That's terrible by them. But if Rodgers doesn't play well, if he comes back in the first, say, 3 weeks, I'll give him, and they go 1-2. I'm sorry, Aaron. I brought you back, but you're sitting on the bench, and Will Howard's playing the rest of the season.
Tony, thank you. Appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. The other thing that may be working at this, and I know Charlie Batch intimated this about salary. Maybe they're not the same page when it comes to salary. He made $13 million last year. At age 43, he wants more. How much more? Maybe that's a stumbling block. Who knows? Let's go to Jay in Butler. Joins us right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, Bob. I'd like to throw a little twist in your draft talk. Either Jonathan Mayo or Buster Olney said the Pirates have taken the best player in the draft in the past 3 years, obviously being Paul Skeens, Connor Griffin, and Seth Hernandez. 2 questions. Did you see what Seth Hernandez did last night? And number 2, if O'Neal Cruz keeps up this pace, are we going to be able to afford him? Those are my questions for you.
All right, I have one before you go. How long do you need to see this from O'Neal Cruz before you decide to make him an offer, if you do so?
I'm not sure. When is he eligible? I mean,
I think he's. Seth, can you check up on O'Neal Cruz when he's eligible for arbitration? If he has a good year,
1 more year.
I got to make sure on that. So I'll check that. And again, I want to see consistency. I've seen ups and downs in O'Neal Cruz. He's gotten hot before. This looks to be hopefully sustainable. Certainly not at the 333 average. And but if he can hit 275, hit 35 home runs, drive in over 100, and steal 35, I'm in on that. So what do you got, Seth?
So he was eligible.
He signed for 3.3 this year, right?
But now he's still eligible for the next 2 years.
So let's say, for example, Jay, that he has a mammoth year this year. That 3.3 number will turn into, what, $10, $12 million or more in arbitration.
Easily.
Because he will not lose that case. And even if he does, the Pirate offer has to be high. So now you're getting to the point. You have to just see, again, it's about when. I'm glad they didn't do it at the beginning, because for the first couple of years, we saw nothing other than potential. You don't want just an athlete running around. You want a guy who knows what he's doing out there, and right now he's improved against left-hand hitting. So this would all be something I would consider as we move forward, but you have to ask yourself, is it sustainable?
And then did you see what Seth Hernandez did last night?
Oh, yeah, Seth was outstanding, and he's mixing speeds from 83 to 101. He already knows how – he's got the arm, but he knows how to pitch, it seems. He's going to be elevated, I would imagine, soon to AA.
Yeah, because they built him up from 3 innings to 4 innings to 5 innings. In his last 2 outings, he's given up no hits, 3 walks, and 15 strikeouts. Just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. He deserves to be moving up. Thank you, Jay, for the call. And yes, The Pirates have done that, apparently, gotten the best. And keep in mind, Connor Griffin was not a number 1 overall selection. He was 9th, I believe. And so they made a pick that was available to them. Maybe they were surprised he was there, but, man, he's moved up pretty quickly. Dave is in Texas, and now he joins us here on The Fan. Hey, Dave.
Hey, good morning, Bob. Thanks for the time. Hey, I just want to add a little bit to Will Howard. So living here in the Dallas area, we've been watching a lot of Kansas State football before he ever got to Ohio State. If you go watch those games, he was a winner. He always made the game competitive. And I like the other guy's comment. I think it's worthy of him just getting a shot. He always won, and he went to Ohio State and won, of course, with a great team. But he showed that he did it with inferior talent to make Kansas State competitive.
Yeah, I think that's a better analysis of what he's done. And I pointed that out earlier in our first hour, that it goes beyond Ohio State. It was at Kansas State, and he was very good there. So you can say what you want. Those are 2 big conferences he's competing in against elite talent. And yes, Ohio State had a ready-made roster, and yes, they had stars everywhere, but you still have to be able to engineer it. I've seen quarterbacks go into that situation and not be able to bring out the best in those guys. So this is something, until we see it in play, you're not going to really be sure of it. And so this draft is interesting from the Steelers' point of view, how they handle this, what they are looking at. They've spoken glowingly about Howard, and so has McCarthy, even though he's really never seen him. He's watched a lot of tape. But we'll see how this goes. It's going to be intriguing this week. Thanks, Dave, for the call in Texas and give us some perspective on Kansas State right there. Let's go out to Nick in Uniontown. Hello, Nick.
Hey there, Bob. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I just want to touch base on the Steelers draft here. I do believe the Steelers will stay put in the first round, draft the guard from Penn State. And I do see them also moving up to maybe that 30 pick for Miami. I know Miami's rebuilding, and I think they could definitely use some extra picks. I do see them probably selecting the A&M receiver, KC Concepcion, at that pick.
He should be available, too, you would think.
Yes, I do believe that would be a good fit for where we're picking at and what we need offensively. And I do see them, obviously you're not going to draft 13 guys, so a lot of those picks will probably be moved in those second, third, maybe even fourth rounds to move up and, build a complete roster for what your team needs. So.
All right. I think that's reasonable to expect that. Thank you very much for the call, Nick, in Uniontown. Appreciate that. A lot of possibilities, and all these teams have them. And trades will impact what happens in that first round. Dallas seems to be willing to move around a little bit. They say no, but I have a feeling, based on some of the reporting down there from their beat writers in Dallas, that they could be on the move, looking for some things and willing to trade, maybe up or down, which I think is always an option for every team. And the Steelers may, who knows, find themselves in that option if they don't get what they want early on in this draft. Tim in Burgettstown joins us right now on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have a question. Are they seriously considering trading Nick Herbig? I think he's their best edge rusher. And with quarterback, it looks like they're going to take one. Do you think they're leaning towards?
Well, I think, and I've thought from the beginning of this process, they wouldn't take a quarterback just because, I don't know how deep this quarterback draft is with so many questions about everyone, and that includes Ty Simpson. He's only had 1 year. I remember Trey Lance when he was taken by San Francisco. He had it in 1 year, but they were intrigued by everything. But it's a whole different game in the NFL. So, I'm looking at this and thinking to myself, well, if they take a quarterback, Drew Aller's gaining speed. And if you look at what they've done, they brought in 4 quarterbacks pre-draft visits. I believe that's more than any NFL team. I don't know if you want to read these tea leaves or not, but you're doing it, and that includes Carson Beck. He was part of this. Now, these guys have potential upside, but also potential downside. So Drew Aller, they brought him back in again. I think if you're looking at reading anything, mid-round, it could be Drew Aller with that. As far as Nick Herbig is concerned, he's up and coming. Now, his body of work is not as large as what we see with Watt and Highsmith. That's a depth position. They have Jack Sawyer. If you wanted to make a play, that position has depth, and you could move somebody. Who's the most likely to be moved, though? I think they like Herbig and want to keep him on as best they can. Is it Alex Highsmith, who had a really good year last year? I don't think there's a big trademark at this point for Watt, although a team like Buffalo could use somebody like that. So you just don't know how it's going to go, but it's nice to have a surplus, and that they do.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Tim. We're going out to Vegas right now, and our Hawaiian connection is Kevin. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, what's going on, Bob? Hey, I just want to call in and give you your flowers one more time before the playoffs start for being one of the two guys in Pittsburgh, one on the radio station and one not, me, that picked the Pens to make the playoffs. And I picked them to win a series before the season.
Good for you.
Going back to going back to the conversation you guys had earlier this week with Joe, for me at this point, it's a disappointment if they don't win the first round. And frankly, the second round, just because of the way they've even overperformed what I thought they were going to do. But we'll see how it plays out. I think the key players are, if Letang can stay early season disciplined, they got a chance to make a long run. I think he's more important really than Skinner. And then on the Philadelphia side, it's just whether or not that goaltender can stand on his head. Because if he can, there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly.
But if you can't, it is what it is. Hey, I still think for the Steelers, if you get a shot, you let Watt go. I don't care if it's for a late first or at this point even an early second. You have depth. You have young players coming up. You should have traded him or let him go 2 years ago. You didn't, so you can still get something out of this. Because TJ might, peak back up to 14, 15 this year, which would be great. But his tendency to be off the field because of the, how fast his motor is and some of the injuries that have started creeping in, I'd rather let him go now and move on to the young guys and see what we got. And if we got to, touch something back in the draft again.
Yeah. I mean, that's all those things are potentially in play. I don't necessarily see them trading Watt. I think I like all those guys. And the way Highsmith played last year, he's also had injury, but who doesn't in the NFL? He's a guy who can make some big plays at big times, and I'm talking about in the run game as opposed in both the rushing the quarterback and the run game. So they're stacked there, and if you're looking for a position of strength to help a position of need, then that would be something to consider. Kevin, thank you for the call, and good luck for the Penguins here tonight. Philadelphia, though, I will say this about them. They have won 6 of 7. They came into the playoffs very hot. They're 18-6-1 in their last 25. They're a team that likes to mix it up. They're number 4 in the NHL in fights. So even though they're not your normal Broad Street bullies, they are going to engage you, and I think that's going to be one of the keys coming up. We have to take a break. We have Mike in Jacksonville, Al in Uniontown, another Al in North Huntington, Rob and Jill. We have time to get your calls when we come back, right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins take on the Flyers in Game 1 of the NHL playoffs tonight. Puck drop is at 8 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for April is Cinderland Beer Company's Raise It, their PNC Park exclusive West Coast style IPA. And the charity of the month is Partners for Quality.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com.
South Hills Kia, let's go. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $249 a month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS, only $199 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offers end May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details. details.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Heading to the draft in Pittsburgh on April 23rd or 24th? Make parking easy with Highmark Stadium. Located just minutes from the draft action, Highmark Stadium is a convenient option for fans who want to park close and enjoy the weekend without the hassle. Spots are available now for both Thursday and Friday, but space is limited. Reserve your parking today at riverhounds.com/draft parking. That's riverhounds.com/draft parking.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie and Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob
Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world
all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. 412-928-9370. It's a big day in Pittsburgh. Got doubleheader. Got the Pirates taking on Tampa at 4. Paul Skeens bobblehead day, followed by tonight the Flyers and Penguins 8 o'clock. Flyers are hot. Penguins have a better team. We'll see what gives in game 1 of a best of 7. Meantime, back to the lines. Call us. We have Al in North Huntington who's up. What's up, Al?
Hi, Bob. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you for waiting.
Not a problem. I have a question or a comment regarding draft. It's driven me crazy for years that these teams have all this information about players, and they scout them year-round, and they're going to draft what is it, 257 of them, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't zero in on a non-miss, at least first rounder.
Well, there's so many things in play, Al. You're talking about you don't have a chance to really get to know them unless you go to a pro day, unless you visit at the combine, and they have time limits on what you can do with some of the people there, how much time you can spend with them. You can ask them a variety of questions, but you may never get to the heart of whether or not they have the heart to figure it out. It's one thing to have all the talent in the world. It's a whole different dimension of football when you come to the NFL, because everyone coming, whether you're a quarterback, a running back, a wide receiver, you're going up against some of the best in the game on the other side, and vice versa. So you may look good in college, you may look good playing against people who are not NFL material, but once you get to this level, I think that factors into it.
Do the scouts ever get a chance to interact with the players other than at the combines and the 30 draftees they can bring in?
Right. I mean, they try to govern that the best they can. You get 30. The best time you have is when you bring them in. You get 30 of these visits, and generally speaking, the Steelers will make selections based on one of those 30. So you can look at those 30 and say to yourself, okay, what's the shot of one of these guys getting here? And that'll probably be the correct answer. But thank you, Al. Appreciate the call. I got to move along. We got a lot of people. I want to try to squeeze them all in. Jill and Spears. Hey, Jill, how are you?
Hi, Bob. Thanks for another great show.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Did we learn our lesson with Kenny Pickett? I mean, Drew Aller, another quarterback we're not sure about that set us back. Why don't the Steelers take what they need? I agree with Tony. We take what they need, a wide receiver, your lineman, get your team built up, and then get your franchise quarterback. And one of these, we might already have him in Drew, or oh, God, not right.
Will Howard.
We already have him in Will Howard.
Joe, thank you for the call. A lot of people, listen, the train of thought that goes into this is when you're dealing with the most important position there is in football, and that is the quarterback, you make sure if you have an opportunity, if you feel good about someone, you take them. And now you may have a surplus of people. It's always difficult to navigate how much rep time they get, but that is the most important position. That's why you see people talking about the quarterbacks all the time. Al in Uniontown is up next. Hello, Al.
Hey, Bob. I want to go back to Cruz real quick. Considering what he's doing against left-handers last year, I believe he's close to or at as many hits as he got already.
And more home runs already.
Right. So my question is, I know he's got defensive problems, but my question is if he doesn't even have to stay at this pace, but if he continues hitting left-handers like this, when do you start considering to talk to him about a long-term contract? I'll hang up and listen.
All right, Al. Well, what I said this previous caller, I think you have to consider that because they once did consider it, I think, at the beginning of his entire career based on potential, we didn't see the production. And so far we haven't seen consistent enough production. And you're right. He's improved. He's taken the time to improve. Kevin Killmeyer worked with him in the offseason. I think since that first game in New York, his defense has gotten better. It's never going to win a Gold Glove, but you don't have to if you hit the way he hits and does the things on the base paths. This year, he went to arbitration and got awarded $3.3 million. Next year, he's going to go to arbitration again. If the system that we know still exists based on potential lockout and what they do with it. But let's say it's the same kind of system. If he has, and he's never going to keep 330 hitting pace. There's no way for that to happen. But if he does the things, 30 to 35 home runs, he's the only player right now in baseball who has 6 home runs and 9 stolen bases. That's a pretty good usage of talent. If this trend continues and you see it consistently, you have to certainly consider that. I don't know if he'd be willing to listen to it. I know in arbitration, if he has a really good year, he'll jump from $3.3 million to probably $10 to $12 million or more based on how this is set up. Let's go to Jay in Pittsburgh. Jay, you're on the Bob Pompiani Show. What's going on?
Hey, Jay. Bob, I had a question with Rory McIlroy winning the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's the greatest driver of the golf ball ever? I'm talking about distance plus accuracy.
Well, distance is an era question because I think Jack Nicklaus in his heyday with persimmon shafts and not the technology that exists today still would be my bet on that. Ben Hogan was also a great driver, and I'm going way back and again, the numbers inflate because technology makes it inflate. Right now, if he's, he yes and no. When he's erratic, and he's been erratic, I thought he was a little bit erratic even at Augusta. He missed some fairways, even though they don't have a lot of rough there. You can get in trouble with pine straw under trees. But when he's on his game, yes, he is. But you have to be consistent enough to do it. So there are a lot of guys. I think a guy who could eventually lead is Chris Gotterup. He hits the ball a ton. He knows different ways to shape the ball. He may emerge as a guy like that. And certainly all these guys hit at 340 to 350 anymore. So I don't even know what the difference is.
Here's my top 5 ever. I have Greg Norman, Rory McIlroy, Jack Nicklaus, Dustin Johnson, and Angel Cabrera. Top 5 ever.
I don't know much about Cabrera and Johnson as far as their driving accuracy, but they've won majors. So that's all you're going to know. Jay, thanks for the call. I'm up against it. I want to thank all of our callers who called in today. Coming up today at 3, it's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. Dan Zangrilli does a great job handling that for you, followed by the pregame show leading up to the Pirates and Tampa Bay Rays. And a good pitching matchup, Eric Rasmussen against Paul Skeens on Paul Skeens' bobblehead day. If you're going, may want to bring some protection from weather because it looks like there potentially could be some thunderstorms along the way. Then tonight at 8 o'clock, Penguins and Flyers. Does it get any better than that to start your hockey playoffs? Flyers are hot. They've won 6 of 7, 18-6-1 in the last 25, but the Penguins have shown consistency throughout the year. They're a better depth team. They have 12 guys, double digits in goals. They run 4 lines. They're good in power play and special teams, and these are the 2 things that stand out to me. Philadelphia's power play is not good in terms of statistically. One of the worst in the NHL. The Penguins have one of the best. However, how the game is officiated will also tell you whether or not that comes into play. Goaltending matchup, it's Dan Vladar against Stuart Skinner. Skinner is the experienced guy. Vladar so far has had a better season. It's all coming your way tonight at 8 o'clock. What a doubleheader. And then the draft. We'll have a lot of coverage on KDK TV and here at Odyssey at 93.7 The Fan all throughout the course of the week as the draft leads up to its first night, 8 o'clock. And then don't forget about the night before with Jason Aldean. A lot of stuff going on in Pittsburgh. It's great to see. So, for Seth Davis, I'm Bob Pompiani. I hope you have a great weekend. Enjoy it all, and we'll talk to you on Monday on the Pomp and Joe Show, and tomorrow night it's the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown on KDK TV. Have a great weekend, everyone. I'll see you next Saturday.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean. Hell yeah! That's the way we get down. In a hick town underneath this Amarillo's. Yeah, let's go! You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Ross Park Mall, and Broken Bow Records.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Ready to tackle your junk piles? Call the Junk Luggers. From old furniture to entire cleanouts, we do the heavy lifting. And here's the best part. We rehome and recycle as much as possible to keep it all out of landfills. Feel good about your cleanout the green way. Call 1-800-LUG-JUNK or visit junkluggers.com today for your eco-friendly, stress-free service. Clear your space and contribute to a greener planet.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit truegreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
There's a new Chevrolet dealer in Latrobe, and they can't wait to meet you. Smale Chevrolet Latrobe is officially open and now part of the Smale Auto Group family. They invite you to come in and experience a high standard of sales and service, and what better way to celebrate than with Chevy Truck Month. Right now, they're offering the Chevy Supplier Discount to everyone. That's right, you pay what the suppliers pay on Smale Chevrolet's incredible lineup of Silverado trucks and Equinox SUVs. Big savings. And the trucker SUV you've been dreaming of. Visit them today on Route 30 in Latrobe or online at smalechevrolet.com. Smale Chevrolet, welcome to our family. Together, let's drive.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Tonight's going to be breezy this evening, cloudy and cooler with a heavy thunderstorm early, low of 45.
This September, something big is coming. Fest PGH, a one-day music and arts festival at Highmark Stadium, featuring Switchfoot and a full lineup of live music, plus art, family fun, ways to give back, and a powerful outdoor mass. Hosted by the Catholic Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's a day to connect, serve, and celebrate together. Tickets are free, but space is limited. Reserve yours now at festpgh.org, September 19th. Reserve your free tickets today.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates take on the Rays this afternoon. Leadoff show, hosted by Dan Zagrilli, begins at 3 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, we're getting ready for Penguins Flyers. What could be better? Tomorrow night, little after 8 o'clock will be the puck drop. Jay Caulfield joins us on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline to speak to the series. Jay, thanks for taking the time today. What stands out to you? Kind of what defines this Flyers team?
Yeah, you know what I think changed there. First of all, Vladar and is how he played in net. That's one thing, but they got that Forster back in the lineup after he got hurt against the Penguins. If you remember,
yeah,
he broke his arm. I'm not sure what took place on a shot. It was. He comes back in the lineup. That Martone, a young player, just got out of finished his college career and turned pro. That is done for Philly. Very similar, not exactly the same way, but similar to what like an addition of Chinakhov meant to the Penguins lineup during this year. It gave Rick Tocchet more options up front. They're a better team than what they were before. So for me, that's one thing that really kind of stood out there. The maneuvers of, the ability for Rick Tocchet to move players around and find an output that goes with Zegras and players like that. So Konechny. But I think those two players, the two healthy, one guy coming back healthy, and the addition of Martone have been a difference maker for Philly, Joe.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's almost useless to look at their season-long numbers because they don't matter. They just became a different team with different personnel late. Who's everybody in Pittsburgh going to want to, boo, yell at, and punch during this series? Which Flyer? Because there's always one or two.
Yeah, it might be that Ristolainen on the blue line.
Yes,
remember he plays hard, right? He's a hard, physical, big right-handed defenseman. They wanted to move him throughout during the year. They didn't do it. He would be one guy. I think it's always going to be Konechny's always going to get under the skin, but he's a skilled player too. And but they don't really have. It's kind of different than what it's been before, right? I mean, I'll tell you one player who's tough. It's that Nick Seeler on the blue line.
Yeah.
There's a guy that will fight anybody. He's a tough player, but they're not really built up. It's the Hathaways and things like that. if he's in the lineup, and believe me, he's been in and out of the lineup. If he's in the lineup, it'll be Garnett Hathaway.
Zegras can get under people's skin. In fact, as you were just talking, I was going back